Hello, good morning wherever you are in the world, and welcome to Sabina Park for the opening round of the regional four-day championship. It is Jamaica Scorpions, the home team, up against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, who have been very hot on day number one. I'm hoping that from a Jamaican standpoint that we will have much better cricket on day two. Keswick Williams is right here beside me. Bright sunshine at Sabina Park as we look beyond the George Headley stand to the Kingston Harbour. Not a strong wind just yet. It's quite still, and the Jamaica Scorpions in a lot of problems, having not done well with the bat on the opening day, Keswick, but hoping to do it with the ball, especially in the first hour. Good morning.
Yes, good morning to you. Yes, we're here back at the Sabina Park. I must say, yesterday was hot, but last night was a bit nippy here in Jamaica, surprisingly. But yes, we're here, and the Jamaica have a little bit of work to do on their hands, but the Windward Island Volcanoes, they really put themselves in a commanding position. They just have to continue from there. But obviously, the Jamaica Scorpions will have different plans. So they have to come out this morning. They have to hit their straps from early. But Windward Island Volcanoes, how good were they yesterday?
Yeah, there's a cold front in the area, by the way. It seems as if it's coming out of the Jamaica Scorpions locker room because they haven't been warm or hot any at all in this opening game of the regional competition. You've played in regional competitions, you've played in the CPL, you've played all around the world at the international level. Whenever you haven't played cricket for an extended time, Keswick, coming into the first game, how are some of these players you reckon might have been feeling from a Jamaica Scorpion standpoint and from a Windward standpoint?
Well, the thing is, it's just about making the transition. For example, you have a Chadwick Walton who haven't played first class cricket for a while. But with his experience, I'm expecting that he will come out with his experience and show these young players how to go about their thing. They have Jermaine Blackwood, who's ex-vice captain for the West Indies test team. So they have a lot of experience in the dressing room. And Nkrumah Bonner, Derval Green, he haven't played international cricket, but a lot of experience there. And Makina Minley as well. So they have a lot of experience there. So I'm expecting that a lot of information would be going around the dressing room. Andrew Richardson, who played a lot of first-class cricket for Jamaica. So a lot of experience there. I'm expecting that they will come out and we will see a little bit of difference today from them. But obviously the Volcanoes will have different plans.
As umpire Jacqueline Williams walks towards the middle along with Gregory Brathwaite, the Jamaica Scorpions innings, if you didn't join us yesterday, 159 all out. And the top scorer, Romain Morrison, he made 35, 26 from Pete Salmon. And the Jamaican batting lineup was woeful. As far as the bowling is concerned, Ryan John, 5 for 43. Shamar Springer, 3 for 53. How impressive was Ryan John yesterday?
Really impressive. He's continuing that good form from last year for the tournament. Last year for the tournament, he came in the middle of the tournament and he did pretty well for them with the ball. Pick up 5 for 18 last year against Trinidad in that game in Grenada. So I'm seeing a lot more from Ryan John. He's now the vice captain for the Volcanoes. So he just have to continue from there. And you know what? The sky is the limit.
Ewan Jeremiah, he's there, not out. He will come to the crease. 66 not out. Sunil Ambris, 30 not out. Someone who is very experienced at this level, Sunil Ambris. And how much do you think that will help someone like Jeremiah walk into the crease second day? You're on 66. You're eyeing 3 figures, especially coming off a decent Super 50 Cup. Coming here to Jamaica and in this position, how much will Sunil Ambris and his experience help him?
It will definitely help Jeremiah. And he's an inspiration, Jeremiah, because one thing about him is a guy that loves to work on his cricket. I can tell you, these guys train 5 days a week in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where the Volcanoes is now, that's where they're based. And this guy, he would call his trainer to work out on a Saturday. So I'm not really surprised by his performance from the Super 50, and now he's taking it into the 40. And a guy like Sunil Ambris, who's a senior talisman for the Volcanoes, he will know how to build his innings and he will know what to do. What I think is important is them finishing the day declaring and not being bowled out. That will be the main thing for the winners. I'm still looking to see how they will go about their day, how they will score. They're scoring at 4 point. Right now they're scoring at 4 point something or so. That's the current run rate for them. If they keep it there, that would be good. But obviously, the Jamaicans will have to do better. They'll have to try to bring down that run rate and try to bring some sort of control back into their hands. That's what they would have to do. First, hit their straps and do what they're doing. But obviously, Sunil, he's on 30, and Jeremiah is on 66. So they would have to be the ones to see if they can take them at least close to the lunch period.
Yeah, it's Pete Salmon with ball in hand. He has 1 for 38 from 13 overs. Will be operating from the southern end, the Michael Holding end, with the nice blue seats of the George Headley stand. Behind him, he's operating with a slip. There's a man catching at short leg. There's also a square leg. Here he is, the off spinner, and early Sunil Ambrose on the front foot with 99 on his back. We'll be hoping he will go past 99. There's long on in place. There's mid off, there's cover, there's backward point, and there's a man sweeping on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So too there's mid-wicket, and this one on the line of the leg stump that's tickled down to that short fine leg position. And the field that square leg, that's Nkrumah Bonner, who hasn't really got the runs that he would have wanted in that first innings. Coming around to his right to do the fielding. I'm seeing Markina Mindley at the mid-wicket stretching. I reckon he'll be taking the ball from the other end. And again, Ambrose on the front foot and an early single. The first run of day number 2 comes off the bat of Sunil Ambrose. But good start for Pete Salmon. You can see him operating around about that mid and leg stump.
One of those bowlers that I look at, Pete Salmon, I mean, I think he still need to put a little bit more into his bowling. It doesn't look like he's put in that effort. He actually turns the ball, which is very good because I see him turn a few yesterday, but a little bit more energy into his bowling will even make him better. You know, I'm not seeing that energy from an off spinner, that, you know, that spin, that bounce and that goal. I'm not seeing that as yet. But as the day goes on, it's the first time I'm seeing him yesterday, so I'm going to look at him today to see what the energy would be like.
Here's the off spinner to the left-handed Jeremiah, who's on the front foot early. And this one comes off the outer portion of the bat, goes behind point. Fielding done by Nkrumah Bonner. And the ball tossed back to the bowler. There's long off in place. It is long on for the right-handed Sunil Ambrose, long off for Jeremiah. As Salmon comes in once more. And again, he's on the front foot, almost overbalancing. You can see him almost make a hop after playing that delivery. There's a short cover. There's extra cover. He's inside the circle. There's a deep backward square in front of the historic Kingston Cricket Club as Pete Salmon comes in and delivers this one. And again, onto the front foot. A quite quiet over to start the day's play. Only a single off it coming off the bat of Sunil Ambrose. And the bowling figures, as you can see there, 2 wicket takers. Abhijay Mansingh, he has taken 1 for 33 from his allotment of overs. Pete Salmon just completing his 14th over, 1 for 39, and the score 158 for the loss of 2.
Something that I'm looking at here is that both teams bat 41 overs yesterday, and the Jamaica Scorpions scored 20 boundaries, well, 24s yesterday, and the Windward Island Volcano scoring 25 with 1 6 and 4 6s from the Jamaican Scorpions. When I analyze this, it just shows that it's not a big difference. But what happened is that Windward Island Volcanoes, they're scoring off good deliveries as well. Yesterday, the Scorpion wasn't really scoring off those good deliveries. They were just blocking them. But then it shows, not trying to take away anything from the Volcanoes, but it shows the errors that they were hitting and the consistency in which they were bowling with. So today, in terms of bowling, Jamaica need to be a lot more consistent than they were yesterday to try even claw back anything into their hands.
It will be Markina Mindley to start proceedings from this. Courtney Walsh in the right arm seam bowler is over the wicket to bowl to Ambrose, who gets a back of the length delivery and pushes it into the onside. What do you make of the field here from Jermaine Blackwood? The second over of the day, the first over from the seam bowler, a solitary slip. He's there at slip. There's a deep backward point. There's an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and there's a short mid-wicket. He's about 1, 2, 3 pitches away from the batsman. There's also another mid-wicket inside the circle, forward square, and a man at long leg.
But clearly he's asking McKinnon Minley to hit that area to the stumps.
This one gets the outside edge and bounces in front of Jermaine Blackwood. And the edge found early. The second delivery from Markina Mindley, but not carrying. What does that tell you, Keswick Williams?
Well, yesterday I was having a conversation with my co-commentator, and I was saying that Sunil Ambrose usually he doesn't get cross enough, and then that caused him to kind of push his bat out. So he's stabbing up the ball when it's pitched outside the line of off stump, fifth stump, fourth stump. He sort of stab at the ball. So what happens there is that he's not getting cross enough, as you can see him showing there with his hands. Just hands us to leave his body a bit too early, so he's not getting across enough. So something I think he needs to work on, but he's scoring runs with that sort of issue. So
Here's Mindley again, another delivery, back of a length this time, a little bit shorter, and Ambrose was able to come back on the back foot and ease it behind point and go through for a single. As you can see there with the ball falling short previously, Jermaine Blackwood had slipped. The captain has taken maybe 1 or 2 steps forward, maybe get himself in a position to see if the edge comes again, that it could carry. But again, I saw what you're saying. I see what you're saying, and having seen Sunil Ambrose over a period of time, generally stays leg side of the ball, and his hands follow it if it moves. That was a delivery round about 1 inch, 2 inches outside the line of the off stump. And as you said, his hands just went away from his body and the outside edge was found. But he's still there. He bats on and will be important for himself and the Windward Islands team that he stays there. And you spoke about Andrew Richardson. My memory serves me right. Andrew Richardson would have coached the Windward Islands at some point, took over from one Andre Coley, who is now the head coach of the West Indies Test team, both Jamaicans, and just switching roles. Here's Mindley this time around the wicket to the left-handed Jeremiah. A full delivery is on the front foot and defends. Bat and pad very close together. Looks very solid in defense. And I like the look of Jeremiah.
Yes, definitely. Last Super 50 in Trinidad, he came out, and the thing is, he has a plan. And he knows what he's about. He knows what he wants to achieve. He's working towards it. And I just think that this youngster is one that West Indies can keep an eye on, you know, because he's really talented. I think the transition that he's making from white ball to red ball is really good. So that shows the quality of the sort of player that he is. For the last 3 years or so, he's in top 3 in the Windward Island tournament in terms of runs. So that says a lot about him and his consistency.
Very consistent, and again, it's important the position that he bats, as he's able to stay there, not just to make runs but also bat time, because you probably end up in situations where you need to bat time. You need to allow your partners to build innings alongside you. Millie again around the wicket, and this time again very solid in defense on the back foot and plays it. And the second over comes to an end, the second over of day number 2. Now the end of it is 159 for the loss of 2. The Windward Islands team, which means that the scores, Keswick Williams, level. I look back through the Jamaica Scorpions, as we said before. Romain Mars actually plays his local cricket right here at Sabina Park. He plays for Kingston Cricket Club. So maybe the familiarity with the surface, familiarity with the surrounding helped him. And how disappointing was it, the way he got dismissed yesterday?
Yeah, I was very impressed when I saw him. The first 6 that he hit down the ground of Lewis, knowing that it was close to lunch. I was very surprised, but at the end of the day, it shows confidence of a player. You know what I mean? As long as it's in your area, you're going to play your shots. And he looked really good yesterday. It was just unfortunate that he got run out, but that's cricket for you. Sometimes the adrenaline just, you know, have the best of you.
And Ambrose again solid in defense. Do you enjoy playing here at Sabina Park? You would have played for the Jamaica Tallowers a number of years.
Definitely. I love playing here. It's like home to me. It's like home to me. I love playing at Sabina, the flutes, the noise when you walk out, and the people, you know, welcome me into Jamaica. I feel like I'm a little Jamaican as well. I was saying yesterday that I think I'm probably the best dancer here whenever I come to the shows. But at the end of the day, you know, the people here, they love their cricket, and it's always a pleasure to come here. There's so much history here in Jamaica, as I mentioned yesterday. So I would love to play for the Tallowers again. Well,
I will ask you, as this one is tickled down towards fine leg, it should run into the boundary, and it gets there now to that fine leg boundary. So the first 4 of day number 2 comes off the bat of Sunil Ambrose, angling down the leg side, the off spin, and just tickled it, just helped it on its way, really. And it's 4 runs to the total. They lead now by 4, the Volcanoes.
Well, yeah, that's an easy picking for a batter like Sunil Ambrose. Anything down the leg side should be easy picking at this level. Got to be a bit more consistent than that, Pete.
And this one a half-hearted appeal. And Jacqueline Williams, a quick shake of the head. Back to what you were saying. I know that you were a very good wicket taker for the Tallowers. Not so sure about the dancing. And leave Kimberly Forbes to judge that a little bit later on.
Well, I'll tell you something. I was rated for my dancing here as well.
Here's Pete trying to make Sunil Ambrose dance. Not on that occasion. Another over comes to an end. That's a third over completed. It's 163 for the loss of 2 wickets. The Volcanoes having dismissed the Jamaica Scorpions for 159. A very disappointing batting display for the Jamaica Scorpions. It seemed like we're seeing that year after year after year, and you're wondering, when will it change? It has changed in the past few years for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, most definitely. And it's always good to see, you want to see a competitive regional tournament, don't you?
For the sake of cricket and the development of cricket in the Caribbean, you would want to see good cricket. But for the last couple of years, for some reason, Jamaica first-class cricket, or cricket itself, is sort of declining. And it's something that the Jamaica cricket needs to pay close attention to. Windwards, on the other hand, they have been improving. Last year, they came second. They didn't lose any game at all. But first game, they looked in control. Let's see if they can continue.
Yeah, I'll ask you how the dynamic works, because you're talking about, if it's Jamaica, you're talking about Jamaicans. It's one island. As Marquina Minley comes in around the wicket again, this one back of a length, squeezed towards the man in front of square, and there is no run. For these players who are coming from different territories, how does it work? What's the dynamic like?
Well, it's a bit more difficult. The culture is somewhat similar. You know, guys come from St. Lucia, Dominica, Grenada. But the fact that we have the Windward Island tournament, it keeps us together, you know, and then a lot of guys fly over to play the best of best and stuff like that. So because we're small islands and we're pretty close, it's somewhat like a family. So a lot of these guys, the connection is always there. They're like a family. They stick together. So this team has been building for some years now, as Umpire Bratt would call no ball from Minley.
Maybe just trying to put
a couple of no balls were bowled yesterday as well.
Yeah, it's surprising. And then again, it comes back to, you know, the period of time that they weren't playing cricket. I know between the Super 50 and now, for the Jamaicans, there haven't been a lot of tournaments for them to play in. Maybe some Ross. As Minley had an unfortunate situation, as this is defended, got his, what I would think was, for any cricketer in the West Indies, you want to represent the West Indies. You want to play international cricket, and was called in, I believe, for the tour of Australia, and went there and just broke down. Just didn't happen for him. And it's very disappointing, because he's someone who works very hard.
And that's the disappointing thing about it. I mean, something like that, people would always say, oh, he's injury prone, or he's always injured. But at the end of the day, this is a young man that works on his cricket. This is a young man that works pretty hard. Both franchises here, actually, probably the two fittest franchises throughout the franchise system in the Caribbean. Windward Islands, they train 5 days a week. The Jamaicans, they're just naturally strong and fit athletes. You understand? Especially, you know, that Jamaica is famous for running. You know, I think I'm a bit faster than a few of them, but at the end of the day, they're famous for their running. And these teams came last in the Super 50 tournament. So it's not about fitness. So it must have to do with something regarding skills. You know, so, but Windwards, they have been improving in their first-class cricket, but Jamaica, on the other hand, they have been declining, and not just in 4-day cricket, also in listed cricket as well. And when you look at the players that they have in the listed cricket, it surprises you, because then there's Rovman, there's Fabian Allen, there's the Brendan King, there's the Andrew McCarthy, who I think did usually do a pretty good job for the Jamaica team. He's getting a bit older now, but at the end of the day, you still need that experience, you know. And these guys, they come together, and you don't know what the problem is.
Marquina Minley getting some shape here, away from the right hander. A quick single taken, a run out at the, well, I almost said the bowler's end or the wicket keeper's end, but in the end, he almost took out Sunil Ambrose, and the ball went nowhere.
Concussion.
As we look back at it, it was pushed down towards that mid-on position. The fielder came around, looks to be Durfell Green, almost decapitated Sunil Ambrose.
I'm sure it's nothing serious. They're very good friends.
I hope so. Looks as if anything, the dive from Sunil Ambrose trying to, you know, evade that throw from Derval Green. Might have done him worst off. Looks to be okay. Keenan Mittens, as I said, was getting some shape away from the right-hander, from over the wicket. Sure what he will do to the left-handed Jeremiah here. Wider at the crease. And again, a delivery that pitches and almost moving away from the left-hander this time and gets behind it and defends it well as the over comes to an end. And the score 166 for the loss of 2. They're going at 3.70 runs per over. And off air, Keswick, we were discussing the importance of the first hour of this second day. And so far as we look towards the stands here, I'm seeing a gentleman with cap on and glasses. That's Coach Carl. And there are some boys there from Norman Manley High School, not too far from here. A school named after former Prime Minister here in Jamaica. So good to see the youngsters coming out and watching cricket. And I know Coach Carl is someone who is a student of the game and always wants his kids to continue to watch the game. They're not doing well at the moment in terms of the under-19 high school competition, but good to see them either way. A couple years ago, they would have done well, produced someone like Horace Miller, very good wicket keeper, played for Jamaica, and somehow is just went through a difficult period. And someone who much was expected from as Pete Salmon continues this one. Pete Salmon actually went to Innswood High School, and that's in St. Catherine. It's actually behind Shedwin Park, where the game yesterday, the opening day, was called off because of a wet outfield. So Pete Salmon went to Innswood High School, close to Shedwin Park. He plays his cricket there for St. Catherine CC. Carlos Brown also plays for St. Catherine CC. So a lot of these players are players who would have, played alongside each other at the club level, played against each other in the Jamaica Senior Cup competition. Pete Salmon again was this one actually played against Pete Salmon at high school. Many persons don't believe. By persons, I mean Jerome Foster doesn't believe. He said that he played against Pete Salmon as well.
Well, I had a conversation with him yesterday about cricket.
I see where this is going.
It wasn't the best of cricket conversation, but it's a pleasure sitting next to him because he played a bit of cricket as well. It's always good to sit next to someone who plays some cricket. He didn't do much though.
It's Pete Salmon again, looking to do so. Would you describe it as almost, the discussion was almost like playing on a wet pitch. You don't know what to expect.
He did mention he was a keeper as well.
He was. A career that was cut short.
Very short. You're being nice.
A very good friend, Jerome Foster.
Good guy.
Very good. Very good journalist as well. Here's Pete Salmon over the wicket. And this one is again. He was pushed firmly to the man at short leg, Carlos Brown. And it's a similar situation. There was one off Johan Jeremiah yesterday. As you look back at it, here's on the front foot, pushed it firmly and came off his right boot. I saw him this morning actually having a conversation with Romain Marson, who was telling him how to stay low, and on that occasion, he was hoping that the lessons this morning would have paid off. But maybe a half chance, you think, Keswick?
Definitely a half chance. Sunil Lambert, you always find that the short leg is always in play when an off spinner is bowling and Sunil Lambert is at the crease, because he sort of play with the turn, which is not a bad thing. But the fact that he stabs at the ball, there's always a chance for the guy at short leg. But you have to be good because he goes so hard at the ball, because that shot he always try to look for a single.
Just Jamaica Scorpions, for their sake, they would want the half chances to become full opportunities, because they really need a wicket here. This is starting to, I would think, become worrying for the Jamaica Scorpions. There's not much happening with the ball as Marquina Minley runs away from us again, and this time wide outside the line of the off stump. What do you make of it's almost, I heard the discussion yesterday, if it's a fly slip, is it a short third man, is it a goalie position? What really is it? It is a catching position. Roundabout in that V outside the off stump, behind the stump of Johan Jeremiah.
Well, to be honest with you, that position that Abijay Mansing is in is somewhat like a backward point. It's surely not a gully.
As this one,
Backward of point. Straight
short
to Abijay
delivery.
Mansing. Guess he likes his name.
I'm wondering if Jeremiah is listening to us. Let's hope that the next delivery doesn't push it to Abijay Mansing.
Well, the commentator's curse, isn't it?
It would be your curse. I won't claim
I'll
it.
tell you something. Yesterday, I sat here about 3 deliveries. I can remember. And as soon as I sat down, wickets. So I started to come into the commentary booth, and I'm standing.
From a Jamaican standpoint, I think we should sit, Keswick.
Definitely. They will need us sitting presently.
I tell you what, if we sit and there's a wicket, I guarantee we'll get loads of messages to say, tell Keswick not to stand up.
I'm sure the Jamaicans will want me to sit.
I think it's so strange, you know, the different nuances that goes into the game. Are you superstitious? He thinks about it.
I'm thinking about it.
Oh,
because
this one beats him outside the off stump.
Because I'm gonna tell you one thing, right? If I play a game in a certain vest or a skins or something, and I did very well in it, just me, that's not gonna get washed. If I get some licks in it, like the night when Chadwick destroyed me here in Jamaica, my very good friend, I had to change that vest. I didn't know. I actually threw it away. I didn't want to use it again.
I look there at, that's Michael Clark. It's a famous name. This is around the wicket. It's Minley, this time wide outside the off stump, and the ball almost dying before getting through to the wicket keeper. You saw a shot there on screen of Michael Clark. He's a national junior representative, plays under 19 cricket for Jamaica. The name there he is. Plays for Excelsior High School, and that's a school that Chris Gale went to. Courtney Walsh went to Excelsior High School as well. Played an outstanding innings in the high school T20 competition last year, right here at Sabina Park. Brutal, I'll tell you, Michael Clark. As Millie rocks him on the pad, but very high, maybe angling down the leg side as well. Pretty eventful over comes to an end. That's 47 completed. It's 166 for 2.
I have a question for you. I'm going to ask you. What is it like here at school cricket? What is it like here in Jamaica?
Well, it has seen better days. I'll put it that way, because at the moment there are a lot of secondary schools or high schools in Jamaica no longer playing cricket. If you look towards the western end of the island, and it's surprising because there are a number of players here now playing for the Jamaica Scorpions team or from the western end of Jamaica. And if you look towards the western end between parishes of St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, and Trelawney, you may be looking at about 10 schools across 5 parishes who play in the high school competition, which means that the numbers are dwindling. And if you take St. Elizabeth out of it, it's less. As this one is pushed firmly wide of the man off at mid-off. Comes around, that is Gordon Bryant, does the fielding and limits the batsman down to a single. So you want more high schools playing cricket. I think one of the issues is, and having done different interviews with the different schools and different associations, is the cost for cricket gear. And then you're also competing with track and field. As you know, we do well in track and field, football, netball, and these other sporting disciplines.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, boy.
Definitely with someone like Bolt, Johan Blake. Just a few names I would call, because in Jamaica you can't stop calling names when it comes to athletics.
That's very true.
Catch him.
This one is pushed in front, maybe a chance for a run out. And again, Wayward, and this time the ball hits Sunil Ambrose. And he was safely home. And it is an issue, because cricket is, regardless of what persons might say, it has been around for a very, very long time. And we've been successful from a Jamaican standpoint in cricket and from a West Indies standpoint. But now, maybe youngsters moving away from cricket because of the length of the game. It's Pete Salmon, this one driven firmly. Can't beat Derval Green at short extra cover.
Something else that will sort of affect cricket here as well is the fact that now the Jamaica Tallowers has moved to Antigua. So there will be no more Jamaica Tallowers here. So that in itself might sort of change things in a way.
Catch him, number
That's a delivery that's defended. And the thing about it, if you look at over the last, year, 2023, not bidding to host games in the T20 World Cup, losing the Jamaica Tallowers franchise, cricket really took a hit in 2023. Again, this one defended. It has started well for 2024 in the sense that we now have regional cricket back. It's the first time we're having regional 4-day cricket here, regional cricket here in Jamaica, since back in 2020, around about March 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic hit the world. So it's good to have games back in Jamaica. And it's not just one game. Game is being played at Shedwin Park now. So it's more about getting more cricket, getting persons. And we alluded earlier to the kids from Norman Manley High School. It's about getting these kids to come back to Sabina Park to watch cricket, watch international cricket when we do have it, to watch regional cricket when they are able to get cricket back in the communities. And talking about cricket in the communities, Kimberly Forbes is someone who works at the Social Development Commission, who is, the biggest T20 competition in Jamaica. They are the organizers of that. And they have
the SDC.
SDC. When you play in it, Keswick?
I've never played in SDC, but I've heard guys like Andrew Russell and Kenna Lewis, Rodman Powell, and these guys talk about SDC.
As this one gets the outside edge, thick edge, didn't carry in between the man at slip and the man at gully and runs into the boundary for 4, just feeling for that one, Ewan Jeremiah, but played it well, soft hands, and a boundary for him, a boundary to the total as well.
All intentions to get it there as well. Opening up the face, got it down to the boundary. First boundary for him for the morning.
It moves up to
on
72. And the thing about it, Keswick, that it's important that you mentioned that. And with the growth of cricket, so you mentioned Andre Russell, who plays. You look at someone like Kennar Lewis, who plays in the SDC. Jermaine Blackwood plays in the SDC. Rothman Powell probably comes back and plays some T20 cricket here in Jamaica. As this one is angled into the left-hander, works it down towards fine leg. The issue is that when they do play for Andre Russell, for instance, or Rothman Powell for St. Catherine CC in a T20 tournament, or they play in the T10 here, is that persons will come out to watch Andre Russell in a T10 or in a T20 competition. But because they're absent from the 4-day team, persons are going to come out to see who is the next big name, because that is how sports go. You want to come out to see Andre Russell, how he would play. And because the team is almost void of, I don't want to say big names, because someone like Jermaine Blackwood would have played Test cricket, and Nkrumah Bonner as well. This one is defended, no run. But with the absence of those players, there's no one that you can, let's say, market the 4-day competition around here in Jamaica, and that is causing a problem as it relates to getting these kids to come and watch these games. And not just kids, but also persons around to come and watch these games.
Well, it's not just a 4-day, it's also the Super 50. I was at the Super 50 and we only had a crowd in when Trinidad is playing, so you can see the support from the Trinidadians when the Red Force is playing. But when the other teams are playing, you're not getting that crowd that you will normally get as Sonny Lambis comes forward and just guide that one down to short third man. And Nkrumah Bonner retrieving. I wouldn't be surprised if he bowls today.
I wouldn't be surprised either. And the other aspect of it, as we look at Nkrumah Bonner here, is that you look at someone like O.J. Shields, who is not playing, fast bowler, who I understand has been bowling very fast during training sessions, but has a little niggle and not available to play this game. He's someone, given what, happened in Australia, as he's around the wicket this time and defended nicely. Shamar Joseph, and the kind of thrill that you get from seeing someone running in, bowling fast, and to give West Indies that historic win. O.J. Shields and the pace that he poses, someone that you can market the 4-day competition around, but him not playing and maybe no initiatives being taken to let's try to do that, is again something that we would have to look on as a collective in the Caribbean and not just Jamaica. How do we market cricket? How do we market our players?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The West Indies cricket president, Mr. Shallow, he's one that can market cricket, knows how to market cricket, and he's very, very confident when it comes to bringing back life into cricket, into the Caribbean, and I trust that he will. He's one of those guys that as long as he says something is going to happen or he's going to do something, he's one that's going to put himself out there to make it happen. So that's one plus that we have there. In terms of the fast bowling arena, we have Shamal Joseph. Yes, we saw him in Australia. And you mentioned O.J. Shields. Yesterday, I saw him warming up, and I had to ask the coach, who is this guy? Because what I saw from him bowling in the warm-ups, I was like, why is he not playing? And then he did mention, the coach, Andrew Richardson, did mention he have a little bit of a niggle, and he don't want to rush him back into playing, so he's giving him this break. Then we would see him sometime in this tournament, and he's one of the West Indies. So look at that, there's a shout from Salman.
That sounded a little bit woody. Came off the inside edge.
She was unmoved.
Yeah.
I mentioned she's a Williams, and she's good at what she does.
I'm waiting for the brown to appear. Here's Pete Zaman once more. And again, this one hits high in the bat. Still no run.
So speaking about O.J. Shields, I know he's not playing today, but speaking about O.J. Shields, what club does he play for here in Jamaica, and what is he like as a player and a fast bowler? Because I don't know a lot about him, and the people would like to know.
As this one is hit aerial. Oh, no chance. That could go all the way. It has. What a shot that was from Sunil Ambrose. Almost inside out. A delivery tossed up by Pete Salmon. And just gave it the treatment. Just a nice chip down the ground. And it shows that he's seeing it very big here.
Such a good player. Just need to put some runs under his belt for his team. Really good shot. Just giving himself a little bit of room and just chipped it. Not a lot of power, just timing really. Over the man at mid-off. Captain Blackwood just signaling to him, we're not going to put you back. Let him do it again. And knowing Sunil Ambrose, he's a type that will say, I'm going to do it again.
Let's see. It's a big delivery in the over. And it's defended. And I'll get some assistance from Jerome Foster. I believe he plays for St. Anne, which is one of the northern parishes. I remember a few years ago, if my memory serves me right, as we look at Nikita Miller, the assistant coach of the Jamaica Scorpions team, and he played for CCC. He also usually plays for GC Foster College, attended GC Foster College, and has a calm demeanor. I've interviewed him before, O.J. Shields, and he's very calm. He understands what it is that he wants to do. And he has certainly developed even more. And good to see him around the national team. Has had his spells with injuries. And in the last maybe 2 or 3 years being back in the national setup is always good to see. And we're hoping that we can get the fast bowlers back into the national team. We'll look at someone like, as again, this one is defended, Ryan Edwards, who's a left-arm seamer. He's on the 19 cricket for us, plays on the 19 cricket for the West Indies. Deshane, I believe is Bernard. Deshane James, another fast bowler. A few years ago, Andel Gordon was another left-arm seamer, young left-arm seamer who you hope that they would eventually develop and start. And these are players who are in and around the national setup. Kari Campbell is another name that comes to mind, someone who was around the Jamaica Scorpion setup as well. Shalom Parnell is not express pace. He's good enough left-arm seamers. And I was speaking to my very good friend Kerry Scott, who is, the treasurer, as we look at the top of the Kingston Cricket Club, who has seen better days. I remember the discussion yesterday between yourself and Jerome Foster, but historic Kingston Cricket Club. I was speaking to Kerry Scott, and he was talking about the number of fast bowlers who are coming through. And I was saying to him that I just think this Jamaica Scorpions team, we need a left-arm seamer in this team to give it that kind of variation. And we do have some left-arm seamers coming through, but it will take some time.
It will, definitely. And what you mentioned CCC earlier in what you were saying, and I like the fact that CCC is back into 4-day. Because what I realized over the years, what happened is that as soon as the under 19 stage of cricket is over for an individual, they sort of get lost. And then you see them back on the scene at 23, 24. So they lost at least about 3 years or so of first-class cricket, or even, let's just say, professional cricket at this level. So what CCC and the implementation of the West Indies Academy team did, it sort of bridged that gap. So guys who can't get on to their first-class team or their whatever franchise here in the Caribbean, they can play for CCC and they can play for the West Indies Academy, which was a really, really good move by then again, Dr. Kishore Shalon, the director of West Indies Cricket, Miles Bascom. So these guys came together and they said, listen, we lost these guys whenever they finish at the under 19 level. We need to find something, somewhere to get these guys to continue play their cricket. And there we saw Isaiah Thorne, who played for CCC in the Super 50 tournament, someone that we can look at the fact that we're speaking about fast bowling, someone we can look at in the future when it comes to fast bowling. Young, talented, and has some pace.
It's Mindy again, short delivery, and just bobs and weaves out of the way there, Johan Jeremiah. And as I will take my leave after this over Keswick, when you look at it, I take what you're saying with CCC, the West Indies Emerging Academy, being involved in this is also, I think, something very significant, very important. And not only that, but I remember a few years ago where we had some overseas county teams playing in a regional competition. This one is angled down the leg side.
As you can see, a while ago, the West Indies head coaches over there at the Michael Holding end, sitting with a few friends out of Jamaica. Good to see him here, creating history down there in Australia. And Jacoli had a chance to work with him. He was also Windward Island Volcanoes head coach.
For a couple of years.
A guy that knows how to motivate players. And that's what you want as a head coach. You want to be able to motivate your guys. Let them know that they're Superman.
Another short delivery that is easily worked into the onside.
I can remember a couple of years in CPL. We were coached by Paul Nixon. And every single player, Coach Nixon said, listen, you're this superhero or you're that superhero. So everybody know that Chris Gayle was Russell was a Superman and Chris Gayle was the Hulk. You know, and he gave me a name. It was Mr. Strange. I was a strict trickster, you know. So I took that on and I enjoyed it.
As the over comes to an end, I'll ask you this as I take my leave. I remember, if my memory serves me well, there was a year in CPL where you had some issues with no ball. I believe Paul Nixon was the coach at that time. And I remember coming here to Sabina Park, and it was an extended session that he had with you. What kind of person is he? How did he help you through that difficult period?
I'll tell you what, Paul Nixon is a genuine motivator. He makes you think as a player, listen, I'm Superman and I can do this. Also to Donovan Miller.
There's Ajay Shields.
That's Mr. Shields.
Yeah.
Also Donovan Miller, he's from here, but he works in England. I think he's with Essex.
Yeah.
He was the fast bowling coach around that time. And obviously, from South Africa, we had Dale Steyn there as well.
Yeah.
A legendary fast bowler. So I had all those guys to work with. And Nixon and McLean had me there doing, Paul Nixon, had me there doing a lot of work in terms of no balls and stuff like that. Obviously, it didn't disappear from me immediately, but the work that he put in one-on-one shows how much of a determined coach he is to get his players to a standard where they can play and not worry about anything at all.
It was great talking with you, Keswick. Pete Salmon will continue, but I won't, as Jerome Foster will take over.
Good morning to all our viewers and listeners as well. As Pete Salmon bowls to Sunil Lambris. Good morning to you, Keswick.
Good morning to you, Mr. Foster.
Great to be here with you again. I just want to continue on that discussion with Renardo about having coaches who are great motivators. There's someone to Ambris. And based on what I picked up from the Australia series is that almost all the players had the same line in their bios. Be the light bulb, be the shining star. And I was wondering if it came from the coaching staff at the time, as Ambrice is clipping that one, and there's a loud appeal, and Jackie Williams says yes.
Told you.
Ambrice is disappointed, but we're going to see the replay if it's only pad. But Mansingh took the catch at leg slip, and Pete Salmon gets a breakthrough. Let's see. Oh no. Nobody involved there. You can see why Ambrice is upset. And the Scorpions, they have gotten a lucky break.
Disappointing way to go there. But you know what happened? You walked into the commentary box.
I brought the luck. So Ambrice goes for 45 from 75 deliveries. And the Volcanoes leading by 21. They are 180 for 3 as Tevin Walcott makes his way out. But that ball spun.
Definitely. As I mentioned yesterday, he's spinning the ball. And the thing is, goes back to this pitch. The consistency in bounce. From yesterday, today, it's still doing the same thing. Which means it's a good pitch. So there's no demons in the wicket. So batters really have no excuse. But Pete Salmon, very good delivery. He's actually spinning it, and the wicket is giving some assistance to the fast bowlers as well. So it's a good pitch for cricket.
Indeed. And I was watching the first half an hour or so. I realized that the Scorpions have conceded that this is going to be a flatty for today, because they have now started to set fields that recognize straight bowling. So you had 2 catchers at mid-wicket for the Pacers and 1 slip. A wide slip, which tells you there's not much pace in the wicket as well. So it's going to be a long day for the Scorpions once the Volcanoes batters can consolidate and get themselves in a strong position. As Tevin Walcott makes his way out to the crease. Jeremiah, he's added 7 runs this morning to his 66. And the Volcanoes, they lead by 21. And that is the most important part of the discussion for the day. How much of a lead can they manufacture against the Scorpions bowling? As Walcott drives positively. And Pete picks up his 2nd wicket. 2 for 51. A fortuitous wicket though.
I'll tell you something first, sir. They're a bit better in terms of their line and their length. The consistency this morning is a lot better. They're hitting the errors more, which is something they have to do if they want to sort of claw this game back into their hands.
Indeed. And it's been what? Only 24 runs added this morning? Well, 23, because it's 180. And that's in 10.3 overs. They batted 41 overs yesterday. Walcott is halfway forward. He's thinking about a single. And they won't get that. And the over is completed. A successful over for Pete Salmon. And the Jamaica Scorpions, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are 180 for 3.
Disappointing way to go for Sunil Ambrice. See him leaving with his head down. Anybody would be disappointed at that time, but the Jamaica Scorpions, they're happy. Early in-rolls this morning. How much they would love to get a few more wickets as Gordon takes over from Minley.
Yeah. Gordon Bryan, fast bowler, soldier man. He was decent yesterday, but he really didn't give a lot of problems. He created an opportunity against Jeremiah with a short delivery which ballooned over the slip. And Nkrumah Bonner couldn't get a hold of it. I have a couple of updates to give.
He's one of those bowlers as well that that I asked about, and I was told by a few of his players and the coach that he's probably one of those better bowlers in the team. He swings the ball. His errors are usually good, but yesterday was just an off day for him, I was told. So I'm expecting to see a lot more from Gordon in today's play.
Yeah, he normally gets the ball to shape away from the left-handers. He's Foley gets driven through the covers. There's deep point coming around, and that seems to be someone. And 2 runs to Jeremiah. Confident looking shot there. Overpitched. Not the best of starts for Gordon Bryan. And takes the score up to 182 for 3. So play has actually started in Spanish Town, Chedwin Park. Barbados Pride, they are 29 for 1 after 14.1 overs. The West Indies Academy, I don't think play has restarted because this is where they left yesterday. They have taken lunch actually at 60 for 2 in response to 137 for 2. Jeremiah squeezes that one out into the offside for an easy single. Well, I don't think there has been any play as well in Connery because it's the same score between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's been raining 215 for 4. But Keswick, there's also another game that is of interest, is that the Australian under-19 team, they're into the final. They were chasing 180 to beat Pakistan. They were 146 for 4. They got to a stage where they were 177 for 9. And they just got over the line. They just a second ago. So they won by a wicket.
Well,
so they will play India in the final.
Well, that's cricket for you.
Yeah.
Another India-Australia finals
In white ball cricket.
in white ball cricket.
Yeah. Well,
It shows
come to
that
think of it,
these
they were also in the World Test Championship final as well.
it shows that these teams' structure is a bit different than the rest of the world. If they're always into the finals, they're always into the playoff.
They're doing something
Which means
good.
they have a proper structure for their players going in from the under 19 level to the international level.
That's a very good point. That tells you that their system works. Regardless of who plays, whichever age group, they're always at the top of the pile, or they're pushing to get to the top. And that's probably something that we here in the region can look at, examine and study. Obviously, we don't have the same amount of resources. India has 1 billion people. Australia is a continent to themselves.
Looking at the India team, I think they can have 2 ODI teams.
Easily. I think I was going to say something else as Gordon Bryan short to Tevin Walcott, and that was aerial for a while. Didn't carry to Chadwick Walton. And the Scorpions, as Keswick mentioned earlier, have been disciplined this morning. They have hit their areas. The captain spoke to me yesterday and he said that they bowled 2 sides of the wicket in search of those wickets because of the small score. So they felt as if they allowed the Volcanoes batters to get away too easily. And this morning you can see the difference in the approach. Straighter fields, straighter lines, and more consistency as well from the bowling unit.
And I think that was something that they should have done yesterday. Not rushing it. Just hit their areas, top of off stump, just outside of some sort of fourth stump line, sorry. They just need to be a bit more consistent in the lines and length. Something that the Volcanoes did pretty well yesterday over an extended period.
I think there was only one phase yesterday where you felt as if the Volcanoes got ahead of themselves, and it was when John was searching for that 5th wicket.
For that 5th wicket, and Pete Salmon took a liking to him for a couple of balls or a couple of overs.
Full from Brian, and you would say good leave in the end, as we will look at the replay to see how close it was. But normally once it doesn't hit the stumps, you say good leave. But all hands were on heads from the Scorpions men behind the stumps. It looked close from here, but Walcott survives, and that brings an end to the over. We'll see the replay here. And Brian, yeah, it was a good leave. He was well away.
I could remember playing a first-class game, and Kevin McLean was bowling, and it was just all oohs and ahs. And when he got off the field, the legend Courtney Ambrose, listen, oohs and ahs don't get wickets.
They don't count.
Get me closer.
Yeah.
Love the legendary Curtly Ambrose.
Yeah.
Love him to bits.
Kevin McLean was part of that initial set of players at the HPC.
Yes.
Good talented fast bowler.
One of those swing bowlers.
Played
It's actually really quick as well. Injuries plagued him a bit.
Real. Was well talked about in the region at the time. As Jeremiah waits on someone. Taps it into the offside. The score remains at 183 for 3. So they've lost a wicket this morning. The Volcanoes added 26 runs in 12.1 overs. So they're scoring at just over 2 runs and over. Yesterday it was completely different. At times they were scoring close to 5 runs and over. So the Scorpions playing patience cricket now and respecting the conditions. And it must be the same from the Volcanoes as that one bounced and turned. And it's a rare occurrence now for an off spinner to be bowling over the wicket to a left-hander.
Spinning away.
We've seen a new approach in international and regional cricket. It takes the edge, bounces short in front of Jermaine Blackwood. And a reprieve there for
Another
Jeremiah.
half chance. Another half chance again. I don't know, the Jamaicans are not getting down.
Takes the edge again, and it's dropped this time. That was the moment.
They're not
Blackwood,
getting down fast enough. I don't know. Come on, get down, Blackwood.
let's see if it carried this time. I think so.
You have to turn these half chances into full chances.
I think so.
You can hear him in the stump mic.
We
That's
can't-
something that we can say.
Yeah, we're not supposed to
from
repeat
here.
those. That was,
Jamaican twang.
yeah. Someone again. He cuts him away, flays his bat, and gets his 4. He was inching for the moment, Jeremiah. That was short. And it's almost as if someone lost his patience there. Fired that one in, but it fired off the blade and into the boundary for 4. 77 now for Johan Jeremiah, and takes the score to 187 for 3.
Patience would be the game or the name for today.
Yeah.
Being able to stay patient. Don't get lazy
Don't get greedy.
and don't get greedy.
Yeah.
Being patient.
It was in the context of the game, you'd want to take that chance. A big moment. I don't know if we can take a look at it again during this over, seeing that it's going to be a Pacers over. We could really see if it really went to hand or if it was just short. But the reaction from the men around the bat suggested that it went to hand. And we'll see. No, that's not the one. That was the boundary. But we'll get a chance to see it after this delivery from Gordon Bryan. 14 in his back and charges into Walcott. That's sliding down the leg side. I think the Scorpions get that feeling now that they can prize another one out just before, not just lunch, but drinks. And we take a look now. And K's eyes are better than mine. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's a half chance.
Yeah.
You definitely have to take those. And the thing is, Blackwood is a short guy as well. So you should be able to get down there.
Yeah. And he took an extra step forward as well prior to that delivery. Short and guided to second slip where Abhijay Man Singh pulled out the dive to stop it from going to the boundary. And the score remains at 187 for 3. And so you hear the sounds of the wicketkeeper saying no room, suggesting to Brian that he was a little bit too wide. And you see the operation of the Scorpions so far, a pacer and a spinner in tandem. Is that a surprise to you?
Not really. You have a left-hander who's batting pretty well. Who's batting pretty well on 80. So you would have your wicket taker in Pete Salmon bowling from that end, ball spinning away from the left-hander. Gives you more chance to create that opportunity of picking up a wicket. Because they definitely need wickets today. The Volcanoes would try to, or should try to bat out for the day. What would put them in a better position is them declaring and not getting bowled out. Probably giving them a lead of at least 130 minimum or so.
And this one takes the edge of Walcott. He's squared up. It's flying down to third man. Blackwood is quick and very quick enough to stop it from going to the boundary. They're thinking about a third. I would advise not to. They didn't. And the score goes up to 189 for 3. And prior to the commentary stint starting today, you were saying that I think the first objective for the Volcanoes is batting out the day, which would set up the game for them.
Definitely. They would want to do that. Batting out the day's play and trying to declare at the end of the day. Getting bowled out will not be something that they would want, at least declaring and giving Jamaica at least 130 minimum lead.
Straight again from Gordon Bryan, and there's no run.
But Gordon have been finding the edge of Walcott bat ever so often. That's the second time in this over.
Yeah.
So I was told that he's one of those players that usually work the edges of batters. So one of those favorite bowlers here in Jamaica.
He works hard, Gordon Bryan.
He's also in the army, I think.
Yeah. He wasn't really one of those players who came through the youth setup. He really burst onto the scene in senior cup cricket and the community cricket leagues. And he rushes Walcott, who is late on that one, stabs it down to second slip, where Man Singh does the fielding, and the score remains at 190 for 3 at the end of over number 55. And the 130 lead is just theoretically what you would want. But importantly, batting time and wearing down the surface as well, I would assume would also be a part of the conversations. And that looks to be, I would have to see the face again. I didn't see the, oh, that's a player from England. He's part of the Scorpions setup. I'll get the name shortly, but he has been training with the team throughout the period. I think he plays for the Essex second division team. The name slips me now, but that's who he is. I'll get the name shortly. Yeah.
Well, welcome to Jamaica, mate.
He actually played in a couple of the warm-up matches as well.
He would prefer to be in Jamaica now than in England.
Absolutely. It's probably -7. Jeremiah goes for a swing. There's a loud appeal, but there's obviously no chance of a LBW there because the ball pitched outside the leg stump. And that's a rule in cricket that you should not be given out. Not that you can't be, but you should not be.
As I mentioned yesterday, he's the type he likes to sweep the ball. So anything outside the line of leg stump that is full to him, he would look to sweep it. Good sweep off the ball. Generally a good batter to spin. But an off spinner ball into him will create more chances of, or more opportunity of getting him out.
I think that's what people in the Caribbean would want to hear, because it has been our kryptonite in cricket so for a long time, not just in this era. But spin has been very difficult for Caribbean players. Not many master the art.
Which leads me to think, in the Super 50, I was having the discussion with the ex-West Indies player, and I was saying, why are we having issues with spin bowling when the wicket is really conducive to spin bowling? Yeah. So which means we'll get more spin. So when you look at the Super 50 tournament, the percentage of spin bowling is way higher than the fast bowling. So it leaves you to wonder, why are we not good at spin when most of these games is being spin dominated and the wickets are really docile tracks? So it leaves you to think, why are we not as good at spin?
Jeremiah, there's a loud appeal. Umpire says not out. And that, I thought that was a stumping chance, to be quite honest. But it was more of a appeal for a catch at the wicket. I will answer Keswick in a short time. You know, it wasn't a stumping chance either. His foot was grounded. His back foot, that was. But I think the problem with spin for us as Caribbean players is that it's the aggressive nature of our batting. So there's a reluctance to respect the art or the skill set of spinners. So we think it's bashing them out of the attack to get them away rather than doing the simple things. Like whenever I watch, for example, I watch Steve Smith here play the West Indies, and he made 199, I think. And Veerasamy Pramod was batting. What he did well was that the first two deliveries in every over, he would get a boundary of Versami Pramal, but he didn't continuously try to bash Versami Pramal out of the attack. He would get that 1 and that 2 and that 3, and by the end of 5 overs, Pramal conceded like 35-40, but at no point did he take any massive risks. I think our batters, they're just inclined to smashing the ball, so it's harder for them to be deflecting. That is short, too short, very wide, and handed the treatment by Tevin Walcott, and it races into the boundary for another boundary for the Volcanoes and takes the score up to 193, a lead of 34.
He's one of those players that would play his shots because he's full of confidence and should actually play that shot because it was wide and it was given the treatment that it deserved. Gordon, just that first bad delivery in the over. He has been good all morning.
Yeah. And we see a change in the field as Nkrumah Bonner drops out to deep point. I wouldn't be doing that. Oh, that was close. Mightily close. He left that alone, Tevin Walcott. Another good leave, in theory, because it didn't hit the stumps. But I don't think he covered the stumps. It's just the extra bounce that saved him. Absolutely, that was close.
Is it a good leave or?
That would be a great leave.
Okay.
That would be a great leave.
But that's the sort of length and line that he need to be bowling. That first delivery, as I mentioned, was something that we haven't seen from him all morning. So he needs to be consistent around that line and length.
He goes hard again, and that's beaten. Indecisive there from Walcott. Not sure if he was supposed to go back or come forward. Ended up just hanging the bat at that delivery and beaten outside the off stump. The score remains at 193 for 3. So a good comeback from Gordon Bryant so far after conceding that boundary. His length has gotten a little bit fuller, but he's also gotten closer to the batter.
So I had conversations with a few guys yesterday from the Jamaica Scorpion team, and a lot of these guys mentioned how clinical it was yesterday from the Volcano bowlers in terms of the line and the length. I don't know, is either Tevin Walcott is a genius when it comes to leaving deliveries, or he's just getting lucky. But good leave by Tevin Walcott. I guess that he's just picking up the length really early. I know it will go over off stump, but Gordon, he's getting in the ball to shape back into Tevin Walcott, so he needs to be a bit more careful. Just a slight adjustment in terms of length from Gordon. If he can get it a little bit more fuller.
Yeah, get him playing some more. But he's trusting the bounce of the wicket is Walcott, hence he's leaving off length. He leaves off length again. And remember, Walcott is a Bajan, so he's probably used to more pace in his wickets.
Well, I can tell you something, though. This is a good pitch. If he's trusting the wicket in terms of the consistency in bounce, which means he trusts the wicket, which means he trusts it. So he's leaving, and he's leaving well. Every delivery Gordon has bowled so far, his hands is placed on his head.
Yeah, and that means he's asking enough questions. A good start. One bad delivery. He's into his 10th over, which will be the final over before drinks. Short, too short this time, and the man at deep point comes in. What do I know? Because he was pushed back for that. And that concludes over number 57 at 193 for 3. The Windward Islands Volcanoes. After they bowled out the Scorpions yesterday, 194 for 3. They bowled out the Scorpions yesterday for 159. So they have a lead of 35. And Keswick, before we take a break, just give us your impressions of the morning, the first hour of play, given that Sunil Lambris was dismissed for 45 by Pete Stamman, caught a leg slip by Abhijay Mansi.
Well, it wasn't bad. You could see a better performance in terms of the bowling for Scorpion. I mean, they bowled better lines, just a few bad deliveries here and there, but the lines and length has been a lot better. Pete Salmon this morning creating a little bit of problem, picking up the wicket of Sunil Lambris, but Gordon is showing his skills. First delivery, that last over was hit for 4, but he's showing his skills in terms of him being consistent and being patient there. So they just have to keep it there, and then something will happen for them. Yeah. That's what they have to do. Consistency today would determine how this game go in regards to Jamaica and they're bowling or even trying to claw back something into their hands.
Indeed. And we'll take a break, and until we have some action again after this drinks break, you'll hear more from us here at Sabina Park in this West Indies Championship match. So, so it's going to be Pete Salmon to continue. He has been bowling all morning, and he's into Tevin Walcott. And I think this is the moment for the Scorpions here, because Jeremiah hasn't been able to be on strike for a large portion of the morning. They've been focusing their attacks on Ambris with straight fields, and now Walcott is on strike. It's a new batter. He has faced, 20 deliveries now, as Kimberly Forbes joins me, and I will get her reactions to the morning's play so far. Walcott is back. Not the wisest thing to do, but someone is getting bounced so he can trust it. So someone halfway through over number 58 of the innings gets the outer half of the bat, and someone is someone who bowls long spells. From school days, he'll probably open the bowling in school, and then for club, he's the captain of St. Catherine CC now. He tends to bowl long spells, so this is not new to him. It's too short. Easy for Walcott to tap it into the offside, and the score remains at 194 for 3. One delivery to come in over number 58. And Jeremiah, 80 from 144. He's added 14 runs this morning. Someone quick, straight, turns it into the onside, does Walcott and gets off strike. And pleasantly done. And takes the score up to 195 for 3 to complete over number 58. Tevin Walcott up to 8. Johan Jeremiah, the overnight man, he's on 81. Oh, he's on 80, I beg your pardon. Kim, just a reflection on what you have seen so far this morning.
Good morning, Jerome. Yes, different approach from the Scorpions, different body language. They come out knowing that they're not going to give up runs easily this morning like they did yesterday. I must say the bowlers, they have been pretty tidy. Brian, in his run-up, once he find his groove, he already find his line and length. Watch the previous over from him, bowled 3 consecutive deliveries over the off stump, which the batsman, he leave alone. He thought that he would have gone onto the stump, but different approaches is right from Scorpions, but they need to try and produce a wicket even to get rid of Ambrose, to get in a new batsman. And Jeremiah, he have exercised patience from yesterday, even though he faced 144 deliveries. The aim of the game is to stay there and try and bat through the end of play. So it's a good game here from both teams this morning. Runs not coming in easy, let me say not boundaries, because they're trying to rotate the strike and pick up their 1s and 2s.
Yeah. Gordon Bryan again to Walcott, and he takes the edge. Flies past Mansingh, a second slip. Even a third slip if you'd like. It was deep. They set the trap wide outside the off stump, flashing blade, and Mansingh just couldn't get there.
And Brian can't believe it. Mansingh did not hold on to that. Looking at the reaction of Brian, he started to take off. Seems as if he wanted to go to Norman Manley International Airport, but Mansingh, he delayed the flight, could not hold on to it at all.
Yeah, just couldn't get a hand to it. Should have been taken. His reflexes were slow, but it was a big chance, a big moment. As we see a shot off the clouds, and as you hear the vuvuzelas in the background, it's a significant day for Jamaicans, a nomination day for local government candidates. So they're marching in the streets and getting ready to support whoever they're nominating for as candidate for their respective parties. But back on the field of play at Sabina Park, the slip cordon has been bolstered, and I thought that should have been done prior.
And talking about the slip there, Jerome, it's the second time they have missed a chance in the slip era, one by the captain himself, Blackwood, and this one by Mansingh. They have to try and take those chances and try to apply some pressure back on Volcanoes. Picking up another 2 or 3 wickets can put them in charge of the game.
The lead has swollen to 40. I think that is a critical area that must be monitored all day. How much of a lead can they get? How much is too much for the Scorpions to overhaul and then set a challenging score? Gordon Bryan, that's 2 straight, no fine leg. Retrieve that first slip because it's 4. And the 200 comes up for the Volcanoes. Bad line delivery there from Gordon Bryan. Striving for that in-swinger, that magical delivery to knock over Tevin Walcott, but way too straight and easy pickings for the right-hander. 203 for 3.
Yep, he played it well too, and gets it to the boundary, relieves some pressure off Tevin Walcott there. He's 16 now from 29 deliveries. The run rate is at 3.35 runs. The Volcanoes, they're at a lead of 44 runs. As Keswick said earlier, try and bat out the day's play and try to at least get 130. Well, I said 180 and try to put Scorpion in. Well,
I was trying to say to Keswick that if they bat the whole day, they're not going to have a lead of less than 200 because of the rate they're scoring. That's wide outside the off stump, too wide for Walcott to drive. He has been leaving balls on his stumps. I don't think he will be trusted or worried about those outside the off stump. Score remains at 2-3 for 3. One delivery to come in over number 59. Big chance missed in this over. An edge flying through the slips. And as we see, another change in the field. Now asking Gordon Bryant to bowl more on the stumps, because there has been a man placed at short mid-wicket and a straight mid-wicket, and there's now a deep backward square, and the second slip going to cover. Too wide and left alone to complete the 59th over. Good outing for the Volcanoes. 8 runs off it, 203 for 3. Yohan Jeremiah is 80, and Tevin Walcott is the man with him at the other end. He's on 16.
Well, the bowlers for the Scorpions, they have been pretty tidy. They have given away 5 extras, 4 no balls and a leg by. Well, made that 6.
That's a bad start to the morning's play. They have conceded 44 runs.
Working boys, keep working boys.
Well, it should be 46, because they started 157 for 2. 46 runs in 18 overs. Not bad. Jeremiah has all day to get those 20 runs to get a maiden first-class century. He's actually on his highest score in regional cricket. And now we see Jackie Williams telling Pete Salmon to get off the wicket, meaning he's going into the danger area. And this one is fast and flat, predominantly his trajectory. It's another dot delivery.
Looking at Pete from yesterday and this morning here, Jerome, he's back and better this morning, sticking closer to the batsman than he did yesterday, created a chance earlier.
Yeah, I heard Nikita Miller telling him not to rush it. That was just about 20 minutes into play, that the wicket will come once he stays patient and bowls the same area for a long time. And he said that he's doing great so far, just wait. He has gotten that 1 wicket so far, as we see him pass umpire Williams, and there's a cut from Jeremiah to Mackenzie, who is backward of point.
Which is true there, Jerome. You do what you have to do as a bowler. Let the batsman make the mistake, and then you can create a chance or a wicket. But bowling your line and then pitching where you are supposed to pitch. Then
there's a catch at the wicket. Carlos Brown with a sharp chance and a brilliant catch at short leg. Outstanding work. Jeremiah coming forward, poking at the delivery, and too much hands, and gave the chance to Carlos Brown. What a splendid catch that was. Outstanding work from the youngster. And the 4th wicket for the Scorpions. And Jeremiah has to go for 80. He makes that long, lonely walk back. A disappointing walk for a man who was 80.
Well, it's a long time for him at the crease, 80, and I must say, good comeback from Brown. He had a chance earlier, but did not take it. Well, he takes this one now, and the Scorpions, they feel relieved to get Jeremiah back into the dugout. And we're talking about bowling the right line and length and pitching where he's supposed to pitch, and let the batsman make the mistake and create those chances. Well, Salmon created that. Now he picked up 3 wickets of 56 runs in his 23 over. So Scorpion, they're looking to pick up another 2. They're just having a drink out there.
Yeah. That delivery from Pete Salmon, it wasn't as full as Jeremiah would like. It was short of a driving length, and he was too far forward, too early, and jammed his hands at the ball. Hence, the ball had enough time to get to the short leg. Played with hard hands, meaning he's forcing his hands towards the ball rather than letting the ball come to him. And because of his intent It created the chance, a massive moment. And those are the little sparks which can start a change or a revival for a team. A brilliant catch by Carlos Brown.
Yes, and you can see that Brown, he crouched more this time. He was anticipating something. Good catch.
You see the Newman.
You can feel the energy and the momentum in the field from the Scorpions now. They're alert. They're in the game today than yesterday.
Pretty much so. And you can get that buzz now. So that drop chance of Jeremiah hasn't really cost much. Only 4 runs. Pete Salmon to the Newman. Shadrach Descartes. And there's another inside edge. This one trickles out to the offside. And that completes a successful over for Pete Salmon. 3 for 56. That's his 23rd over of the day, of the innings, sorry. He has bowled all morning. He has bowled the very first over. And it's 19 overs now. So that tells you that he has bowled 10 overs this morning. So he has been rewarded with 2 wickets. 1, luckily, because based on our replays, the ball did not touch the bat of Sunil Ambrish nor his glove. So it was a lucky break for the Scorpions. That catch went to short leg, well, to leg slip. But that second chance, that came off the middle of the bat, and an outstanding catch. Yes,
and it's a good job from Pete there. Sends back the 2 overnight batters back into the dugout. Ambrose, he's gone for 45. And Jeremiah, who just walks back to the dressing room, he's gone for 80. So they would want Pete to continue on the path that he's on.
So just what the Scorpions needed. They needed 2 new batters at the crease. A relatively new is Tevin Walcott. That's wide outside the off stump. And Gordon Bryant shapes it away. And a better field for Bryant. So even if he gets his line wrong, there's protection on the onside to help him, because he was tickled fine. I don't think where the man is now would stop that ball from going to the boundary either. He's very wide, but it gives him the option. As you see the security members here in Sabina Park taking their time to watch some cricket. I don't know if he's watching. Seems as if he's sleeping, to be honest.
Well, he scratches his head. I guess he's watching.
Well, he's now up.
But for Gordon, as I keep mentioning, that once he finds his groove, he can create an havoc here for the Volcanoes. And if the Scorpion can pick up another 2 wickets before lunch, it is now 11:22. If they can get 2 more wickets before lunch, they can limit the Volcanoes from getting over 100 by setting over 100 runs on the board, and try to get in and knock that off and get something on the board that they can actually defend.
It's going to take a mammoth batting performance in the second innings to give themselves a good chance. The Scorpions, they have been struggling with the bat for years, as this one takes the outer portion of the bat. And it's not just, when I say years, it's not just going back to this coaching staff. They have been in place for a couple of seasons now, but I think the year when Jermaine Blackwood and Nkrumah Bonner forced themselves back into the West Indies contention, and John Campbell also made his debut that season, that was the last time Scorpions actually had consistent scores, and it's because Blackwood scored upwards of 600 runs, Campbell had over 400, and Bonner had upwards of 500 runs. So your core players, I think that's the season that they finished 3rd, 2018.
So we were having a discussion yesterday, Jerome, and I asked you, when was the last time Jamaica Scorpion won a tournament in the Super 50 or the regional?
Well, the Super 50 was 2 years ago. That was 2022. And then they last won this competition the last time Tamar Lambert was captain. That's like a decade ago. Nikita Miller was playing, Andrew Richardson was playing, or at the back end of his career. That's 2011, 2012. So it has been some time now.
12 years ago.
Gordon Bryan is driven, but he does the fielding. And the score remains at 204 for 4. So the batting frailties is not just a Jamaica thing either. It's a Caribbean thing as we look at the scores from around the region in this round so far. I think the Hurricanes, they made 137, but based on conditions, I'm told that it was a difficult wicket. Rain around, not great preparation. As Brian angles that one across the left-hander, Descartes, who is a new man, and that one was left alone to wicketkeeper Morris, who took the ball without any problem. So the Red Force, they're 215 for 4. Not a bad situation. A Centurion there. The Centurion is Jason Mohammed. I think that was his 12th first-class century. And the West Indies Academy 60 for 2 in response to 137 for 2. And at Chedwin Park, Barbados Pride, they are 70 for 2 against the CCC. Craig Brathwaite, he's dismissed for 7. And a Jamaican took his wicket. Gavosta Edmond, the former St. Elizabeth Technical High School player. While Shane Mosley, well, this is interesting. A Bajan was caught by a Bajan and bowled by a Bajan.
It's a Bajan
Caught by
affair.
Shamar Brooks and bowled by Jonathan Carter. He went for 10. Jonathan Drakes, I've heard a lot about him. He's on 20. And Zachary McCaskey, who was part of the West Indies test team in Australia, didn't get a game. Well, he did get a game because Shamar Joseph wore his jersey by mistake on the final day of that test. He's on 29. And someone goes for the drive. It goes down to mid-off. And easy single to Derval Green and takes the score up to 205 for 4.
Yes, so the lead goes up to 46. And the over from Brian, just 1 run conceded from that over. Pete in his 24th over picked up 3 wickets, 57 runs for 57 runs. So Pete looking, maybe he's going for the 5 haul here. We saw where Ryan John picked up 5 yesterday for just 53 runs. 5 for 43.
No ball is signaled by umpire Jackie Williams. That one slipped out of the hands of Salmon.
You're wondering why it's a no ball. It boomed more than 2 times.
It is. So Salmon with the 2 wickets to fall today. Ball into Descartes. Drives pleasantly. And it goes down to long off. That looks like Chadwick Walton. Yeah, it is Chadwick Walton. And he'll be ready to go again on a pitch that has eased out so far. No real demons, no movement off the surface like what we saw yesterday. Made it challenging for the Scorpions batters. And in no time they were in a heap at 45 for 5. And they managed to scrape their way to 158 as this one is turned to leg slip. Mansingh.
Seems as if Pete is up for something, trying to create another chance. They put in a leg slip there.
Someone is ready again. He's going to walk past Jackie Williams' left shoulder. Screams of catch, but that was all on the ground. And the ball goes to mid-wicket, no run.
But he's in his 11th over in the second day as well. This is his 11th over. He's been consistent, bowling good line and length. It seems as if that talk he had with Nikita Miller is really doing something. Loud appeal. Well, don't know what they were appealing for, but at the end of over number 62, the score reads 207 for 4. Know that the 2 overnight batters, they're back in the dugout. Ambrose, he's gone for 45. He was bowled by Pete, and Jeremiah, he's gone for 80. He was bowled by Pete as well. It's a nice look over on the harbor there, Jerome.
Yeah, it is. That's where they call East. And whenever you want to know if it's going to rain at Sabina Park, whenever that section gets dark, we're in for some rest with our voice. It's going to be raining. Yeah, once you can't see the sea, it's going to be rain. That's how the ground staff say we're supposed to calculate the weather. We're not meteorologists, but that's what they said. Driven again by Descartes, who looks a positive player. I was told by Keswick Williams yesterday that he top scored in the Windward Islands trials, or their combined games. He's from St. Lucia. Played for the St. Lucia Kings in the CPL 2023. They played in the playoffs. Didn't get to the final this time. Went to the final a couple of years ago. And this one is beating Descartes outside the off stump. And they are the only franchise in the competition now that has not won the competition before. Well, now that the Antigua franchise has a name, that is going to be extended.
Well, looking at the T20 squad for Australia and the West Indies, you see the lineup here. It is Powell, Hope, Charles, Chase. Thinking about Ralston Chase, though, in a T20 squad for the West Indies. Jerome, what do you think of that?
Well, he has been a part of the core since Darren Sammy took over as a coach. He also played against India. So it gives a perspective that they're looking for that option who spins the ball away from the bat, if the conditions suit. There's a chance and there's a loud appeal. Morris takes a one-handed spectacular catch. He runs away to celebrate. And what a take down the leg side. Some more luck for the Scorpions. It was not the greatest delivery, but Descartes walked immediately. He knew he had some bat on that.
Well, we could have heard the sound from here in the comebacks. Let's look at the replay. Well, he clipped that one full stretch by the keeper. Brian, he runs off immediately. Another one bites the dust here for Volcano, 207 for 5. And as I said earlier, if the Scorpions could pick up another 2 wickets, well, the Volcanoes, they're leading by 48 runs now. They would want to finish the first half of the day by getting the Volcanoes out. So 2 dots and a wicket so far from Gordon Bryan. So good look, Jerome.
Yeah, good comeback here from the Scorpions this morning. 3 wickets for 50 runs. And as we look back at the replay here, you get the chance. It's one of those catches that wicket keepers crave. Moving to your right, down the leg side. That shows good agility. Great work, great feet work as well. And move the way. And that tells you that he's in good shape as well, Romain Morris, because if he wasn't moving well, he wouldn't get to that. He would just be diving away to his right. So he picked up the line of the ball immediately and then sprung a couple times and stretched out that big myth.
So back to the T20 squad here. So West Indies, they will be playing with 3 spinners. You have Moti, you have Akil, and you have Ralston Chase in the lineup. You have Azari Joseph, Brandon King, Mears, and Nicholas Puran, Russell, Rutherford, and Shepard, and Thomas. The squad looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's the strongest format for the West Indies. They're one of the favorites for the T20 World Cup. They have won their last 3 series. And Gordon Bryan to Shamar Springer, who has won trophies before, had that infamous chess roll in 2016 when the West Indies under-19s won the World Cup. So he has been one of those promising players that a lot has been expected of. You're just waiting for him to transition. He has been playing first-class cricket ever since that 2016 breakout year. Played for the Pride. He's now playing for the Volcanoes. He has played franchise cricket in the region as well. Very talented player, Shamar Springer. He picked up 3 wickets yesterday on the opening day. That one comes back from Brian sharply as well. Let's see if it's bat or pad to see what happened. Umpire Brathwaite is lining up himself to say it's leg by. No, it's not. It's runs. That probably saved him because it jagged back a long way.
You can hear the appeal in the back from the slip card there. They thought it hit pad, but it seems as if it was bat and pad involved there. So talking about Springer, yes, I've watched him. He has really, really improved in his game in both batting and bowling. As I said, he's looking for that big break to get into the West Indies team.
Gonna have to beat down that door. It's a final delivery to come in this over from Gordon Bryant. That's 2 straight and clipped away to where protection is. Pete Salmon, who has bowled all day, has completed the fielding, and that completes over number 63 for the Scorpions and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. In their first innings response to 159, they are 209 for 5, which means the lead is 50. Shamar Springer, 1 from 2. Tevin Walcott is 19, and they have lost the wicket of the 2 overnight batters, Sunil Lambris, Johan Jeremiah, as well as Shadrach Descartes, who was just dismissed, caught down the leg side of the bowling of Gordon Bryan, and he has 1 for 41. You'll hear the thoughts of Kimberly Forbes, and then you'll be joined by, I'm not going to say former West Indies fast bowler, but the Windward Islands man, Keswick Williams.
Well, I can tell you something about Foster. He likes to use the word farmer. But you know what? I'm here to stay.
So it was an impressive over there from Garden, just 2 runs from it and a wicket. So it's 2 fairly new batters at the crease. Walcott, he had faced 40 deliveries. He's on 19. And Shamar Springer, he's on 1 from 2. Pete Salmon, who's continuing. They're at a lead of 50 runs. The Volcanoes can hear Chadwick Walton said they need 5 more wickets to get in. Seems as if they have a plan here, Keswick.
Well, definitely, this is what the doctor ordered for the Scorpions. They need to come out with a plan. And you could see better planning today from the bowlers, which mean overnight, appeal. Not really anything that Miss Williams is bothered about. He's confident nothing happened there. But yeah, the plans this morning has been a lot better, and they have been more consistent. Something that they need throughout the day.
Well, you can sense some emotional intelligence there from the Scorpions fielders. The momentum is high. The spirit of the fielders are high today than they were yesterday. They're in a good mood. They really went home last night and they assessed the game and what went wrong, what they didn't do, and they're applying themselves to that today. They picked up 3 early wickets from yesterday where they left off. They had 2 yesterday and they picked up 3 this morning. Pete picks up 2. Gordon Bryant picked up 1 in the early session here. And at the end of over number 64, it is 210 for 5. Jeremiah, he's gone for 80 from 149 deliveries. Ambrose, he's gone for 45 from 74. And Shadrach, he's gone for 1 from 9 deliveries. Scorpions, they're really having a comeback here. The bowlers, they're bowling pretty tidy. Seems disciplined. Gordon Bryan and Pete Salmon. We saw Medley this morning. Yet to see Mansing in the attack. But having a bowler bowling good as Pete, letting Mansing rest for a little bit. Keswick.
But looking at Tevin Walcott and looking at his stats here, well, he has played for Barbados before. He's gone 19 games, best of 87, average of 27. So he has ability with bat in hand. He's joined now with Shamar Springer, both Bajans, actually. But that's what the franchise cricket bring to you. But so far, I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing here from Gordon Bryan. He's actually in the army. You can see the army in him. Running in every delivery, hitting the straps. The line has been brilliant this morning. Few bad deliveries here and there, but you would expect that. He's very fresh. He's new to first-class cricket. Someone that I think Jamaica can work with. He's known here in Jamaica as one that can swing the ball both ways. And we're seeing that as well. Consistency in line and length. Yesterday was known as an off day for him. And I'm seeing the reason why they're saying that.
And you notice that he was bowling from the Michael Holding end yesterday. They switched him down to the Courtney Walsh end here today. So I guess he's better off bowling from this end than where he was yesterday.
Well, he's bowling Courtney Walsh like. You know, that seaming around the ball. So I'm thinking that the name from this end is giving him some motivation. Probably around the pace of Courtney Walsh as well. But the seam bowling is, look at that. A good sight for a fast bowler. A seam bowler. Good line, good length. Something that the Scorpion batters discussed yesterday after the game, the length in which the Volcano bowlers bowled all day yesterday. Mm-hmm. As Foster mentioned, only one little period of the game that the Volcano bowlers sort of lost their way was when Ryan was trying really hard to get that 5 wicket, and then Salman take a little liking into him. But apart from that, the consistency in terms of line and length was brilliant. Gordon now is showing what they should have done yesterday, being patient and hitting those errors, staying in that region as long as possible. And that's what you need, especially at this level.
Totally agree with you there, Keswick. Patient will always bring some chances here. We saw that earlier from Pete. Even though the delivery that got Chadwick out wasn't the best from Gordon, but he still picked up a wicket, and the 65th over has come to an end. The score reads 210 for 5. Well, we have 17 minutes before lunch. The Scorpions, they picked up 3 wickets. Adding to the overnight fall of wickets to make it 5. They had 2 yesterday, and they picked up 3 this morning. Springer and Walcott. Walcott is on 20 from 52. Delivery, Shamar, he's on 1 from 2. They're going at a current run rate of 3.23. Yesterday it was up to 4.50. Lingered around the 4 to 5 region there for quite some time yesterday.
So they're doing a lot better in terms of controlling that run rate.
Yes.
Something that they needed to do today. So we could see a lot more planning going into today's game from the Scorpions. And I'm not surprised, the experience that's in the dressing room. As I mentioned, they have the ex-vice captain for West Indies test team, Blackwood, who's now captain. They have Chadwick Walton, Nkrumah Bonner, Minley, Derval Green. He's always, I think he's evergreen all the time because he always looks so young when you see him. It's like he's not aging because he put in so much effort, so much work into his cricket. And that's what you want. He's always fit.
Looking at Pete here, He's really consistent with his line and length, not trying to overpitch or do anything extra, just being simple and be where he's supposed to be bowling. And Nikita Miller will be pleased with what he's seen there from Pete. Looking for another one before lunch. Another wicket before lunch. It's another dot. He picked up 3 wickets so far, 60 runs, and he's in his 26th over. So a lot of chatting behind the stump from the keeper and the skipper, telling Pete that's where he wants him to be bowling. Loud appeal, but umpire Jackie Williams not interested. So at the end of 66 over, the score reads 200 and, is it 10? Yes, 210 for 5 at the end of 66. Keswick.
Well, Blackwood is continuing with Gordon. Well, he has been doing a good job for his skipper, I must say. Hitting those line, hitting those lengths. And he has been bowling for some time as well.
Yeah, the skipper thinks that he can get another one from Garden before lunch. Well, a lot of excitement on the outside of the park. You can hear the Vuvuzela in the background.
It's a nomination day here in Jamaica.
Yeah, for the local government election.
Are you gonna go to that nomination day today?
No.
I'm curious to know who you're gonna nominate though.
Well, I'm trying to nominate who is going to be on top today. Well, whosoever it is, that's the one we're going with. In the park here. But Keswick, you're looking, we had a chat yesterday and I asked you a question about you with the notebook, and you're resting the notebook now. You kind of missing the game, right?
Definitely. You always miss the game as a cricketer, especially you fall in love with it. And that's a brilliant delivery. He's falling in love with that area, I should say. Gordon Bryan, he's just hitting the right areas today, asking questions. Beautifully bowled. You could tell he's an army man. The energy that he's showing, that he's giving his skipper. Almost every single over, the skipper runs down and have a chat with him. So it's good energy, good errors.
Oh, a catch is the cry. Everybody goes up. The dreaded fingers goes up. Gordon Bryan struck again. The 6 wicket has fallen. The score reads 210 for 6. Well, that is the one I was talking about. Maybe he can grab another one before lunch.
How sweet it is to nick off a batter. And he's still in the shot. Gordon Bryan. I'm very impressed with what he's doing now for his skipper. Tevin Walcott is gone.
Well, you said he find favor on the off stump right there. Well, he did build a castle there, and he continues there to pick up the wicket of Walcott to send him back The score have been at 210 for a while now. The 6th wicket is down. Volcanoes, they are leading by 51 runs. Yes, by 51 runs there. So Gordon Bryan picked up his 2nd wicket, 2 for 41 in 14.4 overs. And Jermaine Blackwood I think he's pleased with the morning session here. Picked up 4 wickets in the morning session. And I must say the bowlers, they have applied discipline and patience and consistency. Especially Gordon Bryan and Pete. Yes, Gordon Bryan might bowl a few strays, but correct them immediately. And picked up 2. That's all you need. Need not to try anything extra. You bowl your line and length and be where you want to be. He's at the half stump. So if you miss, I hit. Well, he punches that one, can't get to it, and he crashes into the fence of 4.
Sure, Ryan John is pretty happy with that first delivery, but Bryan is bowling some serious errors now. Clinical. Now and again, a little bit of loose deliveries, but he's more than likely in those right errors more often than not. Back on target, Bryan. I'm liking what I'm seeing from him this morning. Yesterday, he really couldn't string 3 and 4 balls together, but today, he's doing a better job for his skipper. Something that they actually needed going into today's game, and he's showing a high level of discipline for his skipper.
And I think he's enjoying bowling from the Cotton Walsh end. Maybe Cotton Walsh reflects something in his head, and he's actually portraying something. It's Pete who is continuing. I think he's in his 15th over in the morning session here. And he picked up 2 wickets. Gordon Bryan picked up 2 as well. Walcott is gone for 20 from 56 deliveries. It is now 8 minutes to 12 o'clock. Blackwood thinking that he can get another one.
Oh, yes, boy.
Really impressed with both bowlers this morning. Show high level of discipline. They have clawed back the game to some extent. Just 51 lead so far by the Volcanoes. Shamar Springer and Ryan John, both all-rounders, destroyed the batting lineup for the Scorpion yesterday. Ryan John picking up 5 and Shamar picking up 3. So they will have a good understanding of how the wicket is playing. So far, so good. The consistency in bounce has been good. Something that we were lacking throughout the season last year. Spinners bowling the majority of the overs. So far, so good on this pitch. Windward didn't show any signs of wanting to bowl spin.
Catches the cry, but did not carry. Let's see the replay here, Keswick. No bat involved. Another good one there from Pete.
Shouts from the skipper, keep going. Do not get bored. That's the thing about Test cricket, or even first class cricket. Cannot get bored in hitting those errors. Soon as you lose concentration, the batter can get the best of you.
The energy, I must touch this though, the energy for the Scorpions, it is high, very high. So the momentum for the bowlers as well, that give them an extra push to be where they're supposed to be. And the 68th over comes to an end. It is now 214 for 6. The current run rate is 3.15. So it was a maiden over there from Pete Salmon. He bowled 27 overs, conceded of 60 runs and picked up 3 wickets. So it's 2 new batters at the crease. Shamar, he faced 14 deliveries, only 1 run. And Ryan John, he was the bowler of yesterday. He's currently on 4 from 2 deliveries. It is Gordon Bryan who is continuing.
What I like is how they control the current run rate. They started the day scoring at 3.74, so now the current run rate is down to 3.15, which means they have been bowling better. You could see planning into this on this day. You can see planning here today. So what I like, they had an extended meeting yesterday. So I'm guess that they really came out and they planned for the Volcanoes. The errors are better. Fast bowler bowling for extended period with good energy. And the thing about fast bowling, when you're bowling and you're hitting good areas and you're bowling dots and then you're picking up wickets, you don't really get tired.
No, because you have the groove to continue.
Still no Darvel Green. A guy who I know is packed with energy. Took 5 down the leg side. Took 5 the last game he played against the Windward Island Volcanoes. So I'm thinking he would be in the back of their minds whenever he gets the ball.
Well, maybe after lunch we'll see him in the attack, but for now I think the skipper will just continue with Gordon Bryan and Pete Salmon. They're really, really bowling well. Three dots in the over so far. You can see the wind is coming across now. The sun is out, but it's still cool here in Kingston, Jamaica, because there's a cold front out. You said you were feeling a little bit nippy last night there, Keswick. But known Kingston to be hot.
Well, I can tell you something. I think this is blowing across from Florida.
Yes.
Little nippy last night. I had to close the windows because I'm on the hillside, looking down.
I tell you yesterday that you'll have to soon get a Jamaican passport. Well, if you need a piece of land to buy, I know St. Thomas is about to develop, and you can get peace there too.
I'll consider that.
Well, the over has come to an end. 69 overs gone. The score reads 214 for 6. Shamar Springer, he's on 1 from 14. And Ryan John, he's on 4 from 8 deliveries. So the Ambris, he's gone for 45 from 74 deliveries. Jeremiah, he's gone for 80, bowled by Pete. And Shadrick, he's gone for 1, bowled by Garden and Walcott. He's the last batter to walk back to the dugout. He's gone for 20. So the bowlers, they're having a grand time here. Picked up 4 quick wickets of the day. The Windward Islands, they are just leading by 55 runs at a current run rate of 3.10. A maiden completed there. It's Pete who is continuing.
Not a bad move here from the skipper. 2 right hands at the crease.
Well, it seems as if it is Munsing who is coming in here now. Here, Keswick, resting Pete a little bit and introducing Munsing in the second day here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. If you're just joining us, we say top of the morning to you. Well, makes that afternoon now.
I can tell you something. Those wickets that have fallen this morning bring some more complexity to the game. Because now Jamaica looks in charge. The Volcanoes still have a bit of hand in it. But for the morning so far, Jamaica has clawed back things into their hands. So the planning for them today is on point, and they're executing. That one was a googly from Mansing.
Well, it's 1 minute after 12 here in Jamaica. And the skipper for Scorpion will be happy going off at lunch. Oh, what a shout for catch. Couldn't get to it. Even though he dived, he just could not get hands to that one. Looking at the replay here, Keswick.
Mansing already creating that opportunity for a wicket. Could have been, well, would have been a spectacular catch, but good effort there by Mackenzie. Ryan John just tickling that one down to square leg. Picks up 2. So far, things have been going good for Blackwood and his men. They look a lot calmer in their approach. Down the ground, Ryan John. Dive from Chadwick Walton. Another 2 added to the score. These 2 batters would like to see it through to lunch. Another wicket here for the Scorpions. Will make things look a lot more pleasant for them. That's the end of the over. First over of the day for Abijay Mansing. And it's lunch. First session done, the second day of the West Indies 4-day championship. Ryan John and Shamar Springer is still there. Ryan John on 8, Shamar Springer on 2. Losing 4 wickets this morning. Windward Island Volcanoes lead by 60 runs. They're 219 for 6 of 70 overs. What I like this morning is that Jamaica sort of pull back things and take a little bit of control into their hands. Pull back the run rate as well. So Blackwood and his men taking 4 wickets this morning to take control of the first session on the second day of the West Indies 4-day championship. And they're on lunch and we'll be back after about an hour or so, after the guys take a little pick at something to give them some strength to go back out.
So we welcome you back to Sabina Park for the post-lunch session of the West Indies Championship match, the first round match between the Jamaica Scorpions, the home team, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Volcanoes 219 for 6 after resuming on 157 for 2. Shamar Springer facing Derval Green, who is bowling his first over of the day. And the Scorpions clawing their way back into the contest. Conceded 62 runs in the morning session, but importantly, they picked up 4 wickets after they were bowled out for 159 yesterday. Keswick Williams is going to be joining me, and he spoke about the importance of a lead upwards of 130. His thought was for the Volcanoes to bat through the day. Well, I don't know how much of a confidence Kes has now that they will bat out the remaining, 29 overs were bowled this morning. The remaining 61 overs. I'm not sure how confident you are that they will be able to do that, but I'm sure getting another 100 and another 70, 80 runs would be at the forefront of their minds.
Well, to be honest with you, Foster, confidence shouldn't be mine. Should be theirs, but at the end of the day, Jamaica came out in the first session and the second day and really show some disciplined bowling. As Shamar Springer just tucked that one down to the mid-wicket region, picking up 2. But we're seeing Derval Green this for the first time for the day. Second session. Not really going to blame the skipper either for not bringing him in, because Pete Salmon and Gordon Bryan show some class controlling the first session for his skipper, Jermaine Blackwood. Brought back some chirping into the Scorpions dressing room.
15 overs on the trot for Salmon in that first session. And as I was mentioning earlier, he's used to bowling long spells. He's been doing that all his life. And I think Gordon Bryan's spell was tidy, caused problems, asked a lot of questions. I'm a little bit surprised that with the 40 minutes break that he didn't come back to start. And I probably want to see him bowl a couple overs, but again, the second new ball is also due.
Well, I'm going to tell you, it calls for a lot of fitness. I mean, he looks like a fit guy. He's also in the JDF.
Yeah.
So when it comes to fitness, I'm really not too worried there with Gordon Bryan. But I'm going to tell you something. Playing 4-day cricket and then bowling 15 on a trot in the morning session, and then having some lunch to come back out and do it again, doesn't have anything to do with fitness again. It has a lot to do with mental. Got to get your mind prepared for these sort of things.
Yeah.
So.
And I was going to tell you that he went to Homewood Technical. That's in Christian and Manchester. I went to Manchester High. And Homewood Technical has produced some of the best players to have played for Jamaica. The captain now for the Scorpions went to Homewood Technical, even though he's from Westmoreland, which is a couple parishes away from Manchester. That's the end of the first over after lunch. It's 222 for 6 as Jermaine Blackwood. And I'm almost sure that you know Kenar Lewis.
Of course.
And you know Andre Creary. So those are top names. And Andre
also the
Coley
head coach
used to
for
be
West
the coach.
Indies.
Yeah, he used to be the coach of that Homewood Technical team. They produce other players. They just don't come to my mind right now. But Gordon Bryan, during his time at Homewood Technical, he wasn't really a standout player because at the time they were almost transitioning. They had lost one of the forefathers or the building blocks of that Homewood Technical school program in Robert Lewis, who died, I think, from a sudden heart attack at the time. So the school went through a transitional period for a long time, and they're just getting back. Surprising to know, Homewood is not even playing high school cricket this season, which is a shocker. And that also raised question marks about the growth of the game here. Well, I'll give you some more details about Gordon Bryan. This is worked away down to long on by Shamar Springer and takes him up to 6. So his name actually is gospel. his nickname is Gospel because he played for a community team named Gospel Funhouse. That's a community in Manchester. And now he's playing for Comfort, which is also one of the top teams in Manchester. So he made that some good. There's a chance here, but he will only watch it sail over his head. Chadwick Walton at long on. That's a mighty blow from Ryan John. And he's in the mood here to push that lead further. The ounce of flight, and he just went onto that delivery.
Second 6 of the Volcanoes innings. Ryan John, a guy who likes to clear the boundary.
Packs a punch, does Ryan John. His very
Definitely.
first delivery smashed it to the point boundary of Gordon Bryan that we were talking about. So I was saying he plays for Comfort, and because of his exploits in the Social Development Commission competition, as well as playing for Manchester in the parish competition or the local competition, he made a good impression, and he was selected by Robert Samuels for the first time for the Super 50 when Samuels was the coach, and it sent a shock wave to many. But at the time, Samuels was saying that Gordon Bryan is probably the only bowler in Jamaica that he sees moving the ball both ways consistently and at a high pace. And ever since that, I think that was 2017. That was 2017. And since then, he has been, well, it should be 2019. He was in and around the setup. So all things that start well, they say they don't normally end well, but it's ending well for him so far because he's part of the 4-day team now. So that's when he really made that breakthrough, and he's now almost a regular member of the Scorpions team, but he just got a contract a couple of years ago to be a retained player for the franchise. But as you say, strong player, fit player, and when he plays for the JDF, he leads that bowling attack as well. So he's a promising player for Jamaica's cricket.
There's a possibility he could be that one to lead this attack as well. Not just locally, but regionally as well.
Yeah.
He reminds me a bit of Dylan Pascal out
That's
of
another
Grenada.
Yeah. It's important to see. I think you said that it was their second 6. I was saying it was their third.
Third 6.
Yeah, Jeremiah hit a 6 yesterday, and Ambris also had a 6 off Pete Salmon earlier today. So that would have been their third 6. But otherwise, it's been a lot of boundaries, and you made a very good. I don't want to use the wrong word, so let me just tell you what Derval Green is doing here, as this one is guided down to deep point by Shamar Spring, and a lot of positivity so far from the Volcanoes after lunch. You made a good observation earlier today that the Volcanoes, at the start of the day, they had batted 41 overs, the same as the Scorpions. Almost identical boundary count. You don't really associate boundary count in 4-day cricket, but it's just the impression that they were more positive and were able to get more runs off the good deliveries that sent a difference in terms of the approach of the two teams.
That was all in showing the approach that both teams had going out to bat. And it can also reflect on the bowling as well.
Green, that one is left alone.
So even though the Windward was hitting good areas, and they bowl a few bad balls, the Scorpion batters didn't really get a lot of singles off the good deliveries. But what they did, they got the singles off good deliveries as well. So they didn't just hit boundaries. They walked around the ball. Sunil came in yesterday and rushed to about 15 or 16 or so in quick time, as Ryan John pulled out of that one. But yeah, as I was saying, Sunil Ambris came in yesterday, find the boundary pretty easily, going over the top. And as soon as they spread the field, he start working those ones and twos, finding space for himself.
Yeah. That's good batsmanship as well. And that's another trait from another great player as well. Steve Smith, I've mentioned him earlier today, but I also heard him say that as well, that it's a tactic that he uses all the time. Not just against spin, but even against pace bowling. That whenever he just comes to the crease or he arrives at the crease, his first intention is to score and to get ahead of the game, and that gives him time to get a feel of the wicket afterwards, so he can bat 20, 30 balls without worrying about his strike rate or his team not going forward, because he'd probably be 20 of 8 or 20 of 9. Then he bats another 40 deliveries and it's 20 of 49 or 30 of 52 and he's okay.
You always find the good batters in cricket have a plan to how they would score. And not just going out there and batting. They have a plan. So to Sunil Ambris, I don't want to stress on his name too much, but he has a plan. You can see that his plan is working for him. He came out yesterday, the field was in, he go over the top, and as soon as they spread the field, he start working his ones and twos.
Yeah.
The field came in this morning, he went over the top again. Immediately, the skipper, Blackwood, pushed back the long off, and he said, no, you know what? Let's keep it in. Because he has a plan in how he wants to score.
There's a chance for a run out here from Walton, but they scamper home. Springer is quick. A bye there, conceded by Romain Morris. One died in front of him. Didn't collect cleanly and enabled the batting pair to get a run and takes the Volcanoes up to 231. And the lead is now 72. And once you get that lead close to 100 and over 100, it means the second innings of the opposing team has to be a solid effort. You're thinking about upwards of 300 to have over 200 on the board. Another easy single here for Shamar Springer. Would you be tempted to get that man up at point, given that at the point the Scorpions are almost on top after 73 overs? That's 232 now for 6. Would you be tempted to have your point up just to be a little bit more aggressive, or you're still reluctant given the state of the game, the bigger picture?
The position that they're in now, I honestly don't see the reason for a deep point. But obviously the skipper Blackwood, they have their plans. We may not know what their plans are. But I would have him up to create that sort of pressure. They're sort of in control now. It's a matter of just maintaining that sort of pressure. Don't give them too much space. 2 new batters at the crease. 2 all-rounders as well.
Yeah.
Both batters will be in a little bit of... They will be in a better frame of mind coming out to bat because of what they did with the ball. And they are very capable with the bat as well.
And the Scorpions must be mindful as well that this could get away from them. And there's an appeal from Morris only. Someone wasn't interested. Neither was the umpire, Jacqueline Williams. And let's see where this one pitched. That's going to Mansing at leg gully. Was never hitting the stumps.
Catch him, oh yes.
So, yeah.
A lot more tidy today from Salman. Hitting his chops more consistently. Both batters at the crease.
Catch him. Oh yes, boys.
They're not strangers to this position.
Keep working, boys. Keep working, boys.
Both Ryan and Springer very capable. Actually, they were in that winning team,
Both of them.
the under 19 winning World Cup team in Bangladesh. Good to see them here now. First class cricket.
Boys, keep working,
And that's,
Making that transition from the under 19 to the senior team phase.
and it's the beauty of sport. As much as they're neighbors, they're almost like a family.
No.
Because they've been playing together from youth days. So obviously, because Ryan John would have been playing under 15, they would have been in the same year group, 15, 19s, and now they're at senior level. Even though they're from different territories, they're still able to forge that form of bonding, as you've also mentioned about the Windward Islands Volcanoes as well. Several countries make up the team, but it feels like one because of the proximity.
And that's what the franchise cricket brought together.
Yeah.
That whole cohesiveness within these countries. So there's the Grenada, there's St. Lucia, there's Dominica and St. Vincent. But it sort of feel like it's one. When you're around these guys, they enjoy one another's company. And that is what you want. Because they are around one another every day for 5 days of the week. Enjoy one another's company, enjoy one another's success. And that's something that I'm impressed with the Volcanoes. The Jamaicans as well. You can hear the chirping outside.
Yeah.
As long as you play with the Jamaican team, the best thing you can do is just keep your mouth closed and back. Because they will torment you for the entire game.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the foreigners or the regional players that have played for Jamaica Scorpions. And from the top of my head, I remember Kirk Edwards, Asad Fudadin, Dennis Smith. Those are the ones that stick out to me at the moment. Springer goes hard, slices that one backward of point, I beg your pardon. And it races into the boundary. He threw everything at that. It was wide. And he threw his shoulders, his hands, his glove, everything. And he raced into the boundary for 4 and takes the score up to 237 for 6. And Derval Green has been expensive. That's 34 runs now off his 6.1 overs. Left alone, and we see a change in the field, by the way, Kez, because they had 2 slips and a gully. Mansingh was at gully, but he's almost at a regulation backward point now, and then the man at deep point is a sweeper, a sweeping cover. And they heard discussions prior to the start of the over where Derval Green was saying to Jermaine Blackwood that he needed the man inside the circle. And Blackwood was suggesting to him that he still needs a protection, even though they're bowling outside the off stump. It's a 6-3 field that they're operating with.
So I can see the reason why he has the deep point. Because he's asking Derval to bowl just outside the line of 4th stump. So on 5th stump, going down on 5th stump. Anything outside there taking the edge can go through point. So they're not looking to go straight down. They're not looking to attack the stumps.
So LBW is out of the equation at this point. It's not the real mode of dismissal they're looking at. It has to be caught at the wicket, or the 2 men that are lurking behind Chadwick Walton at first slip and the captain himself. What I thought would have happened, though, is that given that a couple of overs before the new ball is due, that you'll probably see a straighter line implemented or attacked, that Midland off-stump line, to just test the defenses of both players. Not saying they are mediocre players.
And that's what will happen if you get too straight. At this level, it's easy pickings. This one is a bit too straight. I want pitching down just on middle stump, sliding down a bit to leg stump. Springer is equal to the task, just guiding that one down to the fine leg boundary. Not something that the skipper would be too happy about, because there's no fine leg. There's backward of square. So anything too straight is easy picking, especially at this level.
Indeed. The partnership is 31 from 26, scoring pretty quickly. And Ryan John has been aggressive in his approach. The vice captain of the team, as over number 75 comes to an end at 241 for 6. Jeremiah, Johan Jeremiah, he's top scoring so far with 80. The next best scorer is Sunil Ambris with 45. The captain, Kimani Melios, he made 31 yesterday. And the Scorpions, they have picked up 4 wickets today. But importantly, as we see a few people make their way into the stands, that looks like Damani Sewell, former off-spinner. The Volcanoes, they lead by 82 runs. And that is a major difference in the game now, the lead.
I think what is very important for them, though, is not being bowled out. You're putting yourself in a more commanding position if you can bat to the end of the day and declare. Getting bowled out here with a lead of at least, say, 110 or 120. Jamaica will still feel like they have a chance. It's just the second day. Second session in the second day.
Keep working, Peter.
So they would like to bat to the end of the day.
Catch it. Oh, yes.
Ryan John and Shamar Springer, both very capable.
Keep working, boys.
Pete Salmon has bowled on change, well, 1 over.
Catch him, Carlos.
Mansing bowled a solitary over before lunch. He has owned that Michael Holding end.
Keep working, boys.
Just as tall as Michael Holding. We're not bowling at the same pace.
Catch him, man. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Boys.
3 dots. And that's what he did very well in the opening session as well, Pete Salmon. A lot of dot deliveries to build pressure. Got a fortuitous wicket in Sunil Ambris.
Oh, yes. Working, boys. Keep working, Peter. Catch him, Dan.
That's the drifting delivery that takes the outer half of the bat. It runs down to the boundary. It will not get there. Jermaine Blackwood is quick. Probably not quicker than Kez, but they get 2. It's 243 now for 6 at the end of over number 76. And the lead goes up to 84. And Keswick Williams mentioned that both players are formidable with the bat. Ryan John, he has a first-class half-century. I think his highest score is 51. And Shamar Springer has a 90 as his best score. So that tells you that there's some amount of quality there.
Both very capable. Seeing Shamar Springer a couple of times playing in America, smash a few big sixes. He's known for someone that can up the tempo, but what they need right now is patience. Being able to find the gaps. Try take his team over to a good lead. Minimum 130, 150 or so. That should give them some confidence. As I mentioned, confidence. That looks a shot of confidence. Just back on his back foot, just punching that one out to point. Just one though.
Easy. And Derval Green is really struggling to find his rhythm here. Not a lot of pace off the wicket for him as well. His economy rate is upwards of 5, heading towards 6. I don't think that's what you want. Some control is needed, similar to what was exhibited by Marquino Minley and Gordon Bryan, especially. He picked up 2 big wickets this morning. Got some luck with Shadrach Descartes. But the wicket of Walcott, it was almost as if you saw it coming. It was probing away outside the off stump. Nipped back a few until the edge was induced.
I can tell you something. Those few overs that he bowled to Tevin Walcott, you could see there was a plan behind those. So he was going in over the top of off stump, over middle stump, which you were discussing. Because of the consistency in bounce, he's very comfortable leaving those deliveries. But then he brought in that outswinger. And he was a bit fuller as well. So that took the edge. You could see how happy he was because there was a plan behind getting the wicket of Tevin Walcott.
And we must mention that it's strategic as well to have the fast bowlers operating, because getting fast bowler points is also critical. 9 of the 10 wickets of the Scorpions fell yesterday to fast bowling. Only 2 so far, well 3. It should be 2 for the Scorpions. So they need to get 5 wickets to get a point. So they need to continue operating with the Pacers. They're already behind the game. But there are additional incentives in terms of how you rack up points for this season. First of all, the Volcanoes, they are 6 runs away from getting their first point of the game in terms of batting points. They've already picked up points for their bowling efforts. As we see Nikita Miller, a man who picked up a lot of wickets. Over 500 first-class wickets. Ryan John taps that one into the offside for an easy single. And he's been on that boundary for the duration of today's play, Nikita Miller. Encouraging and helping the fast bowlers, as well as someone. It's reiterated to him that he has to be patient.
How good was he in his career, though?
Outstanding. And the subtle things were the massive deal breakers for him. I think that's Atishay Mansingh, the brother of Abhijay. But Nikita Miller, he didn't spin the ball a lot, which is a surprise to many. He wasn't a big spinner of the ball, didn't turn many. But whenever he got that one delivery to turn, he created a lot of problems for the rest. Because now the gap was created and the mind game started that you have to play for turn, and then he would just sneak in those deliveries with the arm. So that front pad was a massive problem.
So he has played 100 first-class matches for Jamaica, 538 wickets,
Incredible.
best of 9 for 41.
Incredible.
What's incredible is his average.
That one is taking the edge again of Ryan John, and runs coming easily here. 247 now for 6.
What's incredible is his average. 16.3 and an economy of 1.9. Never had the chance to play against Nikita Miller, though. Didn't think he would have changed his stats either.
I think he would have more wickets.
I
Ryan
think so.
John goes hard and far. That's gone on the roof of the George Headley stand. That's a monstrous blow.
If you're going to see some sixes hit today from the Volcanoes, it would be from these two guys, Ryan John and Shamar Springer. Trying to pull back things for the Volcanoes. Looking really good. The lead moves up to 94. Ryan John is on 25.
Yeah,
That run rate is easing up again.
that was hit
Just before launch, it was about 3.1. It's back up to 3.26.
It made a sweet sound off the bat. I can tell you that. You knew once it connected that it was going far. And it was a clean strike, a clean swing.
That's the thing about these Windward players. They're not going to muck around as long as you flight it. As long as you miss your length, they would go. They're very positive when it comes to that.
And very powerful.
Catch him off.
You don't relate power when it comes to me and batting.
The timer.
Not even sure.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm sure of though?
Yeah.
Nikita Miller. He's so good in his career.
Catch him.
Haven't really played a lot of international cricket.
Yeah. Made his test debut against Bangladesh.
Just 50 odd matches, 45 wickets, economy of 4.6,
And that's still good.
an average of 36.8. That brings the end of the over there, end of Pete Salmon's over. Just wondering, I'm thinking that Blackwood should think about bringing on Abhijay Mansingh,
It's coming on now.
which he's doing now.
You could be
Two
the captain then.
right-handers, two right-hands at the crease.
And they've shown that intent as well, that they're going to be playing shots. And it's probably the best bet to let them gamble against the leg spinner.
Well, I think the first session was controlled by Jamaica. This second session, the Volcanoes looks like they want to pull it back a bit. Ryan John and Shamar Springer, they're picking up the singlers and the add boundary here and there. So it's a matter for them to just come now and just be able to stay at the crease, occupy the crease, and score as much runs as possible. Take it to T. You have to take it in stages. Take it to T. If both batters can take it to T, I'm guessing they will have that lead of over 120, 125, 130 around there. And then they can consider, or then they can plan what to do after T, which will be batting as deep as possible and try to declare, put you in a more commanding position.
It's an important phase. You mentioned sessions and winning sessions. That's beautifully played by Shamar Springer. That's a back cut. It's going to get into the boundary now. That's probably one of my favorite shots in cricket. Maybe I can't play it as well as Shamar Springer just did, but it's a beautiful shot. Went back, used the depth of his crease, and caressed the ball to the left of backward point. And it took less than a second to get to the boundary. 257 for 6, and the lead is now 98.
Mentioning it's your favorite shot, it gave me a little bit of eye opener there.
Must be better than leaving alone, at least.
I would have loved to see you do that shot.
We can do that afterwards.
There's a nets in the back.
Of course, of course. Mansingh is ready again. That's too short. There's a loud shot for yes. And they get one to Ramal Lewis, the substitute fielder. The lead is now 99. But you were mentioning winning sessions. And for 4-day cricket, I think that is a critical element in terms of how you go about winning the game. Incrementally, you try to win session by session, and you dictate the tempo of the game. And I think that's what the Volcanoes have done so well so far. They won every session yesterday. They lost the first one, in my estimation, today, but they were so far ahead of the game that despite them being behind in the first session today, they have now found themselves in a position where they can counter-attack and put back the Scorpions under pressure as the lead goes up to 100 runs now, 259 for 6. And this partnership is threatening.
Sometimes when you ask the question, how do you win a first-class match? A lot of people will tell you who win the most sessions will win the game. Some people will say who win the most important part of the game win the game.
Yeah.
So people have different ideas and different plans of how they go about winning a first-class game. But for me, it's the sessions. So far, Windward's won all sessions yesterday. Jamaica came back this morning and showed some fight. Won that first session, but now, second session on the second day, we're seeing some fight from Shamar Springer and Ryan John. Taking up that lead to 100 now. And I'm sure the coach will be happy to see them passing that 100 mark with the lead.
It's where the captains get nervous and worried about their approach.
Partnership is building. Sun is shining, bright in all its glory.
And the pitch has gotten easier to bat on.
Gotten a lot easier. The consistency in bounce still is there.
Yeah.
Haven't really seen anything giving that odd bounce or keeping low. So I'm very happy with what I've seen in regards to the pitch.
And I think it has offered everything to everyone. A little bit of turn, no, not extravagant turn, not massive turn. But you have seen someone gotten bounce, he has gotten some turn, Mansing as well. And yesterday, obviously, because of the moisture in the wicket, and touch of grass, tinge of grass, the ball seamed away.
Well, Windward did use that.
As we see Derval Green switching around ends.
Still have the deep point because it's bowling down on that fifth stump line. Same two slip, but they now implement a gully in Abijay Mansing. With no feeler on square leg or fine leg, just that short mid wicket and mid on.
Left alone by Ryan John, and Derval Green is a member here at Kingston Cricket Club. He plays for Kingston. He's from the parish of Westmoreland. Went to St. Elizabeth Technical High School, so he has been all around the place. He also played for GC Foster College, at the time coached by Gibbs Williams, who is no longer with us.
I would like to say, let may his soul rest in peace.
Great man. Beats him with a beauty. That's probably the best ball of his 8.3 overs bowled in this game. It turned John square.
Just a slight bit of movement. John easing away his back from that one. Really well bowled. And that's the area that he needs to stay. He needs to live. He needs to buy land in that area. Start a foundation in that area as well.
Seems to be a little bit more comfortable from that Michael Holding end.
Energy from the Michael Holding end. As you said, he looks better.
Yeah.
Coming down the corridor. It's a lot better. He looks more energized coming down as well.
More rhythm as well.
I guess he spoke to his skipper and said, look, skipper, I'm better at that end.
But from that end as well, the wind is in his back. It could be that it's helping him as well. So it's pushing him to the crease. And this one jogs back at Ryan John. Came down on it in time, and he keeps his pose with the big 74 in his back.
I'm sure Derval Green would remember his last encounter against the Volcanoes, picking up a 5-wicket all, and also scored about 33 in that game.
Yeah.
The first innings.
Was the difference maker. Yeah.
That would be in the back of his mind.
Outside the off stump but from Green and left alone outside by Ryan John as the Volcanoes. They have now picked up their batting points with their 259 for 6 of 80 overs. They lead by exactly 100 runs. And John and Springer having good all-round performances so far.
So in regards to the point system, a maximum of 5 batting points to be available if a team makes over 250 to 229, they get 2 points. Over 300 to 349, that's 3 points. Over 350 to 399, that's 4 points. And over 400 to 449, that's 5 points.
A lot of incentives there.
A lot of incentives.
That tells the batting groups that they need to bat long.
A maximum of 3 bowling points though.
I think the Volcanoes maximized that yesterday.
Definitely.
Yeah.
As it stands now, the Scorpions.
There's a big shot from Shamar Springer. You sense it was going to happen. He was waiting and waiting. Flighted delivery from Abhijay Mansingh. He took it from way outside the off stump. Not much turn to worry about or spin. And the score rushes up to 263 for 6. And the partnership is over 50 now. It's 53 of 81. 23 contributed by, 26 contributed by Springer. He's back and forces that ball up to Chadwick Walton, who is fielding at cover.
So one thing I really like about the whole point system is that it encourages you as a team to bat. They want to see runs score, which means the bowling department is holding its own. But there's some concern for batting in the Caribbean. So with the batting points, or with the point system, it encourages you as a batter to occupy the crease and bat. They implemented the point system as well in the Super 50 in Trinidad a couple months ago.
Flighted delivery again from Mansingh, and this is eased down to long on. I remember speaking to you about the point system in the Super 50, and you were full of praises for it.
I like it. It encourages batters to occupy the crease and bat. Also, it challenges you to how to bat in the first phase of the game, that first power play and that second power play. The issue really with the whole point system was a lot of teams didn't really, do as well when it comes to batting in that second power play. The only team really executed well was West Indies Academy.
And they're the youngest team.
They're the youngest team.
They always say the
one person who really did well through the middle phase of the game for the West Indies Academy was Teddy Bishop, who is now in the West Indies, won the squad, made his debut in the last ODI. It was very difficult as well, especially in the last power play. A lot of teams couldn't really get up to that mark to give them that points, that extra batting point. Teams executed well with the bowling points in the back end, because a team like Trinidad did so well with bowling points because they had Akhil Hussain, Sunil Narain. His economy at the end of the tournament was about 2.45 or something like that.
Yeah. And it doesn't take much for Sunil Narain to go at 2.45.
Also, Yannick Carr, who had a brilliant tournament.
Yeah.
At one point, it was all a show between Yannick Carrier and Hayden Walsh. Both was doing well with bat and with ball. both good feelers. So it was good to see. What I'm happy for is that Hayden Walsh, who is in that one-day squad in Australia, and I think he's in the T20 squad as well, show a lot more control. As Shamar Springer show some control there with a flick off the pads, down to the square leg boundary, beating Bonner. Not showing the quality of running here in Jamaica.
That was sweet the time though, because didn't try to overhit the ball, just rolled his wrist over the ball, Shamar Springer, and he left the bat pretty quickly. And that tells you how easy it is to be batting on this surface now. It's coming onto the bat nicely. And these two are cashing in.
Well, now that the wicket is getting a lot easier, I would like to see how they would approach it. And they're approaching things. Darvel Green on the leg side again. This time, they would only get 3. Not a boundary.
Good positive
but good running.
Yeah, good positive running again from the pair. 7 runs off 2. And Green is really struggling to find his radar here, even though he had a better over previously.
Well, Ryan John is showing he actually is a 400 runner. He did do Carefta for Grenada, running the 400. He said he trained with Kimani out of Grenada. You know Kimani?
Kimani?
That runner from Jamaica, from Grenada, that 200 runner.
Or the 400?
400.
Kirani.
Kirani, sorry. I'm saying Kimani. I'm thinking about the skipper.
The skipper, yeah.
Kirani James out of Grenada. Shout out to you wherever you are.
He has won the lot. He has won everything.
Fly the flag high for Grenada. Him and the Spiceman. Andre Fletcher over there in Dubai playing the Alti 20 for Mumbai Emirates.
I think they played a game today as well. Mumbai Emirates. That's the same team of Dwayne Bravo.
Dwayne Bravo is there as well.
Yeah. They actually lost by 5 runs.
They missed their skipper as well. Puran is now with the West Indies team in Australia.
That's in the air. Gordon Bryan has turned to chase, but he won't get there. And they're coming back for 2. He was looking to work that one through the onside. Ryan John. We'll see the replay shortly. And he was looking to whip it through the onside. Closed the bat face too early. And the ball skewed down to mid-off. There were shouts of catch him. Gordon Bryan was laboring and couldn't get there.
That's when you have a good bat. The bat edges these days are
Thick.
2 inches or so.
Yeah.
Some bats you can use the side and play cricket now.
Better delivery, but nullified easily by Ryan John, who was 28 from 50. Good scoring rate.
Just struggling a bit with his line and length. Not really showing the consistency that the skipper needs. But he's a fantastic bowler. Just off the radar today.
Normally more economical than this, Derval Green.
That's the line and that's the length. That's where he needs to stay.
Yeah. And that completes the 82nd over. It's 273 for 6. And the Volcanoes well and truly ahead in this game. And the scoreboard doesn't lie. They're leading by 114 runs.
Well, they're certainly pulling back this one. So it's a seesaw battle here. First session today. Jamaica owned it. But the Volcanoes showing some fight. Ryan John and Springer. As I mentioned, they should be very, very confident going out there to bat. Ryan John is now on 28 and Shamar Springer is on 35. Both players really did a fantastic job yesterday in the bowling department. First ball from Shamar Springer got him a wicket of Nkrumah Bonner.
Incidentally, the first ball from Abhijay Mansingh brought the demise of Kimani Melius.
Kimani Melius. spoke to him after the game and I asked him what was going through his mind. Kimani Melis, and didn't have an answer for it.
With the shot or with the day's play?
With the shot. I'm sure
I'm sure he
he'll
had a lot to say after the day's play.
I'm sure he'll have a lot to say after the day's play.
This one is quicker onto.
Sloppy. Come on. Come on, Dorval. Got to do better than that at this level. I know it's hot. We're in Jamaica. But don't worry, it'll get cold later. Because this cold front is it's a bit nippy when it's after 6.
Yeah. And he has high standards for himself, Derval, the experienced man in the team. But just coming over from his bowling performance, probably thinking about it. This one is full from Mansingh. Played back to him. And I can just sense a big shot coming here from Ryan John. Mid-off and mid-on won't catch him if he connects. But they're in the game.
Can see Chadwick Walton just rolling over his shoulders. I don't think he's going to bowl.
Setting himself up to open. John goes hard into the ground. He goes down to long off.
A lot of time left in this game.
Yeah.
Both batters can try take it to tea. And then they can plan again. Because they need to plan each session. Who wins this most session? Certainly sometimes just win the game.
And that's a body line delivery. It's going to give deep backward square a lot of work to do. He won't stop the ball from going into the boundary though. And the boundaries are coming at will here for the Scorpions, for the Volcanoes. Leaking rounds the Scorpions. Too easy for Shamar Springer. Has enough quality to deal with a delivery that is offline and very short. And just worked it away in front of the George Headley stand. It's now 279 for 6. And it's getting closer to 300. Made 382 the last time they were here, the Volcanoes. And this one punched down the ground. You're right about Walton. He's getting even more aggressive in his warm-up.
Overboard.
It's 280 for 6 after 83.
One thing I'll tell you, he thinks that he's a big leg spinner. You can see him rolling over. You can hear him in the stump mic. He needs the ball. I don't think Blackwood will do it.
I think the coach will be tearing his hair out, and he doesn't have many.
The only thing that he can bowl is a slider. But in his mind, he's spinning it both ways.
He's Shane Warnesque.
I'll tell you one thing about him and Andrew Fletcher. They think they're like Shane Warne.
I think it's a wicketkeeper thing.
But I think so.
Yeah.
But they can only do one thing with the ball. Straight onto the bat. But I'll tell you, in their mind, they're going both ways.
Indeed. And don't you ever play and miss either.
Can't do that. It's always a challenge when him and the Spiceman is wrong. They always try to attack the best batters. Could remember he challenged Andrew Roslow at practice right here at Sabina. Talawa training. Talawa said he can't hit 2-6 off of his over.
Short delivery to Springer. Probably the first time that he has gotten something up in his chest. But no real express pace bowlers are in this Scorpions team.
That's the reason why I'm so excited to see Roger Shields. Saw him warming up yesterday, but still some concern over his injury. He looks good now, but coach Andrew Richardson decide that he's not going to pressure him too much. He's going to allow him to come back because he don't want him to come back and then go out again.
Oh, that is Fuller from Green.
It's about managing players. It's a long season.
Long season, yeah.
First game.
Well, long in perspective. It's 7 games, but we're used to playing 5. But still, they're going to have a break in between, which is going to get the players ready for the final stages of the competition. So you don't want to have your trump card getting hurt early, or your potential trump card. So it's been easy for Shamar Springer and Ryan John.
Inching closer to that 300 mark. And getting in that extra batting point. Also, the run rate is going up as well. 122 runs lead for the Volcanoes. Ryan John is on 29. Shamar Springer out of nowhere sprung up to 42. Ryan John down the ground with some authority over long on. It's a good shot. When you're in, stay in. Longer you stay at the crease, longer you occupy the crease, you're going to be more comfortable to play your shots. And that was a good shot over mid-on.
On a length. And it brings you back to the point that you were making, Kez, that the pitch is good. Even bounce.
And again, just punch down the ground at mid-off. Fielded by Gordon. Ryan John looks a lot better now, more comfortable. Taking up that lead to 26.
Yeah, they have added 62 runs already in this hour.
That's the thing about both batters. These guys won't be scared to play their shots. And they're powerful guys. Well left. So the line from Green so far, it's not the best. It's a bit inconsistent in terms of line.
He has been struggling to find his radar. He's been off color. He has bowled 11 overs, conceded 54 runs. That's just under 5 runs an over, and that's way too much. He's going above the run rate of the Volcanoes. As we take a break for the drinks card to come onto the field with the Volcanoes 285 for 6 and leading by 126. Shamar Springer 42. Ryan John, he's on 33. All right, so welcome back to Sabina Park. It's second hour of this post-lunch session, and it has been all about the Volcanoes. A dominant partnership between Ryan John and Shamar Springer. Lost that sixth wicket at 201.
All right, let's play, gents.
They have now stitched together 84 runs together. And it's threatening to put the Scorpions to the sword. Abhijay Mansingh to Springer. Drives pleasantly to Chadwick Walton at cover. He's suggesting to Ryan John that he would run him out. I don't think that's possible.
Well, Pete Salmon been rested here after a good spell in the morning session. Yet to see some different style of bowling. Maybe we would want to see some googly from Mansingh. Try something new to see if he can break this partnership here.
I think what you're going to see is Marquino Minley next. He's getting stretched and warm. And as a leg spinner, I think Mansingh's biggest issue now is to try to get some control over what he's doing first. And then he can go into his range of tricks. But he has been a little bit off color so far. Bowling two sides of the wicket. Easy runs on the onside to Springer so far. And that one is taking the edge. I was thinking about driving. Almost as if he stopped midway. And took the outer half of the bat. So Mansingh wants to build up some dots. He has bowled 4 dots in this over. But so far in this spell, he has given away a boundary per over. Either he has dragged down a delivery too short on the offside or on the onside.
Yeah, but while creating dots, try and see if he can get a breakthrough to these batters. Springer, as I mentioned earlier, that he has improved a lot in both batting and bowling. He moves up to 33 now from 60 deliveries. Ryan John as the vice captain playing a role there as well. He's on 33 from 57. Well, Keswick had predicted 130 this morning for the lead for the Volcanoes. They are leading by 127 now.
That completes the 85th over, bowled by Abhijay Mansingh. He has 1 for 57. The Volcanoes 286 for 6 with Pete Salmon on. He has taken 3 for 78 and Gordon Bryan 2 for 45. And they really gave the Scorpions a spark. And as Kimberly said, they are missing that spark a bit, but it has to be noted that Ryan John, the vice captain of the Volcanoes, who took 5 wickets, his second 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket earlier, and Shamar Springer, 43 from 60, and John 33 from 58. The pair found a way to really derail the hopes of the Scorpions. Good counter-attacking punch. It's not been reckless, calculated approach, and they have tested the Scorpions and the tactical awareness of Jermaine Blackwood as to what's best and the options that he needs to use. He's moved away now from Derval Green. He's searching for that wicket. He's gone now to Marquino Minley, who opened this morning with Pete Salmon, but he hasn't been able to take a wicket. He has been tidy, but wickets, they are what the Scorpions need. Dots won't do. It might bring a wicket or two, but at this stage, they need cluster of wickets. They need the 4 wickets in a heap at 286 for 6.
We saw Medley opening the bowling this morning. He's back with us. Jermaine Blackwood is trying to see if he can create that chance. He's bringing back Medley into the attack. that's are important too. But the most important thing for the Scorpions, they need to wrap up the remaining 4 wickets. 129, Shamar and John, they really hold on things after they lost their 6 wicket at 210 runs. And they really have come back good after lunch as well. They picked up quite a few boundaries there, Jerome.
Indeed. And it's been easy. As we've mentioned, it looks a good surface now. It's getting harder and harder for the bowling unit. And traditionally, at Sabina Park, day 2 and 3 are the best days to bat. Sun beats down on the surface. It's always easier. But also, based on history, the 3rd innings is also the innings that is always a tricky innings here at Sabina Park. But day 2 and 3, regardless of a 5-day match, which is a test match, or a regional 4-day, always the best days to bat. And we're seeing that here today with day 2, with Springer eyeing another first-class half-century. His highest score is 91.
So let me ask you a question though, Jerome. Do you think that the Volcanoes will bat until tea? Or you think once they get to over the 150 mark, pretty close 180, they will declare and send Scorpions to bat? Or they just want to bat one time?
I think it's a lot. I think they want to ensure that they get as much as possible. There's so much time left in this game that they, after bowling out a team for 159, I think you back yourself to get 10 wickets again. So it's just to give yourself a cushion to know that you have enough. Enough rest as well, even though damage done was by the 2 that are at the crease. But we have kept on hearing that this team is one of the fittest, if not the fittest, in the region, as you see the mode of transportation that Keswick loves the most, making its way into Jamaica. It's a flight coming in to the Norman Manley International Airport. And there's a chance for a run out. No, they won't, because they are quick. Quick single to Ramal Lewis. He was off the mark quickly. But Springer from Barbados and John from Grenada, they are quicker. And that completes over number 86 at 289.46. So the aircraft that you see landing or coming in, it's going to the Norman Manley International Airport, one of 2 airports, international airports in Jamaica. The other is in Montego Bay. Well, I said international, but there's also a 3rd in Boscobel now.
The Ian Fleming International Airport.
Yeah. I think that the person in the pink shirt is a personal assistant of Jermaine Blackwood. Closest friends that we're seeing on the screen. Mansing will be ready again. So, and it's good to see people here. It's not 1995 Carib Shield crowds or early 2000 crowds, but because of the games being in midweek, I'm not going to see a lot of people, but previously you had less than the amount we see here. I've counted about 100 people here.
And that is a good start since we have cricket back for 2024 here at Sabina Park. They are yearning for it. Well, West Indies, they have sent it to the Caribbean. As you said earlier, that we have matches being played in St. Catherine at the Shedwin Park Oval. Springer and John, they have really get settled and be mindful that they need to have runs on the board. 6 wickets down. They lost the 6 wicket at 210. They are currently at 289. They're leading by 130 runs. Springer, who is on 46, you mentioned he bowled well yesterday, picked up 3 wickets. And John, he had a wonderful time with the ball yesterday. He picked up 5 wickets for 43 runs. He's doing well so far with the bat. He's on 33 from 58.
This is going to be 1 for Shamar Springer. The score goes up to 280. Well, 290 now for 6. And you mentioned that the game is at Chedwin Park, Barbados Pride. They are 188 for 3. Jonathan Drakes is 84 from 98 with 12 fours. And Kevin Wickham, 52 from 68 with 5 fours and 2 sixes. And Ryan John goes hard, inside out. Long off is in business. Will he cut it off? Brilliant work, Marquino Minley. And he's thinking, and they come back too. Did extremely well there, the big fast bowler. Hit to his left pretty hard.
Yeah, he managed to get down quickly on that one there, Jerome. Trying to limit the runs here for the Volcanoes. But they will have to try and break this partnership. Do something special to break it. And that's the end of over number 87. It's 296, leading by 133 runs here on the second day of the West Indies Championship.
And I was advised by Keswick Williams earlier today that the matches in St. Kitts, they've been affected by rain. And one game has been officially called off for the day. And that was a game between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Red Force, they were set to resume at 215 for 4. And the game between Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the West Indies Academy, that has been delayed by the rains. 60 for 2, the Academy team, in response to 137. But Keswick also suggested that, or mentioned, that schools in St. Kitts and Antigua have been ordered closed because of the bad weather around in the area or in the country. So just fingers crossed that everyone is safe. It has been a weird time in terms of climate in recent times. And that tells you that climate change is not a myth.
Well, we see that happening in Montego Bay 2 days ago. And a copter is coming in now, maybe to pick up Keswick to take him to lunch. Says Nkuma Bonner been introduced in the attack. That means that Blackwood Hunting needs to get out these batters and trying to get 2 new batters at the crease and see if they can get this innings over by T.
Okay, boys, come on, boys.
Warner Bowles the leg spin. And that's forced away off the back foot. Deep point is coming around. Has to do a lot of work. Does well. Carlos Brown. They're thinking about 3 Springer. He's sent back by John. And 2 good runs. Another back cut again from Springer. He loves that shot. Plays it very late. And got it to the right of backward point. And then Kruma Bonner, looking at his first class stats here, he has taken 46 wickets. 5 for 26 is best. Also has 7 for 40 in a match. That's his best bowling by a match, so 5 for 26. See if he can prize out a wicket here. The Scorpions, they desperately need one.
But for the batters here, Springer and John, even though they respect the good balls.
That's a 50 for Shamar Springer. A 50 of 73 balls, 6 fours. And this has been a a high quality innings and has put the pressure back on the Jamaica Scorpions team. Registering his fourth first class 50. His highest score is 91. And there's a loud appeal. Umpire Williams says not out. Bonner wants a replay. So to us here in the commentary box. Let's look at it.
No, he's in the player. Banner.
That's close.
Pretty close. Seems
That's
as if
close.
it misses the bat.
Bonner is asking what was wrong with that, umpire. Well, that looks pretty adjacent to me. I heard two sounds. I thought it was bat and pad, but it was actually double noise off both pads. I think John got away with one there.
Come on, Jack, you do that, man. This score.
35 from
Keeper.
81 is John.
So back to what I was going to say before the 50 comes up for Shmar Springer. I was saying that he said he got, what, 6 fours? He rotate the strike, uses ones and twos. And this is what the West Indies team need to understand. Even the Jamaican Scorpion too. You don't have to get boundaries all the times, but picking up your ones and twos that actually adds to the score and bring you good totals, keep the scoreboard ticking and turning over the strike.
Yeah. And that completes an eventful over where Shamar Springer brought up his his fourth first class half century with 6 fours. I see Michael Clark making his way around. He's part of the provisional squad for the Scorpions. He was part of that under 19 double winning team in St. Vincent and the Grenadines recently. Captains the Excelsior High School team. So Mansingh is ready again. I said eventful over because from the looks of it, umpire Williams got a leg before decision wrong. And John looked pretty plumb with that delivery. But Mansingh is back. And that one is forced to Derval Green. Score remains at 295-46. It's getting closer to another break, and let's see how the Volcanoes approach this phase.
With these two batters at the crease, Jerome, they are well set. They are seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit. The bowlers, they will have to create those chances, try something to get them to play recklessly to give away the wicket. But for now, they are playing sensible cricket.
It's a wait-and-see approach here. Only a slip close to the bat in terms of a catcher. There's a short cover on a straightish mid-wicket. For John, he's hit on the pad. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite says not today. Romain Morris throws away the ball inexplicably. And they will trot through for a leg by Hansa Kimbo from the bowler. Disappointed. That was obviously sliding down the leg side.
Indeed.
And the lead is getting closer now to 150. It's 138. And they have 297 for 6.
In the 89th over.
So Springer, another change in the field. So the man from short cover comes to straightish mid-on for Springer. And that one is coming off the bat and the pad, ballooned to forward square. There's no short leg for obvious reasons. The partnership is blossoming, causing a lot of problems for the Scorpions. They're in defensive mode now.
Talking about short leg though, Jerome, for most of the morning you could have seen they have used up their short leg player, but I don't know why they take him out now. I think they should have put him back in to try and see if they could actually force him to play a shot where they can produce a wicket.
I think they're just worried about the scoreboard. about what is happening. The partnership is 88. So they think these two players are comfortable at the crease, and it's highly unlikely that they're going to get out under the bat. They probably think they're going to do something rash, play a big shot, and get dismissed. I think that's why they're operating with a halfway attacking and halfway defensive field, to just hope that John or Springer provides a chance, as that completes over number 89 at 299 for 6, a lead of 140 runs. And remember, it's going to be more batting points for the Volcanoes should they get another run. 300 to 350 gives you what, 2 points, Kez?
Yes.
Yeah. And they have already registered a point with the bat, and they have already registered bowling points. Neither for the Scorpions as yet.
Well, they're on the good path. The Volcanoes, they're on a good path in both ways, earning points in the bowling and in the batting. 140 is the leading. Their Volcanoes, they're leading by 140. Springer, well set. And I don't think that the rate that they're going, they will play any careless shot to get out. The Scorpions, they will have to create that chance. What is that chance? Do you think that he should bring back Gordon Bryan now, at the way that he was bowling earlier outside of the off stump?
Let's see if Bonner can get that chance. Another single for Ryan John, and the score goes up now to 300. So another mark ticked for the Volcanoes. Get another point for their team. And going back to that question shortly, Bonner to Springer, faster and flatter. Close there. Springer needs to get that front leg out of the way. If that hits him in front, it's going to be a huge appeal.
Oh, yes,
Get
oh,
beside
yes,
the
Bonnie.
ball.
Working, Bonnie. Keep working, Bonnie.
Looks as if he's in for the long haul here. And this lead is swelling.
Get him, none. Done, boys.
And go straight to Pete Salmon. So I think the Scorpions might be tempted to bowl a new ball, to take the new ball off the tee if they get back to that. If they don't dismiss the Volcanoes between now and then, and it looks highly unlikely that they will from now. It's a strange game though, cricket. But I think they're resting the faster bowlers to come back later on. See if they can wrap up the innings. The Bonner introduction, I'm sure, is just to create some unnecessary drama. Not from that delivery though. Good work from Marquino Minley. Had to dive away to his right.
Definitely, that one was marching towards the boundary. Had to put in the dive there, save 3 runs, and the 90th over comes to an end. The score reads 301 for 6. So the fall of wickets, the Volcano, they lost the first wicket for 45, second for 101, third for 180.
They have done well. Based on what you have said there, long partnerships, big partnerships. The first one was 45, then 55. And then they moved away to 79. A couple of quick wickets between 180 to 210. But since then, it's been 91 runs added between these two.
And they have been maintaining a run rate of 3.34. Sometimes it goes up to 4, but it never drops to 2. Even in the morning session, when they lost that 4 quick wickets there in the morning session, they still maintain that current run rate above 3 or 3.
Mansing, in spite of, is trying to get that wicket of Shamar Springer. 2 straight again. There's deep square, but it's one they will get for now. It's now 302 for 6. It's easier for batting. Let's see. Ryan John is 37. Remember, his first class best is 51. Sure, he's looking at that to say this pitch can carry me better than 51. He's been watchful, but in his approach, he has also been aggressive. I see a few people make their way into into Sabina Park. That's the George Headley stand. Famous name. So famous that they called him the Black Bradman.
They call him the what?
Black Bradman.
Okay.
The Atlas. But that's another discussion. Dot delivery from Mansing, and he's had a below par outing. 64 runs conceded. Not his greatest bowling display. Found a way to keep Ryan John quiet.
Well, that is just 1 run from his over so far. He bowled 12.5 overs, 64 runs, just for a wicket. He picked up the wicket yesterday of the captain, Kimani.
He goes high. There's a chance for long on. Someone get it back from over the boundary. That's 6. Ryan John opening his shoulders, opening a blade, and smashing it over long on. For a minute or a second, Pete Salmon thought, hey, I'm here. But the ball disappeared over his head for 6, 308 for 6 at the end of over number 91.
Well, he gets under that one quite early. It was a gift. He really makes use of it to dispatch it over the ropes. And that 6 takes Ryan pretty closer to a half century. He's on 43 from 70 deliveries. Shimara at the other end, he's on 54 from 84 deliveries. A good partnership. The lead is 149 runs now. So maybe at T they can declare, by T they will get to about 230 or thereabout. You think they will bat out the entire day, Keswick? Well, you've been saying that from morning. Do you think they will bat out the entire day, Jerome?
Well, I'm not sure they're going to bat out the whole day, but I know they're not declaring. Only 27 minutes to tea. That's left alone by Springer. And the Scorpions, they have bowled, 49 overs so far today. This is going to be the 50th. Well, they have bowled 49 overs. This one is pushed down to long on. A dive from, that looks like Chadwick Walton. Can't limit the batting pair. And takes the score up to 309. And a partnership of 99. Ryan John is on 43. Shamar Springer just got his 55th run.
It's a good partnership. Jerome, you said 99 runs is the partnership. They have really settled not only to depend on boundaries, but utilize the pitch and the field and picking up 1s and 2s. They respect the good balls and try to score off them as well and punish the bad ones. This is something that the Scorpion team needs to do as well. Try not to go for the big shots all the time, but be patient and work the infield and try to pick up those free runs. And that one marches down to the boundary. Can't get there. That one crashes into the fence of 4.
Body line delivery there from Nkrumah Bonner. He's a part-timer. You expect a couple of these. And Ryan John picks up another boundary, takes him to 47. And the partnership is over 100 now. It's 103. And this has been a very good partnership, a potential match-winning partnership. As a few ladies set out their stalls now to enjoy some cricket. This could be the game-changing innings of the match. And there have been several, but that completes the 92nd over with the Volcanoes 154 runs ahead. And as I take my leave, Keswick Williams will join Kimberly Forbes.
And that boundary brings up the 100 partnership between John and Springer. It's a good partnership, and the Volcano team, they will really appreciate this partnership. But the Scorpion, they are behind again. They took charge earlier this morning of the morning session. But the Volcanoes, they're on back on top of things again. Keswick. So they're having a drinks break.
Come in. The Windward Island Volcanoes, they have a lead of 154. Shamar Springer and Ryan John. Really pulling back things here for the Windward Island Volcanoes. As we see Gordon O'Brien, the man who caused a little bit of problems this morning for the Volcanoes. He's back. Known for bowling the old ball here in Jamaica. One that can move it in and out. Seam bowler here, Gordon O'Brien. He's a part of the JDF. He's a private as well. Fit lad, strong. Runs in and give you 100%. But that one, Shamar Springer just tucks it down to backward of square. Only one. Both batters doing a wonderful job here. Not sure if Kimberly liked what she's seeing, but for the sake of cricket, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here. A Caesar battle so far. First session, Jamaica sort of claw back things, but then Ryan John and Shamar Springer showing how capable they are with the bat.
After Springer and John came in at 210, when they lost their six wicket, they know that they have to try and build a partnership, which this one is a really good partnership, to put some runs on the board that when they go to bowl, they can pressure the Scorpion team. Knowing that they bowled them out in the first innings, 159 runs in 41 overs. It's a nice delivery there from Gordon Bryan. Bowled pretty well, picked up 2 wickets in the morning session. The wickets of Shadrach and Walcott.
He has been very disciplined all morning. This morning he showed why he's probably one of the best seamers here in Jamaica. Discipline, hitting that line, that length, consistently going down on that fourth and third stump area with a hint of waist swing. What I'm impressed with is that it's his errors, his line. He's always going down that line, but then he seams the ball from around the same line. So what will happen? He will always ask questions, but Ryan John is asking his own questions here, a bit too straight from Brian. Ryan John just flicking that one through the mid-wicket boundary, bringing up his 50, second 50 in his first-class career. Both batters yesterday was the ones that destroyed the batting attack for the Scorpions. And now they're showing how good they are with the bat. Both players crossing the 50 mark. Taking the lead up to over 150.
Yeah, and good half century from Ryan. He picked up 6 fours and 3 sixes here. They know what they can do, and they have get settled, and they're playing wonderful cricket. 51 for Ryan from 78 deliveries, Shimari's, and 56 from 88 deliveries, a lead of 159 runs. Gordon Bryan, 5 runs from that over. He bowled 17 overs, 50 for 2.
I think he's one of those bowlers in the team that creates that sort of stability in the attack. The consistency in line and length for him all morning has been something that you would want to see as a bowling coach.
But if you realize the energy that was in the field this morning for the Scorpion team, it is not there after lunch. Keswick, what is it?
Well, to be honest with you, after lunch, the Volcano batters came out with a different mindset. And it's a shout by Minley. Empire Williams unmoved, not interested. But as I was saying, they came out with a different mindset. They had a chat with I was going down, like, good decision there. They had a chat with the coach and the skipper, and they decided that, listen, we need to change things around. The first session belongs to them. Give them that. But we need to pull things back. We need to occupy the crease. We need to, get some singles, knock around the ball for a bit. And as long as we're there, we're going to get comfortable because the wicket is not a devil. Shamar Springer just eased that one down to backward point. Could be 2. Easy 2 in the end. So those are the sort of conversations that they had throughout the lunch period about being able to occupy the crease, get your 1s and your 2s, and as long as you're there, getting the boundaries will be a lot easier. The wicket is not a wicket, it's not a devil. The consistency in bounce so far has been brilliant. I'm very impressed by that. And the spinners get a bit of turn as well. So a little bit of everything for everybody.
Well, it's the Volcanoes' time now to be in control. I would add that the coach would say bat long, the day is long, so bat and get as much runs on the board as possible. And the bowlers, the energy in the field for the Scorpions has dropped after lunch. Bowlers, they will have to try something to break the partnership here. The lead is 161. The way I see how Springer and John is batting, they're not going to throw away the wicket so easily. The bowlers will have to try something miraculously to get them out. They are going good, and as I mentioned yesterday and this morning, that Springer, he has really improved in his game. And Jerome said he will really have to knock hard on the door to get into the West Indies squad. At the end of over number 95, the score reads 320 for 6. And this is a 110 runs partnership from 163 delivers. It's a good going there after they were at 210 for 6. Shamar moves on to 58. Ryan John, he's on 51. It is Brian Garden who is continuing. I'm wondering what are the intentions of Brian now. But the Volcanoes, they're cruising here on a sunny Thursday afternoon in Kingston, Jamaica at Sabina Park.
His intention should be the same intentions that he had this morning. Being able to go down on the line of stump or fourth stump and doing what he usually does, move it in and out from that area. His length normally is good. His line is splendid. I'm loving the line that he's bowling consistently. And the fact that he's shaping it in and out from there, he can create some problems. He's been asking questions all morning, asking the batter to play at almost every delivery. I love the point of the game when he bowled against Tevin Walcott, set him up really well. So he was going into Tevin Walcott for most of the deliveries and that one-way swinger. So you can see he's not just bowling, he's thinking the game as well. He understands his bowling. Just a few games behind of him. So to understand your game like that, coming into first-class cricket, is always a plus. That's what I'm talking about. The lines, the length, hands on the hip could tell you how he feels about his work that he's putting in for his skipper. And I'm sure the skipper is very impressed and likes the work that he's putting in.
Yes, he must be commended. Very consistent there. Gordon Bryan. Yes, he may bowl a few stray, but you said he has been very consistent and he's living outside of the off stump, trying to create something here for the Scorpions. But Shamar Spring and Ryan John, they're very watchful. And I must say good afternoon to our viewers wherever you're watching from. The sun is pelting through the glass here in the com box. No, later on, Keswick will have to get his coat on. I know it's going to be cold. We're having a cold front here in Jamaica.
To be honest with you, I'm not too bothered about the cold. I've been to some countries before where it's unbearable.
Oh.
But it was just more of a surprise to me that it's this nippy in Jamaica. I think it was about 20 or so last night.
Yeah, it was really nippy. It was really nippy.
18 or so.
So the top scorers, if you're wondering, the Scorpion, they were sent into bat yesterday by the Volcanoes. The Volcano won the toss and blown the Scorpions away for 159, all out in 41 overs. And now the Volcanoes, They are leading by 162 runs. The 96th over comes to an end. The score is 321 for 6. And the batters, they're having a chat, just saying, let us continue on the path that we are on. We're trying to get to at least 250, but they're taking their time, no need to rush. They're batting sensible and playing good cricket, keeping the scoreboard ticking. No need to try anything extra at all to give away the wicket. Yesterday we saw where Mansingh and Morrison, they were batting really well after they helped the Scorpion to get over the 150 mark. They were batting well, but Morrison got a run out. Yesterday he got a run out, unfortunately. And then Mansingh, I don't know if that had affected Mansingh, but he went shortly after that. The Scorpions. I'm thinking about the West Indies 85 that they got all out for in Australia. Well, they're preparing for the T20. Saw the lineup for that. Squad would be led by the Ravman Powell. And I must commend Ravman Powell. He has improved so much in his game. He's a good captain too. He's very passionate about the game. Down to long on, but just no run there. The score is at 321.
Ryan John getting very comfortable at the crease. Just punching that one down to mid-on. So yes, we're about to see the T20 series with West Indies versus Australia. Ravman Powell there as captain from Jamaica as well. Just campering there for a single. Would get home easily. But yes, the T20 squad that's down in Australia now, packed with some power. Ravman Powell, captain, Shea Hope, Johnson Charles, Ruston Chase, Jason Holder, Akil Hussain, Alzari Joseph, Brendan King, Kyle Mayers, Gudakish Moti, Nicholas Puran, Andrew Russell, Sherfane Rutherford, Romario Shepherd, and O'Shane Thomas. That's a T20 squad that's going to take on the Australia T20 team starting Friday.
That's tomorrow. So that's a power-packed team there. Kesrick, can you imagine if you were in the squad, you'll be having your notebook.
Yeah, it's still there.
Do you ever think about passing on the notebook?
No. No, it's mine. I'll keep it. It's a celebration. A lot of people think that I used to plan these celebrations. It's just something that just happened.
Well, I used to. You and Nurse Williams,
Ashley Nurse.
Ashley Nurse, he always used the Cobra sign. I love that. I watched him play in Florida in the U.S. Open, and I used to enjoy you as well, flipping the page of the notebook and making notes. But I saw Walton flipping his book and make a note as well. That was a very entertaining game.
Yeah, it's all in the love of cricket. After that, I was proud of how we played that game because that was his probably his best year in CPL. I think he scored the most runs in the CPL that year. Learned a lot of things from Chadwick Walton. We both went to the University of the West Indies together, Caveville campus. Learned a lot from him and Akeem Dewar, who is now in America. Played on the 19 for West Indies. Tall leg spinner.
Talking about America, they have been playing a lot of cricket. We saw where the Major League played last year in America. The minor league played there as well, and they're getting some World Cup games in America this year. America is known for basketball and baseball and NFL, but cricket has become a popular game in America, and the 96th over come to an end now. The score is 323. So leading the pack for the Scorpion bowlers is Pete Salmon. Picked up 3 wickets. Looking over on the arbor there, Keswick. Some containers coming in the country of Jamaica. The lead is 164 runs now. Jermaine Blackwood desperate for a breakthrough here.
I think all they need to do is just stick to what's working for them or what was working for them this morning. Being able to be disciplined, hitting that area as consistently as they were this morning. That's what they need to do. Ryan John just having a bit of word there with Gordon Bryan. And you will usually see these things from Ryan John when he's in the mood for batting, when he's set, trying to have conversation to feel at home. Bryan just ignoring that. Just need to focus on what he needs to do. Not something that you would see from him. He usually would be a bit fuller, trying to find the edge of Jamar Springer. He's a swing bowler, so he needs to get it a bit fuller. Shorter you bowl, less it's going to seam around. So to find the edge, you need to bowl it a bit fuller, pitch it a bit fuller.
Not trying anything extra, just working the field, just picking up ones, 324 now. Spectators are here with us. Foster did a count earlier. He said he thinks about 100 persons are here with us.
Is that included us?
I think so.
That's a lovely shot from Ryan John. Fuller from Brian. Ryan just flicking that one through mid-wicket. Kurt McKenzie there at mid-wicket. Couldn't stop it. Eased into the boundary down at the King's Kensington stand. The famous Kensington stand here. Ryan John looks more in control of what he wants to do now, taking that lead up to 169. For some strange reason, they have taken the new ball and they're more on the shorter side. With someone like Gon who seams the ball well, who swings it in and out, who moves it in and out, he'd want to be a bit more fuller. Now he comes around the wicket.
Being here from yesterday, I haven't really seen a bowler Yorker yet trying something out of the box. Talking about the Scorpions, pulls and pulls will get settled. Will it be taken? Had to put it back in play. Yes, he's gone. Brian Gordon strikes. The 7th wicket has fallen. Ryan John walks back to the dugout and the score reads 328 for 7.
That's a fantastic catch by Darvel Green. Down there on the deep. Well, it's on the fine leg boundary. Good catch. Good sense of awareness to throw back that one. Ryan John is gone for 57 of 84 deliveries.
And it's tea time there. Keswick, your words before they leave the field of play.
Well, the second session belongs to the Volcanoes. They really fought their way back in to the game. But you know what happened? The energy just finished with the Scorpions. So who knows what's going to happen when they come back out to play. But the score is now 328 for 7. The Windward Island Volcanoes lead by 169. Gordon just taking up that last wicket. 3 for 56 now. Kenneth Denver should be the one that should join in Shamar Springer when we return after tea here at Sabina Park. Island Volcanoes leading by 169. Really control that second session.
Had to do a sprint there, Kez. But it's 328 for 7. And Shamar Springer going nicely. 3 half centuries in the innings. Ryan John, he was dismissed moments ago. Hold out to long leg of the bowling of Gordon Bryan, who has 3 wickets. Sherman Lewis is the new man, but it's Springer to face Marquino Minley. First ball after tee is a dot, and it's business time now in this game. It's only one mantra for Volcanoes now. Get that lead over 200. Put pressure on the Scorpions. While the Scorpions, obviously, they'll be looking to mop up this innings as quickly as possible and to get more fast bowling points.
I think that will be something that the Volcanoes will be looking at. Getting that score over the 200 mark. This morning I did mention that they should be looking at 130, 150 minimum. They have surpassed that.
I was telling you, once they bat out close to the day's play, they're going to be getting close to 200 based on the rate that they were scoring. But that middle phase of the game, that partnership between Springer and John, 118 runs. And it was brisk as well in the context.
So that first session this morning, they managed to control that run rate, Scorpions. Bowlers did a great job. Pete Salmon and Gordon Bryan was really the charges behind them controlling that run, bringing it down to 3.07 or so. But that second session with Ryan John and Shamar Springer, who is still there on 60, run rate is back up now to 3.36.
And that session is always the most difficult for a bowling unit. Because after using up all that energy to get back into the game, that 40-minute rest is never enough. And once there's depth in the bowling, in the batting, it creates that opportunity for you to put pressure. And you saw the last wicket, which was a short delivery. And I was in the back of my mind, I was saying, why is it that they're not going short to these two players? And you see here, Kez, first time Gordon Bryan went short, he picked up a wicket. There's only one short delivery ball to Shamar Springer prior to that one just now that he ducked. And he had an uncomfortable half pull to mid-wicket.
Just eased out to mid-off. Easy single in the end from Shamar Springer. Brings, well, he's stolen the strike.
Yeah,
so
that's
he's
good
back
game
on strike.
awareness. Yeah.
Show that he's not really trying to protect Shamar Lewis. Still early turns.
Smart cricket from Shamar Springer.
Still kind of surprised that Shamar Lewis is ahead of Kenneth Demba. He's very capable with the bat. Hails from St. Vincent. Plays for the police cricket team as well. Him and Darius Martin.
I was to ask you that yesterday. It's just a police youth club team or police national team?
So it's a police cricket team.
Not just...
Mainly police officers in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And that team have about 6 or 7 or so of those guys in the national team.
Okay.
Gideon Pope, one of them. Dylan Douglas. Kenneth Demba, Darius Martin. Desmond Maloney, who just lost his contract from the Windward Island Volcanoes.
So you guys have to be on your best behavior then?
I myself is in that team as well. Well, we're always on our best behavior. We're men of class.
I thought you tried to look over that comment.
We're men of class. Cricketers are men of class.
Indeed, the gentleman's game.
Gentleman's game. Carried himself well. Someone was telling me the other day they can always tell who are footballers from who are cricketers. But that was a discussion that I wasn't willing to have.
Well, we used to have that in high school.
So we just let that slide.
Yeah, we're a little bit more gentle. And the swaggier ones. That's outside the off stump by Gordon Bryan.
As we expected from him.
Yeah.
Usually hit that line just outside fourth stump or just on third stump. Would have loved to see us pitch map here, because we would have seen a cluster of balls in one area, which is for today. He's a lot better today, and the first session showed how good he is in terms of his line and length. There we see it again, but finding the edge this time, running away to the boundary. Can Nkrumah Bonner stop it? No, he can't. Just going to retrieve that one. Finding the edge again. Gordon Bryan. We can count how much time he find the edge already for this game.
Indeed. I was saying to you that he bowled his first spell from that the Michael holding end yesterday. He didn't really cause a lot of problems, but he was economical. Today, he's bowling from the Courtney Walsh end, and it has supported him. And the wind that is coming across him as well has really aided that movement all day, whether with the older ball and now with a newer ball, the second new ball.
Well, I can tell you, I think he moves the old ball a little bit more.
Yeah.
So he's not just a new ball bowler. He can bowl the old ball as well, which is something that you would really look for in a fast bowler.
Yeah.
That is something that coaches love to see. Fast bowlers who is even better with the old ball.
And he's not express either. So his control has to be good.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Vernon Philander wasn't express.
Just over 120 Ks.
But the areas in which he owns, usually it looks like he buy land everywhere he goes to play test cricket.
Was the most unlikely looking fast bowler you would see going around. He wasn't the leanest, he wasn't the tallest, and he wasn't the sharpest either. But he did everything else that you'd want a fast bowler to do.
Reminds me of Chimenda Vass out of Sri Lanka.
Yeah. One area all day, but they're moving it both ways. And that's the most critical thing. They're threatening the inside edge and the outside edge. And no matter how slowly you're bowling or how quickly you're bowling, once the ball is going either side, it's a cause for concern. And obviously, if there's additional pace, like what we saw with Shamar Joseph, it creates a wave of difference as that completes over number 99 at 334 for 7. And you think from here, I don't know the batting capabilities of Darius Martin, how Shamar Springer would approach it from here in terms of what you think would be his mindset.
He would definitely be the scoring the bulk of the runs. This is the second over now in which the last delivery he takes a singler, taking up a strike. But Kenneth Demba is very capable with the bat. As I mentioned, we play for the same club in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I would like to say the coach in St. Vincent put him to bat before me, which I don't think is the right thing to do. But it is what it is. But he's very capable with the bat, I must say. Darius Martin.
So Denver is batting at 10 here. He bats where for St. Vincent? 7?
Normally bats at 7, 8.
So you're batting at 11, 12?
For St. Vincent. I'll give you a little story after this delivery. Actually played St. Vincent on the 19. The first time as a batter who can bowl a little bit of off spin. A lot of people may be surprised by that, but it is what it is. It's the truth.
Yeah.
And my mom told me to speak the truth because it will always set you free. So yes, folks, it's the truth.
The real truth now is for Marquino Milne to try get a wicket.
How happy they would be to see the back of Springer. Team looking pretty good. Scoring 334 so far. From the next game, they would have the inclusion of Alec Atenays and Covim Hodge, the stylish Covim Hodge, who sort of make a name for himself in Test cricket.
With that infamous rant.
Speaking to the stumps.
Yeah. Genuine edge from Marquino Minley to Shamar Springer. There's a third man, and this is what the Scorpions would have been dreaming of, to get more deliveries to Sherman Lewis. We want him to be facing bulk of these deliveries, especially with the two fast bowlers. These two bowlers open the bowling for the Scorpions. So obviously they're in the estimation of the captain, his best assets of getting a wicket.
I think the score now at 176, the lead, is something that the Volcanoes would be happy about. But in my own estimation, I think they shouldn't get bowled out, because that in itself, that's a good quick bumper, giving him a bit of taste of his own medicine. Minley
Pushes him back very early. So now he can set up the innings and see what he set up the over and see if he can have Lewis stuck on the crease from a fuller length delivery now and have the slips involved. You see a short leg getting involved now. Carlos Brown took a wonderful catch this morning in that position. Outstanding effort. And at that point, you felt as if the Scorpions were on the verge of creating some chaos for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. But little did they know that a 110-run partnership was going to escalate things. It's outstanding as well from Shamar Springer and Ryan John. And in the back of the mind now of Sherman Lewis, he's going to be thinking short delivery, right? I'm sure.
should be looking out for his toes.
Yeah. It's the old trick.
Sort of play with his mind for a little bit.
In this situation, you would go short again?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Not hard length, short.
Yeah. Shoulder height. That was hard length. He got in behind it.
Comfortably.
Yeah. But he's not really the one that you would depend on to get the ball up above the shoulders consistently, Marquino. I mean, that bouncer is supposed to be a surprise delivery for him. You want him to be threatening the top of off stump, that Josh Hazelwood type of length. He rehearses the pull shot, but that was never going to happen. As that completes the 100th over of the innings. It's 335 for 7, the Volcanoes, and that's a major accomplishment in terms of, as a batting coach or as a coach, that's the first thing you want your batting group to do, bat 100 overs. Because once you bat 100 overs in the region, you're going to be able to score over 290 runs. And that sets you up for batting points as well. And regardless of the surface, and some surfaces are slower than some, and some are more difficult to score runs on freely than the others. If you're batting 100 overs, you're getting 300 every day of the week. And especially with the tendency of the players that we see in the region, they score a lot of boundaries. Similar to what Keswick Williams pointed out this morning, that both teams batted 41 overs yesterday and had identical scores, but one team was bowled out.
as we have the presence of the West Indies head coach in the stands. Just hoping that he's having a look at Gordon Bryan. Not saying that he should look at him in terms of West Indies level, but there's always
Never too much.
there's always a chance to give him an opportunity, whether it's at the 8-team level, because his ability to move the ball in and out. It's 21st over now. This is showing a lot. Really controlled the game this morning for the Scorpions.
What do you think about his run-up? You think he can get more out of it?
Ball is right arm over.
I think so, but it's all about momentum. Sometimes you can probably just put a little bit more pep into your step. Some players think that running up faster, you probably may bowl faster. It's just all about biomechanics and what works for you. Because there are some bowlers who bowl rapid from a shorter run. There's some bowlers who bowl rapid from a longer run.
But with the shorter run, they would be using more chest and shoulders. And that tends to create issues physically for you over the years.
Which is true, but Odin Smith has been doing it for a while.
Yeah. But
So it's all about rhythm. It's all about what works for you as a fast bowler. Because then you'll hear stuff like fast bowlers running in and with that front leg block. Sort of get that energy coming from the lower part of your body to the upper half of your body. And sometimes when there are bowlers like, for example, Sean Tate, he doesn't have a front foot block, but bowls rapid.
rapid.
So it's all about what works for you and doing it the best way you can.
Because even Kemar Roach, when he started, he was more of a open-chested, shoulder-dependent bowler. But ever since his surgeries, he had to almost remodel everything that he has done. So even his action, his run-up has been extended a bit more. So it calls for adjustments. And Shamar Joseph, who we see now, he gets everything because of his rhythm. And once his rhythm is off, he bowls a few more no balls than expected. So as you say, and you are the specialist here in terms of fast bowling,
It's all about rhythm.
it's all about that
It's
rhythm.
all about what works for you.
Yeah.
Could remember having a conversation with a couple of guys in St. Vincent and the Grenadines about bowling actions around the world. And they pointed out Bumrah. And they did mention that they think if Bumrah was probably from the Caribbean, he probably would have never made it. Because
They would have been
a
teaching
lot
him
of
a different
coaches
style.
in the Caribbean would have teach him a different style. But working with, that was a quick one.
That was rather quick.
That's over, boys.
It sped off the surface and had to be collected above the head there by Romain Morris. He's not the tallest, but it still had some height on it. And that completes the 101st over at 336 for 7 as you continue to develop that point about Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah, so a lot of guys thinks that if he was from the Caribbean, he never would have made it because coach would have tried to change him. And that's what we do in the Caribbean. I think we, as coaches, we try to change too much instead of working with what we have. For example, I've worked with the legendary Courtney Ambrose, and he never tried to change me. He always said, I'm never going to try to change anyone. I'm just going to add bits and pieces to what you have already to make it work, to get you better. And that is something that I like about him. He never tries to change anyone. But a lot of coaches in the Caribbean, especially at the youth level, try to change a lot of bowlers or a lot of style for players. And then you end up and messing with that player because you're going to have different coaches at different stages growing up. You may have a different coach at under 15, under 19, and then the senior level, and every coach have different style. And by the time you notice it's too late. Yeah. You change so much. But what you can do as a coach is just work with what that player have and see if you can make him better. Not trying to change too much.
And you mentioned Bumrah. and even his action, because it depends a lot on his wrist and his position. Hence, he moves the ball so much. He doesn't even need assistance from the surface at times. It's almost his natural ability that is taking him. And as you mentioned, instead of bringing him to what the books require, just enhance his game. Ensure that he's stronger, ensure that he's fitter, ensure that he's more consistent with what he's doing. And the natural ability will take over. And there's a loud appeal. But that's sliding down the leg side, I'm sure. Yeah. And Carlos Brown seems to be sharp under that lid. And that's way down the leg side. Easy decision for the umpire. And it's not just batting, it's not just bowling either.
Batting as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing with the Caribbean. We try to change too much. We need to just work with what we have and see if we can get that to work for us. That one just passed over the middle stump. Good delivery there from McKinney Menley.
That's a beautiful delivery, actually.
Nice run up, though.
Yeah, you love this run up.
Gets to the crease. Don't know what that's missing. They miss every single thing. Could have easily take the bells off.
Mainly has a similar run up to someone you had mentioned earlier, Jerome Taylor. It's the exact rhythm.
The rhythm is nice. I love his rhythm. It's been like that for years.
It was a little bit stockier though, Jerome Taylor. Everybody knows he was sharper. That's Leroy Luck. Played for the Scorpions last season. Was the opening batter. Didn't have the greatest of seasons. Had a couple of 50s. But some disappointing dismissals. So found himself on the outside now, and Chadwick Walton is the man at the top with Carlos Brown. Open some of the games. That's a change, the roller. Getting ready. I guess the ground staff knows something that we don't know.
I think he's just parking it. Don't take the relax for that. Roller right now.
He's really
eventful over.
Yeah, I was about to say he's really rent a place on that front pad of Sherman Lewis. He's been hammering the front pad this over Marquino Minley.
It's like his own, that front pad of Lewis.
He's bowled a lot of overs. That's his 21st over. But he has only conceded 59 runs, so he has been steady. Hasn't been able to get those wickets that they really desire, the Scorpions. But the Volcanoes well and truly in charge here. 178 runs ahead. I think that's a bigger picture. 337 is good because it has given them batting points, and they will get more batting points if they get over
they continue.
Yeah. But the ultimate goal for them is to win this game. Once they win this game, I think they play the CCC next.
That will do a world of good for their confidence after finishing second last year in the 4-day tournament. Coming back here and starting it with a win would do a world of good. 21 overs as well for Gordon Bryan. Him and McKinney Menley has been doing a good job for the skipper. And you really wouldn't mind first delivery getting a single to put Sherman Lewis on strike. See if you can get at least 5 deliveries.
I think that's brave
3 or
actually
so.
from Springer. I would probably bat another couple of deliveries, and then unless he really trusts Sherman Lewis, he hasn't looked as if he's scared by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a newer ball. And this pacer has been the best of the lot on the day so far. Wayward there though.
This session, I think, Jamaica can control. If they can win 2 sessions out the day, that would be something good for them. They didn't win any yesterday.
So they had a positive this morning.
They won the first one this morning. To me, it looks like they might win the last session today. Last 2 deliveries, a little bit wayward from Gordon. That's something that we're accustomed to.
You need, as much as it's keeping the score quiet, you need to be on the stumps here. You need to be threatening the right-hander, get him playing. One thing with lower order players, they want to feel the ball on the bat. Playing inside the line of that one. You can see that it's created by Shivner and Chandrapur, just coming inside the line of the ball with his bat. So it's not been the same energy that you saw after lunch, where there were a lot of boundaries, couple of chances. Only 1 wicket fell in that session. And over 100 runs scored. The Volcanoes turned up the pressure on the Jamaica Scorpions. Not to say they ran out of ideas, but they had to resort to Nkrumah Bonner at one stage to get through a couple of overs, the part-time leg spinner.
Got a few LBW shouts as well. A few was close. That's what you want if your part-time bowlers can present that opportunity to take a wicket.
If he's only going to be able to play at 1 delivery on his stumps, then Springer can give him 5 to face all the day. And that completes a over from Gordon Bryan. 3 for 62, the pick of the bowlers so far, and has impressed Keswick Williams so far as well. Shamar Springer, he has his eyes on a big prize, and that's a maiden first-class century. He's 69.
What will be good for the Volcanoes is finishing this day on a high. So far, Jamaica looking really good. The last session of the day. And this is what happens to our cricket. You find the last session is always the most important one, because it's a time that players start to sort of shut down.
Yeah.
Around 3:30, 4 o'clock, you find players start to close up shop.
And it really tests that fitness level.
Exactly. Energy gets a bit low. So you would want to get those energies up around that time, because it's the most important. That's the reason why the Windward Island Volcanoes train up to 3 o'clock at times. Because around that time, a lot of players sort of closed off.
Yeah. And that would be from
Especially
9
after
to 3.
lunch.
That would be from 9 to 3. And that's 6 hours of training.
If you realize the way they played after lunch, they sort of win that second session today. Just punch down the ground. He would only take 1. Mainly doing work here for the Scorpions.
Checking on some other scores. Barbados Pride, they're 260 for 5. Jonathan Drake's missing out on a century, made 84. Kevin Wickham, much talked about youngster, 79. He was part of the West Indies emerging team in the series against Ireland recently. That's short from Minley. Another short delivery to Lewis. It's out of the way. And interestingly, Shane Dorich is also batting. 36 from 45. To see Shamar Holder go. I want to see him next week. I want to watch him on a fresh Sabina Park wicket. Last time he was here, he really caused problems for the Scorpions.
Happy that he's back. Went to England to do some work with Shabazz Chaudhry, who has a fast bowling academy. I was there for a few months as well. Wealth of knowledge. His team is one that really dedicates their time towards getting you better. And Shamar Holder was there for a couple of months. They even went to Dubai for training. So he did a few work with Shabazz Chaudhry out of England. Also, Shabazz works closely with Mitchell Johnson out of Australia. I think he has a academy as well. I think it's called Bowl Fit. So he's a very dedicated when it comes to fast bowling. He loves it.
I don't think there's any better sight than watching a fast bowler going well and causing problems.
I'll tell you one thing. I've had conversations with youths about fast bowling, and what they love about fast bowling is just when you ask them, what's your favorite thing about fast bowling? They always say, oh, I just want to hit the stumps and I just want to make people run. But that's the end of the over. End of the Queen of Minley over. Quiet one. Brings Gardner back on the ball. Gardner Bryan.
And it's fast bowling, it almost as if it reignites hope and belief. When that, no matter what you're doing, once that ball is coming at you quickly, you have to think quicker, makes more mistakes.
I don't know how the opening batters do it.
I can't tell you.
Tell me. You wasn't expecting that one, are you? You wasn't expecting that one. Because I want to know. Because I don't know how to do it.
I can tell you. They have to be brave to be an opener. I can tell you that.
Bowlers coming down at 92. 93 miles per hour. I'm just seeing that little red cherry coming down at you. I'm happy that I'm a bowler myself. So when the ball is old, I get my chance to do justice.
If they don't take the second.
The good thing about it, I played with West Indies when Chris Gale and Andrew Russell and Bravo and these guys were playing. So batting never really get to me. So I was happy, especially when you're playing against teams that have fast bowlers here. You're watching. The worst thing to do as a cricketer, especially as a fast bowler looking on, is watch the cricket from the side.
Yeah, it's quick.
As a youngster growing up, you never want to go to bat. And then when you get there and you realize what's going on, you be like, oh, easy.
Easy, easy. It is really slow out here. It's not as quick as they make it out to be.
No. The side view always tricks you.
Springer is waiting on Brian. He's left alone another delivery in a knock that has 128 deliveries so far. Patient now. And you can see that the Volcanoes are ensuring that they bat time.
They would want to, or they would like to declare instead of getting bowled out. Because declaring kind of put them in a more commanding position. They have already secured a few batting points. Bowling points as well.
Just about.
Jamaica secure a bit of bowling points.
Yeah.
Let's see if they would secure any batting points in the next innings. But with the bowling,
I think if they don't, they'll be losing.
Well,
because they would have to get 250 to get a batting point, and that would be at least a 70-run lead. So it's a must.
Well, the lead is climbing up to 200. Shamar Springer punched that one through cover. Wouldn't get to the boundary. Decent shot though. Full face of the SDJ bat.
And that's what you call timing. Didn't really overhit the ball. Didn't push towards the ball. He allowed the ball to come to him. And then just extended that top hand through the ball.
Poetry in motion there.
Yeah. Just use the pace. Just open the blade to allow the ball to pierce the gap. No better sight than seeing the ball bisecting the field. And he's out. That's soft. That looked like a cutter. It looked slower from Gordon Bryan. It held in the wicket. And Springer was forward, too far forward, unlike the previous shot. Was ahead of his pad. And the ball just ballooned. Yeah, he was. Stopped on him. And spooned an easy catch to Gordon Bryan. 4 wickets now for the fast bowler.
Very impressive. He's doing well here for his skipper. Shamar Springer have to go. Good innings. Really well played from him. Disappointed. But this will only bring Kenneth Demba to the crease. Scorpions picking up wicket number 8. Good lead still from the Volcanoes. 182 lead. Kenneth Demba, as I mentioned, he's very handy with the bat. If he can take them over to 200, they will be very happy with that.
I think that's where they're going to be aiming here, because I think outside of denying Jamaica bowling points, I think the Volcanoes are ensuring that they get a healthier lead. It can really cause some problems. So if these two get their lead over 220 and a wicket should fall, especially if it's not to a pacer, I don't think they're going to prolong the batting. You want to deny the Scorpions that bowling point, because they have to take 5 wickets with fast bowling.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah.
Understandable as well. You don't want to give them that chance to get all that bowling points, would you?
Especially with them being behind in the game.
Exactly.
It's about
So if Kenneth Demba and Sherman Lewis can get them over that 200 mark, I don't think they would allow the Scorpions to bowl them out. Kenneth Demba is very capable with the bat. But Gordon Bryan has decided to go with cheese slip on a gully.
And it's 2 newer players at the crease as well. And Demba is beaten outside the off stump for pace. Was late on that. That completes the over 341 for 8. And this is only his 5th first class game, Gordon Bryan.
Impressive.
Yeah, he took 6 wickets prior to this altogether.
As I mentioned, the fact that he's getting that inward and outward movement, not saying that he should be looked at to be selected for West Indies A team or West Indies senior team by any chance. But the fact that the West Indies test head coach is here, he's from Jamaica, that should be a bit more of a motivation for Gordon Bryan to try to impress. He's in the stands. I'm pretty sure that as long as you're playing cricket at this level, you must be looking at the higher level. Don't think that you're playing first class cricket to just play first class cricket.
Yeah.
You must be looking at the higher level.
And that is also a responsibility of the franchise as well.
And to bowl 23 overs, 4 for 64, and really control the game this morning. He was really the man behind pulling back the run rate. This morning, and a catch. McKinnon Minley picking up his first wicket. Shamar Lewis have to go.
Beautiful delivery there from Marquino Minley. His stock length, back of a driving length, shaping away from the right-hander. And he poked at it very hard, Sherman Lewis. And a very good catch from Jermaine Blackwood. It went quickly, but it was easy for him. I've been in the slips in the test arena as well. Those normally fly as well. He made that look easy. And another wicket for the Scorpions, and they have gotten that bowling point that they have desired.
Well, you were asking about Martin. He's
Yeah.
coming out now. Both players plays for the Police Cricket Club in St. Vincent. Kenneth Demba, as I said, is very capable with the bat. Darius Martin, not too sure.
He doesn't look too excited to get out there, I can tell you that. He's taking his sweet time to get out there.
At tea time, I went down for a cup of coffee, and I saw him with his tie pads on, and I looked at him, and he looked at me, and he said, "What? You don't look like I'm accustomed to being in tie pads." I said, "I'm not really sure. I'm accustomed to seeing you in bowling boots, not really tie pads." But he did say he did say have a look at him. He also told me to tell the viewers to expect something special.
So let's see if there's fireworks.
I'm not sure about the fireworks.
It could be a fancy leave alone as well. It could be an outrageous.
Well, he's batting at the Courtney Walsh end.
Yeah. There was none better. Scorpions, they have bowled 65 overs today. Hey, Jana, brilliant. Oh, no. Yes, he has taken it. No, he hasn't. He hasn't. Well, we're waiting on the umpires. I'm not sure. Well, Blackwood is not sure. Let's see what Gregory Brathwaite says. We have the
Let's look at the replay here.
replay.
Foster.
Yeah. Well, Martin is not
delivery.
getting close to the delivery at all.
He's walking towards square leg. Looks. Still looking.
Oh.
It's kind of hard to
I think it
see
dropped
from
back
here.
into his lap. Yeah. Let's see from this angle. If we have this angle from behind. No, he doesn't have that one. But they have been, the umpire has ruled that the catch was legitimate. So that's a second wicket for Marquino Minley. It seems as if it bubbled out of his hand and then dropped into his lap afterwards.
Finishing things off is McKinnon Minley.
Yeah.
Taking the last two wickets. Darius Martin go without scoring. But a healthy lead here. 182.
Well ahead of the game. Volcanoes, and it's not the best time to bat either.
Right now, last session of the day. Couple minutes left before.
Would love to see the replay again to see if we can detect anything. It's close up now, so Blackwood went to his right. Yeah. We're not
And we lost it.
Yeah, it's out of frame. I think it was zoomed in too much. We'll get a chance to see it again. But Blackwood was not sure. The others were, which is unusual. I think you would know if you took a catch as Gordon Bryan gets to lead this team off the field. Took 4 wickets. Best ever figures for the Scorpions. And the Volcanoes eventually dismiss. Here we have another look now. Let's see if this one is better. Slow motion,
It did carry to him.
for sure.
Bubbled out. Out it goes.
Yeah, we're not seeing it on the ground. We're not
It's
seeing it
clean
on
to
the
me.
ground. It's clean. It's
Clean
clean.
to me. Good catch.
Yeah, well done.
2 for 60 for Maquino Minley. Windward Island Volcanoes bowler for 341 with a lead of 182.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the scorecard in just a minute here to ensure that the viewers are up to speed with what has happened, and then we'll take a break. So remember, the Scorpions were dismissed for 159 yesterday. The Volcanoes restarted at 157 for 2. They lost Kimani Melios for 31. and Jeremy Solazano 26 yesterday. Johan Jeremiah, he was out for 80 today after resuming on 66. Sunil Ambris added 15 to his 30 for 45. Tevin Walcott, he made 20. Shadrach Descartes, he made 1. Shamar Springer, 71. Ryan John, 57. And those two really changed the course of the game. That was a 7-wicket partnership and really put some pressure on the Scorpions. Kenneth Demba was not out on naught. He only faced a delivery because Sherman Lewis and Darius Martin went in successive balls to Marquino Minley. Both were caught by Jermaine Blackwood. Minley finished with 2 for 60. Gordon Bryan, 4 for 64, a first-class best. That is Abhijay Mansingh, 1 for 69, and Pete Salmon, 3 for 78. Those were the wicket takers. Derval Green was wicketless for 54 from 11 overs. Jermaine Blackwood bowled 2 overs yesterday at the back end of the day, a maiden and a run conceded, while Nkrumah Bonner bowled 3 overs in the second session today. 10 runs conceded by the leg spinner and 7 bowlers used by Jermaine Blackwood. So the Scorpions, after being bowled over 159, they trail the Volcanoes by 182 now. And that means they have to make that at least to make the Volcanoes bat again. So you'd safely say that the Volcanoes are ahead. But we'll come back to give you the start of the Scorpions' second innings. We'll be right back shortly.
And we're back here at the Sabina Park. Windward Island Volcanoes bowled out for 341. McQueen Minley cleaning up the tail, taking 2 for 60. It's 2 wickets of Shamar Lewis and Darius Martin. They're back out on the field now. Opening batter Chadwick Walton is strolling into the crease, and Carlos Brown. Heard a lot about him. Still waiting to see. Still waiting to see him shine.
Yep, so after Gordon Bryan break the partnership between Springer and John just before lunch, well, the Scorpion team, they came back and they wrap up things pretty early. So the lead for them is 182. Well, the Scorpion team will hope that these two at the crease will get off to a good start. With another 23 overs to go for the day. Umpire Jackie Williams says, play.
I would like to see the approach here now from the Jamaica Scorpions batting. Chadwick Walton back on that one, short first delivery. Just clipped the wrong square leg. Only could get 2 though. First delivery a little bit short from Sherman Lewis. Haven't seen a lot of that in the first innings. But Jamaica would definitely love to have a better showing with the bat in the second innings.
Even try to bat out the remaining 23 overs without losing any wickets.
Short and wide, Chadwick Walton. A shot that he favors. Miss out on that one. So Windward Islands have 3 bowling points for the first innings. 1 fast bowling point since Pacers took all the wickets in the first innings. And 4 batting points already. Jamaica just 3 bowling points after taking all wickets for the Windward Island Volcanoes. No batting points. Just made 159 in the first innings.
Yeah, I had said for them to declare, make 180 and declare, but they get. Oh, it's a no ball signal there by umpire Jackie Williams. So I had said that if they could make 180 and declare, but they got bowled out for 182 leads. Well, they have achieved everything, as you said, the bowling point and the batting point. It's a nice shot. Chases by the fielder, won't get there, but the ball will get over the ropes for a 4 for Chadwick.
Eased into that one, Chadwick Walton. A very stylish player as well. Great shot to start things off. First boundary for the Jamaica Scorpions and Chadwick Walton.
So they have 3 slips in place and a gully and a point there. It seems as if they're setting up Chadwick Walton. Maybe for an edge or something. It's a nice delivery there.
I'm really intrigued to see how the Jamaica Scorpions will approach this evening. Probably just over 20 something or so overs left for the day. How they would approach this evening would be something that I'm really intrigued in seeing. Shamar Lewis had a good spell in the first innings. Also to Shamar Springer. working on that fifth stump channel. Good take by Tevin Walcott.
So we saw where Jermaine Blackwood used 7 bowlers to bowl down the Volcanoes, but the Volcanoes, they only used 4 bowlers yesterday. We saw where Blackwood used spinners. The Volcanoes, they didn't use any spinners at all. So we are wondering if they will be introducing any spinners here today, Keswick.
Well, there wasn't any need for the spinners in the first innings. Fast bowlers show their class, patience, and discipline. Just as we're seeing here from Sherman Lewis, sorry. And that's the end of the over. End of the first over for the Windward Island Volcanoes. Ryan John picking up 5 yesterday. Guess he was just saying happy 50th independence to Grenada, the land of spice and nutmeg. Congrats to him. He has been doing a fantastic job lately with the franchise. Just need to continue from there. Him and Shamar Springer showed what being disciplined can bring you. It's Darius Martin. Bowled pretty sharply in the first innings. Had a little bit of niggle as well, caused a physio to run out, but it was nothing alarming. But he's back and he's ready to go again. Try to get some early in rolls for his skipper.
Starts off well there. As well, the skipper, Kimani, would want him to execute like he did yesterday. Maybe to even picked up more than 3 wickets. So 21.5 overs left in the day of play. Hunting to get a wicket pretty early.
Just working down that channel just outside the line of the 4th stump, Darius Martin. It's something that I realized with the Volcano bowlers. Start bowling from that 5th stump line, and then they come in and try to eat your edge off. And it has worked pretty well in the first innings. Sure, they would like to do something like that in the second innings again. That will only do their confidence a world of good.
Did he carry? Yes. And the breakthrough, as I talked earlier, that they will try to get an early wicket. Carlos Brown, he's gone for a duck. And the Volcanoes, they strike. Looking at the replay here, Keswick.
That 5th stump line again. Darius Martin, not much of a movement, but it's just that line just outside off stump. Carlos Brown got lured into the drive, could have only found the edge. First wicket down for the Jamaican Scorpion. Brings the West Indies test number 3 to the crease. Kurt McKenzie. Carlos Brown is gone for duck.
Is 7 for 1 in 1.2 overs. Shamar Springer starts off the way that his skipper would want him to. Really had a good time with the ball yesterday, and he had a good time with the bat today. Starts off well, seems to get more, wanting to get more than what he got yesterday with the ball.
As I mentioned, it's all about being consistent on one line and length. Just before that wicket, I was saying that the Windward Islands have a plan. A plan in how they want to get wickets. A plan in how they want to approach the game in terms of their bowling. So they start outside the line of the 5th stump and come in and get closer to the batter and then try to take the edge. So that's the plan that they have been using ever since the last season, 2023, and it's something that have worked for them. And they're continuing that in 2024, and it's working. Darius Martin picking up the first wicket. There you see it. Darius Martin. Just outside the line of fourth stump.
It was a good
That
delivery
one was
from
just about fifth stump line, sorry. So the lengths have been good. And the line is just amazing from the Volcanoes.
Yeah, Martin, that was a good delivery to send back Brown to the dugout. It was a good catch too from Springer.
Well, the slip cordon is filled with fast bowlers. Ryan, John, and Springer, they've been doing a lot in this game. Picking up wickets, picking up 8 wickets between them. Both scoring half centuries, taking the first catch in the second innings. Both in slip.
Oh, another one bites the dust. The experienced Kurt McKenzie, the struggle continues for him today. Can't get off the mark. He's gone for a duck. The score reads 7 for 2. And we're in over number 2. Jamaican Scorpions not looking good. The Volcanoes, they're erupting over the Scorpions again.
All around that one, Kurt McKenzie. Didn't look like he had a clue what was happening. Pitch just outside the line of leg stump. I have no idea what he was trying to do. But it's a wicket for Darius Martin. Second one, in fact. Kurt McKenzie's gone without scoring. This brings Nkrumah Bonner to the crease. So both experienced players know at the crease. They have some thinking to do.
Well, it's always been experienced players at the crease there, Keswick, because you have Kurt McKenzie, who just walks back to the dressing room coming off an historic tour from Australia. He thought that he would have capitalized on the momentum, but he struggled yesterday and he struggled today again. And the Volcanoes, they're on top of things. They're getting the start that they would have wanted. I said it earlier that they set up the slip card for something, and it is really working for them. The bowlers, they're bowling to their field, and good work from Martin.
It's all about being persistent in your line and length, and that's how they have been bowling from the first innings, ever since last year, as a matter of fact. Consistency in terms of line and length. This team is very meticulous when it comes to hitting their errors. And again, but Chadwick Walton equal to the task. Chew cover. He loves to drive Chadwick Walton. Even though it was a double wicket maiden. It was in the air for a while, but no chance for skipper Kimani Melius there at cover.
You could hear the scream of Sherman Lewis says catch. But that was played too well.
It's a field change now. Kimani Melius now push back Shadrach Descartes on the point boundary. Jeremy Salazano is now at gully. This is some good carry from Sherman Lewis. He's getting into strides. I mean, after a double wicket maiden, you must expect that there will be some energy. It's about bowling in partnership. Good carry.
The spirit is high in the field there. The energy is up for the Volcanoes, Keswick.
Good wicket, I would say. I mean, the ground staff should be proud of what they have done here at the Sabina wicket first 2 days. Sherman Lewis getting a little bit fuller, just outside the line of the fourth stump. Chadwick Walton just leaving that one. Full of experience, Chadwick Walton. Him and then Nkrumah Bonner played a lot of first-class cricket together. Chadwick Walton also played first-class cricket for CCC.
He's on 10 from 8 delivers. So the two batters, they're gone for a duck. Carlos, he's gone for a duck, and Kirk Mackenzie's gone for a duck as well.
Well left. Looks a lot better than yesterday. He's coming across. He's getting closer to the ball. Trying to cover his off stump. Got bowled in the first innings off stump. As a matter of fact, 2 stumps out the ground. I remember yesterday a couple of his teammates was asking him if he need to visit the furniture store. Because everything was on the ground. He has no furniture left. But I'm pretty sure that he's going to correct that in this innings. Such a class player. I love to see him when he bats, when he's going.
Well, he gets back down in time. That was a good delivery. There from Lewis after his first delivery was put away to the boundary for 4. He comes back and bowl 3 consecutive dots. Walton seems to be watchful here. Knows that they have lost 2 quick wickets and just 20. We're in the 3rd over, so just 20.2 deliveries to go to end the playoff day. And they will want to stick around until we resume tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. But the bowlers of the Volcanoes, they are on a high. They have started off well. The energy is up in the field. He's bowling to his field set. At the end of over number 3, the score reads 11 for 2. They're trailing by 171 runs. Walton, he's on 4 from 5. And Nkrumah Bonner yet to face a delivery. And Keswick, I'm just wondering what is Kirk Mackenzie saying to himself after he didn't get off well yesterday. And today he's gone for a duck.
Well, that's cricket for you, Kimberly. It's not every day you're going to score. You would like to come out and put in a good effort for your team. But you're not going to score every game. Unfortunately, he didn't really score much in the first innings. Second innings, same thing. Even though you just come back from a historic tour, that doesn't mean you're going to come in a first-class game regionally and score runs. Still have to put your head down and bat. Because they're still bowlers, and they want to get you out. As a matter of fact, they will be more motivated to get you out. The fact that you're a test player, you would want to get your wicket. So Darius Martin is proud now because he just took the wicket of West Indies number 3 test batter, Kirk Mackenzie. Another test batter there is Nkrumah Bonner. Also Chadwick Walton played test cricket as well. Jermaine Blackwood as well played test cricket. So there's a few test cricketers in this lineup. Makino Minley. So a wealth of knowledge and experience in this setup.
And that is why you'd want them to stick around with those experience. But I think they are throwing away the wickets too early. We saw where Jeremiah, he faced over 120 deliveries and he played 80. He batted patiently. Yes, respect the good deliveries. Play sensible cricket. And we saw that between Springer and Ryan John. Not saying that the bowlers of Jamaica Scorpions didn't bowl well, but they bat sensible.
Not going to take anything away at all from them, because I think this morning what we saw from Gordon Bryan was very impressive. The lines and the length, consistency, being able to do that over an extended period. Makino Minley as well, picking up the last 2 wickets, deservingly. Something that we should look at as well. And Kruma Bonner, with his class, he's not going to sit around. No sort of movement there from Martin. And Nkrumah Bonner latched on to that one, straight through cover. He's not going to miss out. He's a test player. Actually averaged almost 40 in test cricket. Kind of surprised that he's not around.
Well, he got the room and he utilized it. They'll have to stay there and bat out the rest of the day. Use their experience. But as you said, Martin, his shoulder is high now because he picked up the wicket of Kirk Mackenzie. He would want to continue on the trend that he's on. Picked up 2 wickets, so 6 runs. He's in his 2nd over. You can hear a lot of chatting in the slip card there. The keeper is enjoying it around the stump. It's getting rather cool here in Kingston now. The sun is down.
I say shout out to the fans of the Windward Island Volcanoes. They're always on. Always locked on. Shout out to the fans in St. Vincent. Kim McDonald and Kimali Williams out there in London. Always locked on to Windward's cricket. So I want to shout out to those two. But it's the end of the over. End of a good over there from Darius Martin. Just that boundary. That volley from Darius Martin that was crashed into the boundary from Nkrumah Bonner. He wouldn't miss out on those.
The men are enjoying the company of the young lady here on the screen. Just 6 runs coming from Martin over. Bonner, he's on 5 from 5 deliveries, and Walton, he's on 11 from 14. They trail by 165 runs. 2 wickets down for the Scorpions. I wonder what is the discussion going on in the dressing room of the Jamaica Scorpions. But it seems as if Bonner and Walton, they're going to stay there. They have to stay there. But the intention of the Volcanoes is to get another wicket.
Chadwick Walton wouldn't miss out on those. Down the leg side, he usually claims that he has a bad leg. So anything on that side going down, he's going to help himself.
Well, he helped himself quite well just now to pick up the boundary. Score moves on to 21.
That one was served up. You thought you want buffet. Chadwick is not going to miss out on those deliveries. He's an experienced player, played all over the world. Just a couple of days ago, we were having a chat, and he went into his storeroom, and I almost tripped over one of his helmets.
So
And he
many.
was like, look at the amount of helmet there. It was probably over 25 or so.
Wow.
The amount of team he has played for around the world. Islamabad, Galley Gladiators, Paktoon, Chattergrum Challengers, Kulna Titans, Vancouver Knights, Guyana Amazon Warriors,
Night Riders.
Talawas Knight Rider, and the list
CCC.
goes on. Played all around the world, Chadwick Walton. What he's doing better now in this second innings is he's covering his off stump. The first innings, he lost his off stump to the same Sherman Lewis. Now he's getting across even better,
Yeah, seeing some
covering that
footwork.
off stump. Looks a lot better in this innings.
Because he's past his previous score now. He's on 15. I think he made 14 yesterday. They're having a little chat. Think he's saying, Batan, get this, we have to bat out the remaining overs.
What will be the plan here for the Scorpion is being able to bat out today and score as much runs as possible. Try not to sort themselves in a shell.
So the third, 5 overs completed, 21 for 2, and the current run rate is 4.34. Scorpions, they managed to get up to 4 now. Yesterday, they struggled to get a run rate of 4. It was 3 and beyond. So they're booting up Martin to who Walton will be facing now.
That one sort of rush Bonner a little bit. Jeremy Salazano there with the helmet at short leg. Achieving that one. So first class cricket is alive and well here in the Caribbean, I would say. Very impressed with the crowd that came out. Not a lot, but it's good to see that people are still interested in seeing cricket, and young people as well. I can remember that last game West Indies played in Australia. Don't really want to mention Shamar Joseph too much because it's the name that's been going around the world now.
Yes.
But what they have done in Australia, it's just something that you have to talk about 24/7.
That is so true.
Not just creating history, but the way in which they played the cricket. Looks like they had a plan. The confidence that they shown for a young team. Something that you would want to see as a coach. Finding the edge again, Darius Martin. He's working up ahead of steam and also finding the edges and creating a little bit of problem for Nkrumah Bonner.
Look to see if it carries.
It didn't carry.
No.
Just a little bit of inward movement there from Darius Martin.
Yes. But he's bowling to the 2 wickets that he got is the slip card that takes the catch, and he's bowling pretty well to the slip cards, not strain, not giving the bowlers anything to free their arms, or he's just sticking to the off stump closely to the batsman. It's a nice delivery.
really impressed by him. I could remember before he even started playing for the Windward Island Volcanoes, I could remember him playing for his local team, which is the Police Cricket Club. I could remember him not being able to take the edges of batters, and he used to get frustrated. And I walked up to him and I told him, listen, they're not good enough. They can't edge it. He was bowling good wheels. That one jogged back into Chadwick Walton, just keeping that one out. Punch it out to just short point, just in front point. Kimani Melius, the skipper. He must be impressed with his bowlers and how they have carried themselves throughout this game.
Most definitely.
First innings was amazing. I'm sure that the fast bowling coach, I know that Butler, Kenroy Peters as well, who played for Windward for a lot of years, not a couple of years, they would be very, very impressed with what they have seen from their fast bowling unit. Dayton Butler out of St. Vincent, who is also an umpire. He's now in Bangladesh for the BPL. That's the reason why you haven't seen him here to umpire any of these first class games. But it's the end of the Darius Martin over. Not a bad one at all. Keeping things tight.
He picked up 2 wickets, the fall of wickets just now, that 1 for 7 and 2 for 7. And the score is 23 for 2 at the end of 6. So yesterday, the Scorpions, they were blown away for 159 runs in 41 overs. And in reply to that, the Volcanoes, they made 341 runs, a lead of 182. Now Jamaica Scorpions, they trail by 159 runs.
Chadwick again. Anything outside the line of off stump. Just eased into that one this time. Full. Just ease into that one and just pushing it through backward point. Opening the bat face there and connection. The last time I see him play this way, he scored 100 against the Leeward Islands for CCC. And he can tell you whenever he's going to score. He understands his game that much. Can remember one time playing with him in BPL as well, and he went into the nets. As soon as he bat 4 deliveries, he said, I'm good. I walk up to him and ask him, are you good with that? He said, yeah. He said those 4 deliveries hit the middle of the bat and it's good enough for me.
Oh, yeah?
So he understands his game. He has been playing for a while. So he understands his game. He understands how to score runs, especially at this level as well. As Kimberly leaves us, Miss Forbes. Coming into the commentary box now is Mr. Foster.
Sitting beside the great man.
The ex-keeper and, and batter.
Definitely X.
I don't want to get it wrong. You went to Excelsior or?
No, Manchester.
Manchester.
Yeah.
Manchester.
Well, I left you here, and you have taken 2 wickets for the Volcanoes. And
Well, to be honest with you,
your friend Darius Martin causing all the problems. He had Carlos Brown in the slip squad first. And then he had Kirk McKenzie in the gully. I heard a
It's all
fan
about-
whisper, who is picking this team? Is in the Jamaican parlance, they said, I'm friend them in pick.
that's the thing. That's what I have been mentioning all day yesterday and even today. The areas in which the Windward Island Volcanoes are bowling, they sort of keep it on the 5th stump line. They keep it on the 5th stump line. and then they come in closer. The length normally is good.
Yeah. They have asked more questions.
A lot more questions.
The most uncomfortable thing for a batter to do is come forward.
And the good thing about it is the bowlers are sloppy from Kenneth Demba at mid-wicket. Could get 2. Easy 2 for Nkrumah Bonner. But they have asked a lot more questions. And they got answers as well. What we're looking at now is that the bowlers that really took the wickets yesterday haven't even gotten the ball as yet, but they're 2 wickets down.
Exactly.
Ryan John and Shamar Springer. I wouldn't be surprised. He's warming up. Wouldn't be surprised if he gets to bowl pretty soon, probably next couple of overs or so.
But he has been involved in a wicket already, Springer. And took a catch.
That one was a bit slow. And Nkrumah Bonner didn't waste any time. 4 runs behind square. Good shot.
Very good shot. Too short. Not enough pace from that delivery from Sherman Lewis. And he really rocked back. Bonner had all the time in the world. He's not the most comfortable against short pitch bowling, but that is almost like a long hop. And he just rolled his wrists over that one and got it back with a square for 4. And there's only one thing for the Scorpions now, is that these 2 take them to the close. Any other result is catastrophic for them at this stage. Technically, they're not for 2.
The thing is, Windwards wouldn't want these 2 batters to settle because they score hundreds already in first-class cricket, so they understand their game enough to score hundreds. So you don't want them to bat out the day. They would want to take a wicket before the end of day's play. Because if these 2 batters bat out the end of the day, it means that the Jamaica Scorpion would definitely win this session because they climb back into the game after tea. Take those wickets and then McKinnon-Minley finish taking the last 2 wickets. And now they're 34 for 2. Yes, Windwards came and they take 2 early wickets. But if these 2 batters stay there and bat out the day, I guarantee that there would be about 70-something or so.
The only concern for the Scorpions between these 2 is that they normally have a bad mix-up when they run together. You have to watch that running.
Surprisingly, they're good friends.
Yeah.
There must be better communication than that.
Has to be.
I don't know if it's because they have fast cars. They like to go fast.
Moving in a hurry.
And what's surprising about it is that Johan Blake, good friend of Chadwick Walton, and he can't run. So there's a bit of concern there, Chadwick Walton. I need to give Johan Blake a call. Let him know I'm here. Do some practice as well with him.
Get him up to speed.
Or get me up to speed. I need some of that. Well left.
I like the length from these 2 opening bowlers. I think Sherman Lewis has been too short for my liking, unlike yesterday where he was full up and asked questions and probed the way outside that 4th, 5th stump. Darius Martin has been consistent on the off stump, and he hasn't really given away anything of width.
And also he usually jog back that ball to the right-handers. So if he can keep it on top of 4th stump, that will be good days for him. The fact that he jogs it back to the right-handers. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly what I mentioned. Keep it on top of 4th stump, jogging back to the right-handers. Create that opportunity for another wicket for his skipper, Kimani Melius. And the Volcanoes are causing some problems here for the Scorpion.
It kept a little bit low as well, but the good thing about it was that it was not offline. So even with the indifferent bounce and the variable bounce, it was back on the stumps, and Walton can feel aggrieved because he didn't do much wrong there. But a big blow for the Volcanoes, a massive wicket in the context of the game as well.
In all honesty, it did kept a bit low. Probably one of the first deliveries we're seeing for the entire game that kept a little low. Not the Windward Island Volcano bowlers have been doing that all game, which brings Blackwood to the crease. Chadwick Walton is gone for 20. He can't do anything about it now. Darius Martin, 3 for 8. Blackwood is strolling to the crease. Another right-hander, knowing that Darius Martin have that one that comes back into the right-hander. That in-swinger, Shamar Springer, is warming up. Bowled pretty well in the first innings. No signs of warming up for Ryan John as yet. He can be dangerous. The Volcanoes, they have been doing a fantastic job with the ball. And with this, brings energy to any team.
It's a brilliant point. Because 2 of the top batters, established players in not just regional cricket, but as well played international cricket, have been dismissed. And this pair is where the game is going to be decided one way or the other. And if the Volcanoes can get any one of these 2 before the end of the close, they could be in serious business. This game could be over by lunchtime tomorrow.
Knowing that Nkrumah Bonner lost his wicket in the first innings by Shamar Springer, but this is the replay here from Darius Martin. As I was saying, the delivery before, the line and length that he hit just outside that 4th stump, he needs to continue with that because he has that one that shapes back in, sort of an inducker. And that one kept a little low as well.
And he comes from such a height as well.
He's a tall lad.
That you think you have to be playing because you pick up the length a little bit later than, for instance, when the Scorpions bowlers are bowling, who are short and skiddier.
I'm going to be honest with you. With these 2 batters at the crease who don't really like the short ball that much, I'm thinking to get a leg slip in. With him getting that inward movement, anything to the hips, it would be easy, somewhat a bit easier for the batters. But then if you have a leg slip, they would, reconsider playing that shot. Well, Ryan John has been given the ball now. The man who took 5 wickets in the first innings. Didn't see him warm up at any point in time, but I guess he's good. With the heat that's out there, you don't need any warming up. And knowing that you're the Volcano, you're already warm.
Yeah, really erupting.
The lava is flowing, I would say. If you realize the color of their warm-up uniform is the color of the lava. Also their gear bag, also their traveling uniform. So they are representing the lava. And guess what? They're in St. Vincent now.
Where the volcano has erupted.
Where the volcano is. Active volcano.
Yeah.
I left there. I don't want to be there again when it's happening.
You can be a new resident here.
Would you allow me to come in Jamaica?
I'm not the Prime Minister. Not yet.
Immediately hitting those areas again. And a little bit of movement away from Blackwood as he's showing Nkrumah Bonner that outward movement.
By the way, there's a second centurion in the competition this year. I think you're familiar with the name. He's not from St. Vincent, but you're familiar with the name. He's a Bajan. Kevin Wickham.
Kevin Wickham.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talks going around about Kevin Wickham.
Yeah, 139.
Good start.
Yeah, and the Barbados Pride, they declared on 344 for 8 against the CCC. The CCC, they're just about getting their innings off the ground. Shakir Paris and Kirsten Kalicharan.
As you were mentioning, that's the reason why I think that what Windwards could have done was declare a little bit earlier, not giving the Scorpions any opportunity to pick up another bowling point.
Yeah. But I don't think they regret it at this point because it's flowing nicely for them.
Well, they're in control now.
Yeah.
They're in control. I was saying earlier that if Chadwick Walton and Bonner can take it through to the end of the day, they would sort of give them a little bit more comfort or make them feel as though they brought back the game into their hands a bit, which will be definitely so. But picking up the wicket of Chadwick Walton now, and Ryan John, who operates in a way whereby he's, one thing with him, he likes to be patient. That earned him a 5-wicket in the first innings.
And I'm interested to see his mode of operandi here in this innings, because the ball is not going to seam around as it did in the first innings where the conditions were in their favor. And see if he sticks to that foolish length.
Ooh, lucky. Good footwork there from Jermaine Blackwood. You know he can play a little bit of football.
And that's just the luck the Scorpions probably need as well. That one also seemed that if it kept a little bit low, but Blackwood wasn't intense enough with his decision making there. Just hung the bat outside the off stump. Could have easily rolled on to the stumps. Got a reprieve there, and probably what he needs as well, personal milestones on the horizon for Blackwood, who goes hard over mid-on. And that's a trademark shot for the diminutive player. One bounce. You know that Kez, once you overpitch the Blackwood, he normally goes aerial. That's a strong shot in the V for the right-hander.
And that's how he scored most of his runs in Test cricket. The fact that in Test cricket the field is normally inside the 30 yards. Well, there isn't in 30 yards in Test cricket.
But we can still imagine
imaginary 30 yards. He usually go over the infield most of the times. So that's how we usually score runs in Test cricket.
Yeah. There are a lot of discussions here as well in Jamaica as to whether he should be in and around the ODI setup. And I've always said to some of those folks, as we look at the scorecard, 2 players going without scoring, Carlos Brown and Kurt McKenzie, they faced a combined 6 deliveries. Chadwick Walton made 20, all going to Darius Martin from St. Vincent. Yeah, and the discussions were he should be a part of the white ball team because he tends to hit the ball aerially. And I'm saying, and I've always said to people that it's probably going to be more difficult for him to score runs in ODI cricket because
field is more spread.
Easier to spread. Even though there are 2 players, unless he's going to be batting in the power play, you give him that license. Because I remember leading up to the 2019 World Cup, there was a stage where he went with the A team to play a couple of ODIs. Well, it wouldn't be ODIs, cricket. It would be list day matches. And they were trialing him to be an opener. This is in the air. Out to mid-on. He was in no control there, Bonner. Not his strongest shot. And I like that attempt from Darius Martin as well. Has been full, and threatening the stumps.
And then that surprise short one.
Yeah, the one that you said he has.
And he has a quick bumper.
Yeah.
I can tell you that I saw him flow Andre Fletcher in Grenada. I'm sure Andre Fletcher wouldn't want to hear that from me now, but Fletcher is still remembering him. I can remember Fletcher told him, listen, I'm not forgetting you ever.
So I guess you agree with me that white ball wouldn't be his strongest suit.
I kind of wouldn't say it wouldn't be his strongest suit, but the style in which he plays his cricket, it will be a little bit harder for him to score. The fact that in the ODI cricket, or let's say cricket, the field will be more spread.
Yeah.
You have more guys outside. In Test cricket, everybody's in the infield looking for the edges. And he's a player that likes to go aerial. So it's left to be seen.
Yeah.
The transition from white ball to red ball or red ball to white ball calls for a lot of determination and being able to understand your own game. But this time, well played from Jermaine Blackwood, short from Darius Martin. Just really helped that one. Typical T20 shot.
I think I understand what Blackwood is going to do here. He's trying to put back some pressure on Martin as well as the Volcanoes because he has already assessed the situation that there's no reason for him to push and poke around. Because the Scorpions are in deep trouble at 44 for 3. That wasn't the greatest delivery. It didn't line him up. It wasn't really at his body. So he was able to free his arms and he really just guided it. Didn't really put a lot of power or pressure into the shot. Just use the width and the pace of the delivery.
Not really a shot that you would really associate with first class cricket, but well executed from Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah.
Talented batter.
Yeah. Martin being a little bit upset with that shot. It goes even shorter. Called a wide by the umpire Gregory Brathwaite.
Guessing he's enjoying bowling at the Sabina ground. This pitch is really giving fast bowlers what they need. Good wicket to bat on, and spinners have some it assists the spinners as well. Oh! Punch back to Darius. Wasn't looking for a return catch.
Got to him quickly. Almost as if he stuck out his hand after the ball passed. He was falling away. That's a difficult chance. That would have to stuck. Those are the ones that when it hits the palm, you hope they just remain there.
He wasn't looking for a return catch. I had a few return catches as well. I don't know how they happened, but it's all thanks to Ja. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can remember taking a return catch. I took it and I spun and I threw it up in the air and I did my celebration, but I didn't know what happened. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. Let's see her hands as big as mine.
Return catches, you have to be really flexible sometime. And that one was crunched to the covers. And Nkrumah Bonner just using his class. Kenneth Demba, no chance of stopping that one.
Yeah, flowing drive there from Bonner. Reached out to the delivery. Even though he reached out, he still allowed the ball to come to him. And presented the full face of the bat on it. And once you get the full face of a modern bat on a ball, highly unlikely that it's not going to go to the boundary once you pierce the gap. And there's a big gap between point and mid-off. And he got it in that area. Easy boundary. Takes him up to 50. Takes the Scorpions up to 50. They're scoring pretty quickly, by the way.
It's just a matter of just keeping wickets in hand.
Yeah. I don't think the Volcanoes mind because they know they're in charge. They can allow a few runs before they jog things back.
No problems there for Bonner. Just easily tucked wrong fine leg. That ends the over. That's going to give the guys a bit of a water break so that they can rethink, strategize how they're going to go this last hour of play or so.
I think there's 13 overs to go for the day. We'll take a break until then when they come back from this water break. So we're going to resume with Ryan John to Nkrumah Bonner. That's down the leg side, and there's no fine leg, so that's going to be easy pickings, easy runs. And they're flowing here for the Scorpions, 55 in 10.1 overs. That's a body line delivery from Ryan John. Expect better from him there.
Yeah, they're always easy days for Nkrumah Bonner. Play off his quality will always score off those deliveries.
It's going to be interesting to see the approach here from the Scorpions in this final 12 overs or so for the day.
Well, ball from Ryan. Ryan John was really good in that first innings for those who probably just come in. And look at that. That's the catch I was telling you about.
Oh,
I didn't know how I did it though.
interesting. I think the dance is better than the catch. The catch was good.
I didn't know how I did it. As I said, you have to be flexible to do these things.
I want to see who it was again, the batter. Just after this delivery. That was 2016, by the way. I think
It's a batter from Australia.
Nick Madison.
Yes, I think
Yeah,
that is.
that looks like Nick. I was just trying to see the face again.
Yeah, all these guys for fun, man.
Yeah. I'm sure Ryan John wants to get a jig going. Bonner is not having it though. That was a chance. Flung himself at it. It was aerial. And that looks like discard. Outside the off stump, aerially driven by Bonner. Intentionally set back at point. And he just couldn't get a hold of it.
I'm telling you, that would have been a splendiferous catch.
That would have been better than yours.
Oh, come on. You're getting over the line there. But definitely it would have been a lovely catch from the Scot. Hit with some power. Really love the effort though. Should have been taken, especially at this level.
He got there. And once you get there at this level,
You should take it.
you feel as if you should be taking those catches.
I've seen him take a few steeplers as well, playing for St. Lucia. So he's a good catcher.
That one
Not
came
the best
to him
debut.
quickly though. Yeah.
Not really scoring much. He's also a medium bowler. Didn't really bowl in the first innings and then dropping a catch. It's not something that you would want. Not the debut that you would want, but everybody don't start or get that perfect start that they want to their career. But it's not about the start. It's about how you continue and how you finish. People always remember the last thing that you do.
Yeah.
So it would be good for him to just forget about that catch, about how he bat and didn't bowl, and focus on trying to help his team to win this game. That should be his main focus. Darius Martin is still on the attack. Not surprised.
And that's probably the reprieve as well that Nkrumah Bonner needs. Desperate for some runs and a big score. Made a century the last time they played here at Sabina Park against the Volcanoes. Even century. Helped to save that match against the Volcanoes as well. I think it's going to be the same type of effort that is needed here. Someone has to get a big century. And if they're going to get half centuries, it's going to be more than 2 or 3 players if the Scorpions are going to be in this contest any at all come day 4, if it gets to day 4. I think based on the potency of the Volcanoes bowling, highly unlikely unless a solid innings is played by one of these 2 players. See Blackwood been a busy campaign already. 12 deliveries faced. He's already had 10 runs, and 2 fours are in it. Good delivery there from Martin. I just want to understand another facet of this contest is how quickly will we see Kenneth Dembo or any of the spinners in your estimation?
Well, to be honest, the fast bowlers are bowling well. No need for a change. They're taking wickets as well. So they're bowling in partnerships. I am thinking that we probably might see a Shamar Springer being introduced before Kenneth Dembo.
Yeah.
I think if a left-hander comes to the crease and he's there for a while, somebody like a Kenneth Dembo would be introduced. Spins the ball a great deal.
I think there's only one left-hander in this team remaining, and that's Romain Morris. The other
So
one,
wicket keeper.
the other one was dismissed without scoring. That's Kurt McKenzie.
So when you're off spinner and you look at the lineup and there's only one left-hander in that lineup, you sort of get a little bit dejected because off spinners love to bowl to left-handers. Shot again from Martin. And Koma Bonner just helping that one down to square leg. We want to get 4. Good work there by Darrell Cyrus, the substitute fielder. Leg spinner himself. Didn't get to play today. But I'm pretty sure we will see him before the
season is ending.
Before the season end. Kieran Katoy is also another one that didn't get to play today. 2 guys on the bench. Kieran Katoy out of St. Vincent and Darrell Cyrus, a Grenadian.
Grenada seems to produce a lot of your players.
Yeah.
And St. Vincent.
To be honest with you, most of the players over the years that have played for Windwards comes from Grenada and St. Vincent. I don't know why. But when you check it out,
and only
Grenada.
There's only one Dominican, and that would be Kavim Hodge.
Well, it would be 2 Dominicans.
Well, both of them are coming back. Yeah.
Back in the day, it used to be 3 when I used to play, it used to be 3 Dominicans all the time, which used to be a definite pick. You used to have
Shillingford.
Used to be Shane Shillingford, Liam Sebastian, who's now the manager.
Yeah.
He also captained the Windward's team, and also Mervyn Matthews. I don't know if you remember Mervyn Matthews, and there used to be Tyrone Theophil.
Beautifully played there from Jermaine Blackwood. Textbook drive on drive. He gets an easy single because the man from mid-on had to tumble to his left to make the save.
You used to have times whereby the Windward's team used to be flooded by Vincentians as well.
Yeah.
About 7 Vincentians. And then sometimes you see Grenadians. You have about 6 Grenadians on the team. Because presently there's 2 Grenadians on the field now.
John and Jeremiah.
John, Jeremiah, well 3. John, Jeremiah and Cyrus. Yeah. 3 Vincentians. 1 Trinidadian, 2 Bajans. And
Diverse.
2 St. Lucians.
Diverse.
And that's what the franchise cricket bring to you.
Yeah.
And you have to love it. It builds that connection within the Caribbean.
Oh, and Cyrus is on the field because Sherman Lewis is not on the field, who is another Grenadian. Yeah. They punch a single here. That was tight. But that was a clear communication between Bonner and Blackwood. They scampered home in the end. It looked a touch dicey for a moment, but a wayward throw from Jeremiah. allow them to get the single. I was having a discussion with Kimani Melius prior to the start of the game. That was Tuesday, and I know he's from St. Lucia. And I work with somebody who is from St. Lucia, so I know they have a broken French Creole. And he said that after this delivery, I tell you what he said. That one is turned into the onside. He said that they have a broken French Creole that they speak, but only 2 players would understand him in this current team, and that would be people from St. Lucia and people from Dominica. He said that whenever he speaks it around people like you from St. Vincent and Grenada, you don't have a clue what he's saying.
I don't have a clue. So the manager is also from St. Lucia.
Yeah.
Not the manager, sorry, the assistant coach.
Yeah.
And Dave, he actually worked with Pakistan international team as a masseuse for some years.
Yeah.
So he's with the Volcanoes now. And there's the manager and Liam Sebastian, who played a number of years for Windwards.
Who's from
Dominica. Kavem Hodges from Dominica. Alec Atenez is from Dominica. The opening batter last year, Jelani Robertson is from Dominica.
Yeah. I found that strange, actually, that you guys couldn't understand what he's saying.
Yeah, it is. I don't know what they say. But whenever him and this cat is talking, I just allow them. They say what they want to say. They can say whatever they want to say. They can say bad, they can say good in front of your face. You don't have a clue. And sometimes when they say it, you're just there sitting looking like a fool, like, what are they saying?
But what Ryan John wants to do is dismiss Nkrumah Bonner. And that completes the 13th over of the innings at 63 for 3. The Scorpions trail by 119. A very good day of cricket again for the Volcanoes. They have won they won the second session this morning. And technically they are ahead. They have saved this session so far.
Definitely. If they finish this session, probably taking another wicket, or even keep the run rate down, or pull it back.
Scorpions scoring less than 100 for the day.
Scorpions scoring less than 100 for the day. That would be good days for them. 2 days left still in this cricket, so it's a lot of time. Sunil Ambrish just having a little chat there with Skipper Blackwood. Darius Martin is still operating. He always, at local level, always wants to bowl long spells because he always tells himself he wants to get accustomed to bowling long spells, which will get him into that frame of mind to bowl long. And not just bowling long spells with good energy, good heat.
Yeah.
The last person we saw did that from the Caribbean, Shamar Joseph. We have to mention his name again because of the energy he has shown in Australia in that last test match with a fractured toe.
Fit campaigner. He's fit.
But I'll tell you something. After that game, he must be crying for his toes.
Yeah.
Or for his toe, sorry. So that's the sort of energy that you want. 10 overs on a trot. Nothing below 142 Ks. Energy every single ball. And what I like about him as well, he's playing in Australia where the wicket has consistent bounce. And never did he get carried away with bowling the short one.
Short delivery.
He was consistently asking questions. So that is something that you want. A bowler who doesn't get carried away by the bounce, because as a young fast bowler, people like the energy that you bring. You'd want to show what you can do. And one way you can show what you can do is ripping through batters with that bumpers and having them ducking and weaving. But he showed that he's not that type of bowler. He's going to attack your stump, attack your edge with pace.
Yeah. Critical. Because even when you play international cricket, the players who are batting at 4, 5, and 6, they're still solid players. So you can't use up all that energy to get rid of number 1, 2, and 3. and expect that it's going to be easy street with the middle order players. They're still quality players, high quality players
When you
who
watch
don't give a lot of chances.
When you watch a team like India, you'll know what quality is.
It's driven by Blackwood, and because of his aerial prowess, the man at mid-off has been sent back 3/4 to the boundary to limit him going over the top. And that brings up the partnership is now 30 from 36. And the score is 64 for 3. And I think that's what we need to get into our cricket as well here in the Caribbean. Ensure that you have a solid base. No, Craig Brathwaite is not in the greatest form now in terms of our test team. But once you get through him, you still need to have formidable people going down the order.
I honestly used to say, and I would always say that I think Brendan King has some ability to play first-class cricket for Jamaica and then probably getting onto the test arena. Yeah. I think he's one of those players that has the ability to play test cricket. I think that, he's one that West Indies can look at. And also, Shai Hope. Shai Hope is one that I think should be an all-format player for West Indies. We probably only have one all-format player now in Alzari Joseph.
And if you count Jason Holder.
Jason Holder. He haven't played ODI cricket for a while, but Nkrumah Bonner latched on to that one. He's showing why he's a test player. He's showing why he's averaging almost 40 in test cricket. Without any inward movement or anything on that one, Darius Martin over pitching that one, not sticking to his normal line and length that he would usually bowl. And Nkrumah Bonner was happy, served up, crunched to the cover boundary for 4.
We're going to see the replay shortly, but I want to show you the bat in the hand of Nkrumah Bonner. You see how he almost opened the blade as he realized the length that he was going to get. So we're going to look at it again, and we get a chance. Made the shot even easier for him, and he got it between point and extra cover to the left of extra cover. He could have easily driven it down the ground. That is wide from John and too easy for Blackwood to throw his arms at the ball. He won't get 4 because the field is spread. And takes the score up to 70 for 3. We're going to look at the 4 again. I just want to point out something to the viewers and to youngsters who are watching, just to show the wrist work of Bonner, to see how he opened the blade at the last minute to ensure that he picked the gap rather than hitting through the line of the ball to pick the fielders.
So it's more of technique than power.
Precisely. Looks a lot easier out there. Blackwood is easily on the front foot and dictating where he plays the ball. So the pace off the wicket is not alarming. So you can feel for someone like Chadwick Walton who got that ball that stayed a bit low. 90% of the deliveries have been on a consistent length. One was chipped in the air from Blackwood. And John, 3 overs, 15 runs conceded.
Still kind of surprised that Martin is still operating.
Yeah, I think that was his last over.
Probably would have expected someone like a Springer to be introduced the last over that Martin bowled. Dead ball. Signal Jacqueline Williams. As a fast bowler, you must be upset when you're running from so far. And then you have to go back and start all over.
Because you were mentioning Brandon King before that boundary from Bonner. I was about to tell you that he has 3 centuries in first class cricket. I think he has 194, I think, against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So he has the tendency and there's a loud appeal there. They were confident. Well, only John was really confident. It passed close to the bat. I don't think the keeper went up immediately. He collected the ball, shaped as if he was going to throw it up in the air, but he wasn't really.
Wasn't sure.
Yeah. And once your keeper is not really sure, I can tell you he didn't edge it. Yeah. Keepers are the noisiest. Edge. And it's
found.
gone. Yeah.
Edge found. Ryan John again dismissing the captain for the Scorpions. Did it in the first innings. Now in the second innings, they have taken another wicket. The Volcanoes. That same length, Ryan John. Good catch by Springer. His first wicket in this innings. Jermaine Blackwood is gone for 16.
I think that's a bad shot. That should be left alone outside the off stump. He just hung the bat outside the off stump. Blackwood could have easily shouldered arms. There was no need to play. It was shaping away. You could see the shape on the ball once it came out of the hand of John, that it was going away from the stumps. It was never troubling the stumps. And what a time to be dismissed 15 minutes before the close of play. At least. Massive moment in the game. Wouldn't say turning point, but it's a critical juncture for Blackwood to be dismissed. And you can safely say that the Volcanoes, they are well and truly on their way to really causing some problems for the Scorpions here in their first match at home in 4 years.
Doesn't matter how this session goes, I would give it to Volcanoes now.
Yeah, there's no
picking
coming
up
back.
4 wickets in this session. Definitely this session would go to the Volcanoes, winning the session after lunch. After tea, Jamaica sort of pull it back. So it's been a seesaw battle in terms of winning sessions here, but the Windwards clearly have won all sessions yesterday. They lost the first one this morning, won that session after lunch, and now Ryan John picking up his first wicket for the Volcanoes in the second innings. Really, really good work here from the Volcanoes.
I want to see the replay again because you mentioned that something yesterday in terms of the angles. I'm going to look again to see if it actually played a part in Blackwood's demise.
So it's something that they have been doing.
That's the 15th over completed at 70 for 4. We look at the replay. Yeah, wide of the crease again.
Wide of the crease comes in and shapes it away.
Yeah.
The thing is that they always ask questions. And that's something good. They always ask questions. And Gordon Bryan is at the crease. Probably to
Night watchman.
be that night watchman that
New name has been created for it in England.
I could have never been a night watchman.
You wouldn't last long enough.
I was too good, brother.
Okay. So they have to preserve your wicket. Okay.
You don't need me
Okay.
there.
I thought it would have been the other way around.
No. You need me to stay in the hut.
Yeah.
Can't lose a precious wicket like mine.
I agree.
Gotta keep me in the hut, man.
I'm going to check the records after this, though.
Hey, you won't find much.
Yeah.
Probably in the bowling department.
But it's just the skill sets that we're lacking for the Scorpions that the Volcanoes have in abundance here. They have it in abundance because they're now using the depth of the crease, the slight movement, You have to just throw off quality players. And look at it again, as Keswick mentioned. And because of the angle that he has created, and even Springer with this one, starts wide of the crease, but that one was coming into the stumps, so he had to play. But when, we'll analyze it a little bit more after this delivery.
So the difference with Shamar Springer and Ryan John, naturally he outswings the ball because of his action.
Yeah.
So have a slight slingy wrong arm action. So because he naturally will swing the ball from right-handers, coming wide of the crease always helps him to get that ball to angle it in and shape away.
Yeah.
So it will always cause some problem here, Ryan John. Wide of the crease and shapes it away. So it would always cause a bit of problem for you. And then he has that one that doesn't do anything, that just comes on with the angle.
Yeah. Well, I just think the experience of Blackwood, you'd probably know your opposition a little bit better. It's easier to say from here, but you just saw the ball moving from early.
Springer runs straight through the crease, so he runs straight down.
Down, yeah.
Ryan John come from a little bit wider and use that angle. Sometimes he do run straight down, but that's when he just want to pitch it down on off stump or foot stump and go straight on.
That's the one that holds its line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So whenever he comes from wide of the stump, or wide of the crease, sorry, he angles in that ball and then shapes it away.
And to be quite fair, as a batter, once a bowler comes from wide and the ball pitches middle and off, you're always tempted to play because you're scared that the ball is going to come towards you.
Always asking questions.
Yeah.
It's like the delivery that he gave to Kurt McKenzie from a wrong.
Of the wicket, yeah.
Coming from a wrong, wide of the stump again, pitching that one just on top of off stump and leaving, and McKenzie leaving. But that inward movement again from Ryan John. Garner looks capable.
Are you a big fan of Night Watchman?
I don't like it. My thing is a night watchman comes out. If he gets out after 2, 3, 4 deliveries, who are you going to send? Another night watchman?
Definitely not.
Let the batter come out. That's your job. Your job is to bat.
I think you're only saying that because you would have bowled 30 odd overs and you're tired. You want to rest.
Gordon's job is to bowl. Morris' job is to wicket keep and bat as well.
Yeah.
So my thing is the night watchman, everybody would have way how they do things differently. But for me, it's just my opinion. It's not the gospel, it's just my opinion. But I kind of don't like it because a batter has to bat. A batter can hold or occupy the crease a lot better than a bowler can. So if your job is to bat, you need to come out and bat.
I wouldn't say I'm not as radical to say I'm not a big fan, but my thing is I play the situation a little bit different. Because if I'm playing in conditions where the ball is moving all about, I don't see the sense of sending a night watchman because he's not going to be able to nullify whatever is happening out there. He's not skilled enough to deal with it. But if you're playing on a flatty and you would have fielded 90, 120 overs, you'd probably want your better batter to just have some more rest than probably come out and get a one ball.
It's upsetting when you bowl 20 odd overs as a fast bowler and then as soon as you put your legs up, you have to take it down, put your shoes on, put your pads on, let's go. You got to go and bat.
Yeah.
Night watchman duties.
The 16th over has been completed. It's 72 for 4. I know that the Australians are not a big fan of it.
And I'm being honest with you, knowing Sunil Ambris, I'm sure when he passed Gordon Bryan, he's telling him, I'm sure you must be upset after bowling so much overs. And then you have to come and do night watchman.
Yeah.
That's the type of player that he is.
They're really turning the screws here on the Scorpions. They're really feeling the pinch. They have been second fiddle all game. From the moment they lost the toss on Wednesday morning, pitch covered for 2 days due to overnight rain and heavy rains here in Jamaica. That started on the weekend. A lot of moisture in the wicket, touch of green. And it really helped John and company yesterday put the balls in the right areas and got the Scorpions bowled out for 159. They tried today to claw their way back after the Volcanoes got away at 157 for 2 yesterday. It's a loud appeal after he left that one alone. And 157 for 2, got them 210 for 6. But again, John, like a thorn in their sides. And Shamar Springer, the two who caused problems with the ball, did it with the bat again.
Won them that second session today.
Yeah, set up the game.
And the second catch again at the slip. Shamar Springer taking 2 catches, Ryan, with 1 wicket in the second innings.
There he goes again with that ball just sliding across the right-hander, or moving away from the right-hander. It's not the greatest start for the Scorpions, but it's a great sign for the region that Pacers are taking wickets. Good cricket wickets.
Something that we have been calling for over a number of years.
Yeah.
Ryan still probing outside the line of off stump with a little bit of outward movement.
Gordon Bryan is solid behind it. No mug with the bat, actually. Has scored, has made useful runs in our domestic competitions here in Jamaica. But obviously, those don't normally translate to higher level cricket. So let's see if he can last the evening or the night. That completes the 17th over. And it's still 72 for 4. A maiden over from Ryan John.
Just hope. Well, I think he's smart enough to understand his role is to just see through the evening.
Well, at the rate this game is going, you probably will have time to do some sightseeing in Jamaica.
Yeah, definitely. I've been here a lot of times, but every time I come to Jamaica, it's all about cricket.
Yeah.
You know, you go to training, you play games. Not enough time to go much places. But I've decided that this time I would visit a few places here in Jamaica. The Jamaican public love me, so I'll be safe.
Just walk around with a banner and say, "Hi, I'm Keswick Williams."
I'm not sure that will work. But as long as I see, I feel quite safe here in Jamaica.
That's good to know. That's great to know.
Yeah, I feel safe here. I just don't go anywhere that I don't know.
Okay. You seem
Keep
to
it very simple.
Oh, so you know a lot of places here.
I know a few places. I just keep it simple. I'm not a going out person as well.
Okay.
You know. I like to be in the comfort of my own space. Lately, I've been doing a lot of reading as well, so. So it's something that I enjoy, but Bonner climbed into that one again. And I'm sure he's going to enjoy that one. Pleasurable stroke. Anything that's outside the line of off stump, fourth stump, fifth stump, without any hint of movement, Bonner lashed onto it. He's now on 36. Score moves on to 76 for 4. As you mentioned, he was the lone survivor in the last game. Shamar Springer, this is a good shout.
It wasn't
Empire
a confident.
Brathwaite
It
on
wasn't a
move.
confident one because they knew it was inside edged.
Empire Brathwaite on move. Shamar Springer. Loud appeal.
Had that not touched the bat, it would obviously be dead in front. And Bonner was, I think he could get in trouble for that actually. He was signaling to Brathwaite that he got a touch. But you heard the two sounds from here. Well, in our headsets.
Knowing Brathwaite, if he saw that, he's going to get fined. He's a very serious umpire out of Barbados, Gregory Brathwaite.
Yeah, can't influence the umpire's decision.
One of the stylish umpires as well. Always sleek. You see him in his...
Let's see if we can pick up the inside edge from that one again. Not sure. But it wasn't a confident appeal. It was just bellowing to say, look at this for me, umpire. He's not adamant that he's gone. It was probably sliding down as well.
Bonner showing the bat.
Yeah.
Oh, Bonner, you probably might be in trouble after this game.
Yeah.
Umpire Brathwaite he don't joke.
That completes the 18th over. It's 76 for 4. Only 5 more overs to go for the day. 23 overs were scheduled after the Scorpions dismissed the Volcanoes. Well, the umpires have called time. It's actually 5:30 now. My watch isn't working properly. So that should be the end of the day's play. The Scorpions, they have limped to 76 for 4 at the end of the day's play. Real struggle in the second innings. Couldn't cope with the pace of Darius Martin. Nipped out 3 of the wickets, while Shamar Springer has gotten the other. And Nkrumah Bonner, he's on 36 from 40. And Gordon Bryan, the night watchman, he's 1 from 9. And the Scorpions now, they're trailing by what, 106 runs? And firmly in control are the Volcanoes, large and in charge. And after resuming the day at 157 for 2, they found themselves in a dominant position because of the half centuries. They had half century from Yohan Jeremiah, who made 80 after resuming on 66. Sunil Ambrisi made 45, but 2 more half centuries and a critical one. A critical partnership between Shamar Springer and Ryan John took the Volcanoes from 210 for 6 to 368 to 328 before they eventually got bowled out for 341 and afforded them that big lead of 182. There were 4 wickets for Gordon Bryan, 3 for 78 for Pete Salmon, 4 for 64 from Gordon Bryan, 3 for 78 from Pete Salmon, 2 for 60 from Marquino Minley, and 1 for 69 from Abhijay Man Singh. So those were the wicket takers for the Volcanoes, who were dismissed for 341. The 182-run lead meant that the Scorpions were against it. They were up against it. And when Darius Martin got the wicket of Carlos Brown for a duck and Kurt McKenzie also for a duck, the Scorpions were 7 for 2. Chadwick Walton, he made 20, bowled by Martin. A ball that kept a little bit low, if we're being honest. And Nkrumah Bonner has been a shining light in the darkness for the Scorpions with 36 from 40. And Jermaine Blackwood with 16 from 25. He was the last man dismissed on the day. 2 overs before the close of play. A critical strike in the context of the game. And put the Volcanoes large and in charge at 76 for 4. The Scorpions, they trail by 106. And that's how they will resume on Friday, potentially, Keswick, as you wrap up what you saw today. Friday could be the last day of this game.
Well, for the sake of cricket, let's not hope so, but at the end of the day, though, Volcanoes have done a brilliant job from the from the coin toss. They won the toss and decided to bowl first and did a brilliant job hitting those errors. Something that they did pretty well last season, and they're continuing that. Lost the first session this morning, but for some reason, they clawed their way back into the second session and then winning this third session as well. So the Windward Island Volcanoes finish day 2 with winning 2 sessions. So they have already won 5 sessions in this game against the Scorpions. The Scorpions has to come out tomorrow and find a way to score these runs. And if they have to give the Volcanoes some challenge in this game, they are trailed by 106 runs. If they need to give the Volcanoes some challenge in this game, they need to come out and bat tomorrow. Gordon Bryan looks like someone that's very handy, and Nkrumah Bonner is doing a fantastic job at the crease, looking like the Nkrumah Bonner that we know. They have some work to do, but the curtains have come down for the second day's play here at the Sabina Park. That will be it for myself and Foster. We'll see you tomorrow at Sabina Park.